Pirates Plant Fruit Chapter 251-300. Chapter 251 Bird Claw Troop. During the Alabasta Civil War, both the king's army and the rebel army believed that they were righteous. They all think their actions make Alabasta better. This is true even of the privately vengeful rebel army led by Lent. The southern city of Arubana is already caught in a fierce battle. Both hot and cold weapons were used together, and the killing was extremely tragic. In the street fighting, a special unit of the king's army is fighting bravely. This is an elite force of 4. The elite troops of the 4-man group are armed with machine guns and portable artillery, and carry a lot of heavy fire weapons. They were all big, burly men with shirtless arms. Bayota. There is a group of invading rebel troops in front. There are about 50 of them. They are carrying machine guns, shotguns, rifles and grenades. There are more than a dozen of our army's urban defense forces fighting with them. The famous strong man said to the strong man leading the way. The strong man turned his head and said to the 3, like this. We are ready to go into battle. Bram, Arlo, Barail. We quickly support our troops. Bram, Arlo, and Barail shouted in unison, yes. Then Bayota shouted with Bram, Arlo, and Beryl, because we are the Bird Claw force. Great warriors of Alabasta. The 4 were soldiers in the Alabasta King's Guard, who defended Cobra. They have extremely high fighting strength, most of the time responsible for protecting the king and royal family. However, due to the critical situation in the battle in Arubana, Bell was sent to support him. The Bird Claw team of 4 is the elite of the elite, not only with strong combat power, but also with a strong friendship. The 4 lived and died together, and were loyal to the king. 4 burly men came to the area where the rebel army was fighting against the king's army. Only a dozen of the king's army guarded it in a 3-story building, and were besieged by more than 50 rebel infantry soldiers. Because this small building is in a major traffic road, the rebel army must pass through here. The 50 or so rebel infantrymen were violently attacking here. Da 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 da. Quote. Boom, boom. The insurgents bombarded the small building with heavy fire. However, the small building is still sturdy, and it will not collapse if it is attacked by these individual weapons. If the siege heavy artillery or some medium field artillery were transferred, the consequences would be serious. Bayota watched the battle from behind more than 50 rebel infantrymen. Okay, everyone, these 50-odd enemies are equipped with 4 machine guns, 4 shoulder-mounted artillery, and dozens of rifles and shotguns. So we will destroy the 4 machine guns and 4 shoulder guns as soon as possible. Portable artillery. Then quickly annihilate the enemy with heavy firepower. Bayota quickly analyzed the situation and made a combat decision. Okay, Bram, Arlo, and Barail said together. Bayota continued. Bram, Arlo, you use heavy firepower to destroy the enemy's heavy weapons. Barail is in charge of cutting off the rear and blocking their escape. I am going to the front to contain them. As ordered. The 4 hurried to perform their respective combat missions. Bram and Arlo each went to a building on the left and right sides of the rebel army. Both of them took out grappling hooks from their waists and threw them on for a while. The 2 used grappling hooks to climb to the top of the 2 buildings. From here they can even see each other from left and right. In the middle street area, there are more than 50 rebel soldiers. Bram is on the top of the building on the left and Arlo is on the top of the building on the right. Both pulled out a small phone bug. Hey, Allo, can you see the enemy's machine guns and shoulder-mounted artillery now? Bram said. Yes, 4 machine guns firing at the front. 4 shoulder-mounted guns a little later, Arlo said. Okay, the machine guns to me. The shoulder guns to you, Bram said. No problem, Arlo said. The 2 temporarily ended the call and began to prepare to destroy the heavy weapons of the rebel army below. Bram took off the shoulder-mounted artillery carried on his back, although it was also a shoulder-mounted artillery. But the shoulder-mounted artillery that Bram and the others used was very different. The barrel of this shoulder-fired gun is thicker, with a diameter of 20 centimeters. and ordinary shoulder-mounted artillery is only 10 centimeters in diameter. The shoulder-mounted artillery body used by Bram is engraved with the words, "Made by the military industry enterprises of the world government." This is an advanced individual weapon manufactured by a public military industrial enterprise under the world government. Not much is used even in the marine of the world government. Cobra spent a lot of effort to purchase a batch of advanced weapons, which were naturally first allocated to elite troops such as the Birdclaw troop. Bram took out a Yuhi-colored spherical shell from his backpack and loaded it into the shoulder-mounted artillery. Then Bram placed the shoulder-mounted artillery on his shoulder and aimed at the position of the 4 machine guns of the rebel army below. The scope of this shoulder-mounted artillery is also very sophisticated, and both the shooting accuracy and the power are far superior to ordinary shoulder-mounted artillery. Bram pulled the trigger. Yuhi-colored spherical shell was fired from the front of the muzzle of the shoulder-fired gun. The shell hit where the 4 machine guns were located. After the explosion, the surroundings burned for a while. The 4 machine guns were quickly wrapped in flames, and the machine gunners inside were also swallowed by the flames. "Ah!" the machine gunners screamed. Arlo at the top of the building on the right did the same with Bram. After Bram took the lead in attacking the machine guns, Arlo also fired a Yuhi-colored shell at the shoulder-mounted gun below. Yuhi-colored shell exploded. Intense flames engulfed the 4 armed with shoulder-mounted gunners. The Yuhi-colored shells contain a flammable chemical that explodes and then burns. It's an incendiary shell. The 50 or so soldiers of the rebel army below were terrified. More than a dozen of them were immediately engulfed by flames and lost their heavy weapons. What made them even more terrified was that these people who were struggling in the flames did not die immediately, but were burned in great pain. These chemicals are so fire-resistant that even rolling on the ground is difficult to put out. There were more than 30 remaining rebel soldiers who were scared and hurried back. The dozen or so rebel soldiers died in pain during the burning. The more than 30 rebel soldiers quickly prepared to escape. However, at this moment, a burst of machine guns shot over. 7 or 8 people were shot down on the spot. Leopard Eye used machine guns to fire at them from the front, taking cover from various street obstacles. These rebel soldiers had already lost their will to fight and fled quickly. Chapter 252 Lure the enemy deep and bomb traps. However, just as these rebel soldiers were about to escape the intersection of the block, an explosion killed the 5 fastest escaping people. Beryl watched the rebel soldiers from the shadows. Just now, he was in charge of breaking the queen, and it was here that a remote-controlled bomb detonated by a wire was installed to send the soldiers of the rebel army to the west. He then picked up another grenade and threw it at the rebel soldiers. There was another explosion, and grenades were thrown one by one. Leopard Dot chased after him with a machine gun, and a dense beam of bullets shot out. Under the front and back, the remaining rebel soldiers were all wiped out. More than 50 rebel soldiers were wiped out. After the battle was over, Bao Da, Barel, Bram and Arlo looked at the dead rebel soldiers. Seeing the deceased on the battlefield, Bayota was calm on the surface, but he was sighed in his heart for a while. A few years ago, these rebel soldiers loved King Cobra as much as their bird paws, but now it's the end of it. But warriors must be strong in heart and able to face cruelty. Everyone, thank you for your support. An officer of the king's army who had just been besieged brought his men to express his gratitude. Leopard Da and the others looked at the officer, who was also disgraced, apparently having experienced a fierce and protracted battle. Ah, there's no need to thank you like this. This is what we should do. But it's really worth commending you for staying here, Bayota said. Officer continued, we are in a critical situation here. We need more troops. After all, this is the only way for the enemy to pass. Bayota understood and said, okay, although the battle is tight in the city right now. But we will help you. I have seen it on the map here. If you keep it here, you can keep the enemy from further intruding into the central city. The officer said gratefully, it's really up to you. Leopard Duck quickly observed the surrounding environment. This area is the only way to fight, so strict observation is required. Nearby neighborhoods were also littered with the corpses of the king's army and the rebels. The king's army in ambush in this area has suffered heavy losses, and of course the rebel army also suffered heavy casualties. The rebel army that invaded Urubana was also elite and had a strong will for revenge. The combat power is quite strong, and although the king's army has come to their senses and has an advantage in numbers, it cannot be defeated immediately. Moreover, the opponent's troops are very good at mobile combat. Although they suffered a lot of losses in the city, they will still concentrate their forces on each attack point to break through like a blade. This area is where they break through. Leopard Da is going to fight here in order to win more support. After observing the environment in this area, Bayoda ordered Bram, Arlo, and Barail to quickly set up various traps and bombs. There happened to be a small arsenal nearby where the munitions were reorganized, allowing Bram and the others to quickly deploy bombs. In addition to this, weapons were collected from the fallen king's army and the rebel army. In the nearby streets, Bram and the others set up more than 200 bomb traps. There are wire-controlled remote control, and trip-wire detonated. Leopard Da hurriedly asked for support. Birdclaw troops are the elite of the elite, and have relatively high special rights on the battlefield. Support can then be requested where appropriate. Okay, we will notify the relevant troops to go to you to support. The other end of the phone bug said. Thank you, please be quick. Leopard said. Then he hangs up the phone bug and prepares to fight. The rebel army in this area has always attached great importance to it, so more enemies will soon come here. Sure enough, not long after, another group of rebels attacked here. Leopard Da stood on top of a building to observe the enemy. The rebel army that came this time was at least 400 or 500 people, and it was much more difficult to deal with them. Leopard Da always keeps in touch with other people using phone bugs. Leopard Da, did you see that? They're here again. Bram's voice rang out from the phone bug. Well, I saw it. There were a lot of people this time. So we divided our troops to lure them according to the plan, and then used trap bombs to kill the enemy. Bayoda said. Yes, I told Arlo and Barail, Bram said. Bram was standing in a remote alley with a grenade gun, aimed at the rebel troops. He pulled the trigger on the grenade gun, and a grenade hit the rebels. He quickly left his original position and continued to use the streets to attack the rebels. In addition to Bram, Arlo also used shoulder-mounted artillery on top of a building. This time he loaded a black nail fragmentation shell into the shoulder-fired gun and aimed at the rebel forces. The trigger was pulled, and the nail fragmentation shell hit the rebels. Hundreds of nails flew towards the surrounding rebels under the impact of the explosion. On the spot, 3 rebels were stabbed to death by nails, and more than a dozen were injured. Someone attacked us, so hurry up and fight back. The rebels quickly aimed their fire at the building where Arlo was. Arlo was already prepared, quickly put away the shoulder-mounted artillery, and then slid down the grappling hook from the side of the building that was able to avoid the attack before. Then keep running away, and then look for opportunities to attack to attract the enemy. Barail was standing inside a building, and when the rebel army passed by below, he threw out a few grenades and was transferred into the rebel army. After a while, there was a loud explosion, and the following was quickly covered by smoke. These grenades are smoke grenades. Barail quickly lifted the machine gun out of the window to confront the enemy below, and it was a burst of fierce fire. There was screaming for a while below. There's an enemy, it's that window. Beryl took it as soon as he saw it, but before leaving he threw a real grenade to the rebels. Beryl quickly withdrew from the building and fled the streets. The insurgents, under fire, began to be drawn and moved towards the area where the bomb traps had been ambushed. Bram fled for a while, and it took some effort to finally attract more than 100 rebels. Arlo also attracted more than 100 people. Barail was the strongest, attracting nearly 200 people. Mainly because he always provokes opponents with very disgusting ways to make opponents chase him at all costs. A total of more than 400 rebel troops were drawn to the area where the amazing bomb traps had been placed. Bao Da has also been coordinating with the king's army officers. When he saw that he was almost there, he used the phone bug to give Bram and the others an order and said, "Start attacking." Bram, Arlo, and Barail, who received the order, were all detonators of wire-controlled bombs. They pressed the trigger of the explosion. The advancing rebel army suddenly stepped under the feet, and there were amazing explosions in the nearby streets and houses. In the first few seconds, Bram and the others detonated about 40 bomb traps. It killed and wounded more than 100 rebel troops on the spot. Chapter 253 The Power of the Bird Claw Force. The rebel army that was attacked suddenly became in chaos, and the rebel army of more than 300 people began to use firepower to shoot around. But Bram and the others are hiding in a distance where they cannot be attacked. The insurgent army suffered heavy losses from trap bombs and was thrown into chaos. These rebels were in chaos, but they were considered the elite of the rebels, and they soon stabilized and continued to advance. But what just detonated was more than 40 bomb traps, and Bram and the others had more bomb traps. Rebel army continued to go, and Bram and the others saw the opportunity to detonate more than 30 trap bombs, killing and injuring hundreds of people. Not long after the war began, half of the rebel army was wiped out. The remaining 200-odd rebel troops were completely terrified of being bombed. The group of insurgents began to hide in some nearby houses. Bram observed the enemy's situation. They thought they'd survived the tortoise. That's ridiculous. Bram knew that, although there were not many remote-controlled bombs connected by metal wires in the house, there were many bombs detonated by trip wires. There was a sound of explosions soon after the house entered by the rebels. Many insurgents who tried to hide in surrounding houses were killed. Neither dodge, nor attack. Now the rebel army is caught in a dilemma. Offensive, even if we die, we have to pull a few backs. The remaining 200 or more insurgents launched a desperate charge. Bram, Arlo, and Barail continued to detonate remote-controlled bombs. Boom, 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 boom. In the midst of the violent explosions, the blood and flesh of the rebel army continued to fly. A total of more than 400 rebel troops were wiped out. However, the 4 leopards only used bomb traps, and no one was injured or killed. The battle ended in a complete victory for the bird claw force of Leopard, Bram, Arlo, and Beryl. After annihilating the group of enemies, Leopard Da continued to use the phone bug to contact everyone. Although we won, but the enemy is still very powerful, so we must resolutely prepare for a new round of battle. Bram and the 3 of you continue to set up more traps, not bombs. There will definitely be more in the future. The enemy rushed over. Leopard Da was calm, aware of the severe situation that Byakugan was facing. The rebel army has killed so many people before, and they will definitely try to retaliate. Moreover, this is also an important area where military strategists must fight, so there will be more enemies coming. Understood. Bram and Arlo and Barail continue to prepare various traps. The current situation is to hold on no matter what, until the support troops of the king's army arrive. Fighting is in full swing in the southern city of Arubana. More than 50,000 elite troops have already invaded the southern urban area of Arubana. There are fierce battles everywhere now. On a street in the southern city, a total of 8,000 king's troops and 3,000 rebel troops fought fiercely together. General Lunt, who was in command of the battle, personally led an elite rebel army on the front line. However, as the king's army recovered, the king's army continued to counterattack. The rebel army was also caught in a hard fight. Don't be timid, attack with all your strength. General Lunt rode on a black sturdy horse and commanded the battle with a great sword. Encouraged by General Lunt, the rebels attacked desperately. Kill all Cobra's lackeys. The rebels attacked fiercely like wolves. Under the fierce attack of the rebel army, the king's army was finally defeated. Under the personal encouragement of General Lunt, the rebel army finally won. What kind of enemy is this? How can these rebels be so powerful? The king's army was defeated in a panic. Many of the king's officers and soldiers could not understand why the rebel army was able to win despite the numerical disadvantage. General Lunt looked at the defeated king's army and quickly gave an order. "Everyone, stop chasing them. Let them flee. We don't have to chase them." Lunt gave the order to the officer. Some of the officers were very suspicious, but they hurried down to carry out the order. The rebel army under Lunt was well disciplined. Although some of them were sturdy and good at fighting, they quickly stopped chasing, and hurriedly rested and treated the wounded. Lunt looked at the block full of corpses fighting in front of him. This neighborhood was familiar to him before. He used to visit often when his wife and daughter were alive. But now he never saw them again. "I must kill Cobra," Lunt said with great hatred. At this time, suddenly a subordinate officer came back to report. Lunt looked at him, who was even a little flustered, and asked, "What's going on?" "Report to the general, we were defeated by the enemy on a key road in the central city area. Please send people to support the general," the officer reported in a panic. After Lunt heard it, he quickly asked the nearby officers to find out the location that the officer said by using the map. Sure enough, the position the officer said was very important. "In this case, I will personally take you to fight," Lunt said. Lunt personally led 3,000 elite soldiers to the hub guarded by the Birdclaw force. At the hub location of the previous fierce battle, this is an important hub area that can connect the southern city and the central city. After a fierce battle, the 4 Birdclaw troops led by Leopard Da successfully eliminated nearly 500 people. Large numbers of traps are deployed here. Bomb traps and other special traps are deployed everywhere. Leopard Da, Bram, Arlo, and Beryl all stood on the top of an 8-story building and looked at everything around them. Leopard lit a cigarette, Bram chewed gummy candy, Arlo drank a bottle of wine, and Beryl was the corned beef he ate in his mouth. Beota, it was ridiculous to see how they looked like they were falling into the water just now. As such a daring person, they dared to fight on the battlefield. Arlo said with a smile. "I'm really sorry why I can't fight them head-on. They're just too weak," Beryl said. "Don't take the enemy too lightly, there are a lot of those guys," Bram said. Aluo showed a bit of contempt on his face and said, "Really? But the king's army is more numerous. Don't underestimate the enemy, Arlo. We are not completely victorious yet. And the longer the enemy can hold on, the greater the harm." Leopard Da also said. "Whatever, kill him when he comes," Beryl said. The 4 then laughed together. Although the 4 members of the Birdclaw unit fought very seriously, when they rested, they were like brothers, very harmonious and heroic. Chapter 254 Look at Death. At this time, Beota turned his head to the far south. Bram, Arlo, and Beryl also turned their heads south together. This is the warrior's intuition. After Beota observed it with a telescope, a large group of rebels came in like a flood from the south. There are thousands of people. Leopard ditched the cigarette, Bram swallowed the fudge, Arlo drank the wine, and Beryl threw away the corned beef. At the moment of the battle, the faces of the 4 of them immediately became very serious. This is bound to be a brutal battle. But in this battle, none of the members of the Birdclaw force will back down. Everyone pay attention, our strong enemy is really coming, Beota said. It's nothing, I expected that, Bram said. Looks like we're going to struggle too, Arlo said. Fearing death is not a warrior, fight with them, Beryl said. The 4 of them are all high-spirited, and all the Birdclaw troops are the elite of the warriors. Even in hell, they will not be timid. In that case, let's fight, Beota said. At this time, General Lunt personally led 3,000 elite troops to this area. All of these urban areas have also experienced fierce battles before, and there are corpses everywhere. After Lunt observed this, he thought for a while. There must be an ambush in this kind of place. Everyone goes cautiously, and alternately cover while going. You must always be on the lookout for enemy attacks, General Lunt ordered. The rebel soldiers, as ordered, began alternately covering the slow advance. They searched houses and alleys with great caution, always on the lookout for possible enemies. There are no enemies here. There are no enemies here either. No trace of the enemy found. The rebel army began to advance continuously. A large number of rebel armies kept advancing. But they don't know that they are already on the road of death. Suddenly 4 shells were fired at the rebels. Here are 4 Yuhi-colored shells. 4 Yuhi-colored shells, all incendiary, hit where the rebels gathered. After the explosion, the chemical flammable agent inside burned. Ah! The soldiers of the rebel army were scorched by the flames, and screams resounded in the surrounding city. 4 more shells were fired next, hitting the rebel troops, and groups of rebel soldiers were encased in flames. The flames on these soldiers could not be extinguished even if they rolled, and they had to be burned alive in the end. More than 20 incendiary shells hit the rebel troops in a row. A total of 200 elite soldiers of the rebel army were hit, and their whole bodies were set on fire. This is not over yet. The various traps placed by Leopard Da and the others began to work. Lots of bomb traps, camouflaged machine guns, and smoke grenade-type disruptive traps. These traps play a big disruptive role. Leopard Da and they used these traps to further kill the rebels. 500 men were killed and wounded by the rebel army. The staggering casualties soon shocked even General Lunt. How could it be like this? The enemy really has an ambush, General Lunt said in shock. An officer on the side quickly reported, General Lunt, please let the troops bombard the opponent's firepower with heavy firepower. Okay, that's the only way, said General Lunt. Although the 3,000-strong elite force quickly lost more than 500 troops, the heavy weapons were still behind. A large number of field guns were pushed forward. Field guns are all 20 centimeters in caliber. These field guns can bombard buildings as well as urban fortresses. It is a powerful weapon for street fighting and field fighting. 3 field guns were aimed at a building window where machine gun fire had been fired. Inside that window, the machine gun kept firing flames. Fire! 3 shells fired from the muzzles of the 3 field guns, hitting the window without fail. The window exploded for a while. Okay, keep pushing and get ready to attack the next target. The 3 field guns successfully completed their combat objectives and left. In fact, the machine guns inside the windows they smashed were operated by small mechanisms made of wire pulling the trigger. This is also one of the traps disguised as one's own powerful troops. This way you can have more troops on your side. There are many such traps in nearby buildings. There were 2 field guns and more than a dozen escorting soldiers walked into an alley together. They keep going. But suddenly a soldier stepped on a brick. A mine is buried under this masonry. Boom! The violent explosion sounded, and the more than 10 soldiers of the rebel army didn't even shout out the screams, but their flesh and blood flew. 2 field guns were also damaged. However, although various traps gave the rebel army a heavy blow, but it was not possible to defeat the rebels at the root. The rebel army used field artillery and some heavy weapons to keep advancing. The various traps set by the bird claw troops were gradually consumed. After all, these are the elite units of the rebel army. Although the consumption is large, they are able to withstand consumption. After a fierce battle, the 3,000-strong rebel army led by Lunt lost 800 elite soldiers, but they finally pushed Leopard and the others to a dead end. Bauda and Bram and Arlo and Barail were forced to stick to the last street entrance. Even the dozen or so army of the king who could assist were killed. What's even worse for Leopard and the others is that the heavy weapons in their hands are all out of fire. Now if they were fighting, they could only go hand to hand. What should I do? Bram asked Bayoda. Arlo and Beryl also looked at Bayoda, waiting for his order. Everyone, we are the elite soldiers of the escort of the Alabasta royal family. So can we escape now in this situation? Bayoda said solemnly. Of course not. Bram, Arlo and Beryl answered in unison. Then let's fight to the death. Bayoda pulled out a machete. Although it was only a machete, The blade was huge, about 1 meter 5 long. The other 3 also drew out huge machetes. These machetes were originally scabbarded on their backs. Now that this kind of long-range heavy firepower weapons are all exhausted, only hand-to-hand combat is left. Kill it out. The 4 members of the Birdclaw unit roared together. They rushed to the streets bravely, ready to fight to the death. At the entrance of the street, the rebel army had already prepared more than a dozen field guns to aim at the area ahead. There were also a large number of machine guns and grenade guns facing the street. What the large number of rebels could not have imagined was that the enemy they thought they would not dare to attack again rushed out with a huge machete. What? How can it be like this? The rebel soldiers said in shock. Kill. There were only 4 members of the Bird Claw force, but they let out an earth-shattering roar. Chapter 255 Warrior's Glory. Bao Da led the charge in the front, and he swung a huge machete to kill the rebel army. Kill all the enemies, for Alabasta. Leopard Da shouted loudly. Quickly he rushed in front of a rebel officer armed with a machete. PFF'd. The huge machete in Bayoda's hand fell, and the rebel officer's head and left arm were chopped off. Seeing the terrifying death of the rebel army officer, several rebel soldiers around were trembling with fright. Bayoda didn't stop slashing. He slashed at the enemy for a while with a huge machete. 6 successive rebel soldiers were hacked to death. Long live Alabasta Kingdom, long live King Cobra. Bram, Arlo, and Barail charged together and shouted. The 4 Bird Claw soldiers killed more than 30 people in less than a minute with the invincible momentum and strength of the rebel army. The rebel army was greatly frightened in the melee combat, and many people forgot to fight and wanted to flee. Even the hatred for Cobra and the king's army in their hearts could not stop the fear in their hearts from erupting. Run for your life. Kill God. The rebels cried out in horror and ran for their lives. The 4 members of the Bird Claw force charged bravely, and suddenly they were in a rush. Although the number of the rebel army is large, it cannot exert its numerical advantage in the urban area. On the contrary, the 4 members of the Bird Claw force bravely kept slashing and killing. Lunt rode on the tall black horse and saw the constant defeat of his troops. It's really brave. The king's army also has such warriors. Lunt said in shock. The 4 members of the Bird Claw force temporarily made the rebel army, who had an absolute numerical advantage, helpless. Lunt is very aware that the military situation is urgent now, and he hastened to give orders to the officers around him. Send portable artillery troops to the front to attack. Completely annihilate these tenacious enemies. Lunt ordered. Yes. The surrounding officers quickly responded. The order was conveyed quickly. The insurgent man-portable artillery units quickly assembled and approached the area where the Birdpaws were fighting. Leopard Da, Bram, Arlo, and Beryl wielded huge scimitars as if they were no one. Ah! It's horrible. These plague gods of the king's army. We are not rivals at all. I don't want to die so miserably. The rebel army threw away their armor and fled for their lives. The 4 Bayoda became more and more brave, and they wielded a huge machete to slash and kill a rebel army. Wherever they passed, the blood and flesh of the rebel army was flying, and the death was extremely tragic. Kill. Leopard Da swung a huge machete and slashed down, cutting a rebel soldier's head in half. At this moment, 2 shells were fired suddenly. 2 10-centimeter diameter shells shot over and hit Leopard. Boom, boom. Leopard Da's body exploded violently. Leopard Da, Bram, Arlo, and Barail shouted together in shock. Leopard Da knelt heavily on the ground, and he tried to stand up. Ah, I'm fine. Still able to keep fighting. Leopard Da said, his eyes looking forward to the right. I saw more than a dozen rebels carrying portable artillery on their shoulders. The insurgents aimed their portable artillery at the leopards. Fire. More than a dozen portable guns opened fire. More than a dozen shells were fired at the 4 leopards. Get out of the way. The 4 Bayoda quickly avoided the attack, but the aftermath of the explosion overturned the 4. Bram stood up hard, and he looked to the left. More than 20 rebel soldiers with portable artillery on their shoulders rushed over to the left. The insurgent soldiers targeted 4 more with portable artillery. Shoot! More than 20 small artillery shells with a diameter of 10 centimeters were fired at the 4 people. This time everyone was hit, and a violent explosion wrapped the 4 of them. The rebel soldiers looked at each other, and the 2 walked to the front while continuing to aim and observe. Are they dead? Although these are not heavy artillery shells, even the toughest enemy will go to the west after so many hits. Suddenly, 2 daggers flew out from the gunpowder smoke that had not yet dissipated from the explosion. The 2 daggers were powerful enough to pierce the skulls of the 2 rebel soldiers. With disbelief on the faces of the 2 rebel soldiers, they fell to the ground. And a figure rushed out. It was Barel. Barel picked up the portable artillery that the 2 rebel soldiers had left on the ground. He held the 2 portable artillery pieces in each hand like 2 shotguns. Barel looked at the rebel soldiers angrily. Go to hell, assholes! The 2 portable guns Barel held fired 2 rounds. 2 shells hit the soldiers of the rebel army and exploded violently. The rebel soldiers were bloodied. Barel tossed the 2 portable artillery pieces, and then charged at the insurgents, who were already dead and wounded. Many of the wounded rebels looked at him in horror, waiting for him to end their lives. But Barel didn't even look at them, just picked up the weapons they dropped on the ground. Then Barel turned around and dropped a word as he walked. You are not worth my hands on. Barel returned to Leopard to reach them. Leopard suffered a lot of injuries, Bram also suffered some injuries, and Arlo was better and basically uninjured. Beota, we have been rushing to kill just now but forgot the most important point. We have run out of weapons, we can use the enemy's weapons. Barel put the captured portable artillery on the ground. There are 8 portable cannons that Barel has obtained, 2 of which can be used by each person. With blood on Leopard's face, he looked at Barel and said, good idea. Although his clothes were tattered, Barel stood up bravely and raised 2 portable artillery pieces for battle. Barel, Bram, and Arlo also raised portable artillery. Kill them. The 4 of Birdclaw's troops continued their fierce battle with the rebels. The insurgent army is constantly being reinforced. Although the 4 of them are strong in combat, they are extremely brave. But after all, fierce tigers are no match for wolves. After the fierce battle, the 4 members of the Birdclaw troop are exhausted and bruised all over. The nearby streets have become dilapidated, and the fierce fighting between the 2 sides has resulted in corpses everywhere. The Birdclaw troops were finally unable to support them. Leopard and Bram stood on the street full of corpses, exhausted. Leopard, are we going to end like this? Bram asked. No, death has to complete the mission. This is the glory of the warrior. Beota said. Okay, said Arlo. Let's go to Huang Izumi. Barel said. On the other side of the street, hundreds of rebel soldiers charged again. Lent personally supervised the battle, and when he saw the 4 members of the Bird's Claw troops in a state of embarrassment, he was immediately sighed. Chapter 256 The True Horror of Jackal Gaka. 4 warriors, Lunt praised. But to him and the rebels, anyone who swears allegiance to Cobra is an enemy. Must be eliminated. Attack, Lent ordered. Just as the rebels were preparing to attack, a figure suddenly rushed out from the side of the street. The figure fell heavily to the ground. The huge smoke and dust suddenly made people on both sides unable to see clearly. After the smoke dissipated, Leopard looked at the figure diligently. He was stunned. I saw that standing in the middle of the street was a very burly giant jackal with 4 feet on the ground. The jackal has a black body and is extremely strong. Even Lent and the rebel army were shocked to see the jackal. It's you, Lunt said in shock. This jackal is none other than Gaka, one of the ministers of protection of the Alabasta kingdom. At this time, Gaka was transformed into a beast form, a huge and strong jackal. Garka turned his eyes to Lent and the rebels. This is a look full of imposing manner like death. The soldiers of the rebel army all retreated to the rear. Lunt, who was riding on the black horse, also looked terrified. Arubana does not know how powerful Jackal Gaka, one of the 3 major guardian ministers of the Alabasta kingdom, is. Although he didn't know how much Gaka's skills were, in the days when Alabasta was still peaceful, Gaka himself performed martial arts at kingdom celebrations. That is really a strong man that is difficult for ordinary people to look up to. Gaka took his eyes back, and his head turned to the 4 of the bird claw troops again. Yaka, Lord Yaka, Leopard said excitedly. The tone was both admiration and fear. Gaka looked at him and said, "You have persisted for a long time, you are really good fighters. Now I also admire Bel's vision, being able to discover powerful fighters like you." Force is actually composed of warriors selected by Bel, one of the 3 guardian ministers of the Alabasta kingdom. It's Bel's cronies. Of course, they can also obey Gaka's dispatch at critical moments. Gaka turned his head to the rebels again. "Okay, let me deal with you," Gaka said. The rebel army suddenly got goosebumps all over their bodies. The jackal-like monster in front of them wants to fight with them. Lent saw the reversal of the situation between the enemy, and he quickly gave an order. "Hold on, don't be afraid. We're outnumbered," Lunt exclaimed. There is no battle yet, and his own side is shocked by the momentum. This is sure to fail. Moreover, Gaka is ruthless, and now he will hunt down even if he tries to escape. So if you don't do it again and again, just fight to the death. Gaka looked at Lent and the rebel army and said, "Do you really think you can stop me? Shoot." The rebels came to their senses, and they fired violently with portable artillery and field guns as well as machine guns and rifles. Cannonballs, bullets hit Gaka by a storm. Gaka was enveloped in an explosion. The 4 members of the Bird Claw force can now watch the battle. Lord Gaka, Arlo couldn't wait to rush up. "Wait." Bauda stopped him. Bayoda looked at Gaka shrouded in the explosion and said, "Don't worry, Lord Gaka will be fine. Because Jackal's body is almost divine in self-healing ability. This damage can't hurt him at all." Bram said, "Could it be that we asked for support just now, and the result was that Lord Gaka came to support?" Lord Gaka is doing this because he is very aware of the severe situation he is facing now. In this case, the Minister of Protection of the Kingdom of Alabasta must personally fight to turn the tide. Leopard Da said earnestly. After the violent explosion, Gaka rushed out of the flames of the explosion. Garka slammed into the rebel field guns. Bang! Garka knocked the field guns away. "Run for your life." All the rebel soldiers ran for their lives. Still, some rebels are fighting back. There are actually not a few people who dare to fight at such a time with their blood. Shoot! More than 30 rebel soldiers armed with shotguns rushed over and fired violently at Gaka with shotguns. These shotguns are powerful enough to shatter a rock the size of a coconut in one shot. But the dense shotguns hit Gaka's huge body, but it didn't have much effect. Although it was barely possible to see some small flesh wounds constantly appearing on Gaka's huge body, it healed quickly. Gaka doesn't care about these injuries with his amazing healing abilities. Strange. How can it be like this? Is he really immortal? Just when the rebels were surprised, Gaka turned his eyes to this group of rebels. Ow! In one bite, Gaka bit a rebel army and chewed it down. Blood and stumps were all over the ground. It's horrible. The group of rebels desperately fled in the opposite direction. After Gakar ate the flesh and blood of a rebel army, he continued to hunt down. Be a Matsuri for Reaper. Offer your flesh. Garka growled. The rebels fled desperately, but where is the speed of Gaka? After Gaka turned into a jackal in this beast form, it was a huge jackal with a length of 6 meters, and the speed was also very fast. The huge size coupled with the super fast speed of human running is simply unable to compete with it. In addition to eating the rebel army with his mouth, Gaka also stomped on the rebel army with his claws. The insurgents mobilized portable artillery, machine guns, and field guns that were unable to kill him. On the contrary, these heavy troops suffered heavy losses. Gaka was so powerful that it was impossible for the rebel army to resist. Lunt was riding on the black horse, and he lost his composure when he saw Gaka crushing his troops so much. How can it be so terrifying and powerful? Lunt hurriedly drove the black horse to run away. As soon as Gaka appeared, he chased and defeated the elite of the rebel army led by Lunt himself. The 4 members of the Birdclaw unit looked at the rapidly rout of the rebel army and the constantly chasing Gaka, and sighed in admiration. As expected of Lord Gaka, Arlo said excitedly. I have to admit, he's really strong. Bahrail also said. Lord Gaka is a formidable warrior, much better than those officials and eunuchs who only think about their own selfish interests, Bram said. Bayota looked at Gaka who was far away and said, Master Gaka is indeed extremely powerful, but that is on land. We also have a warrior who is very powerful in the sky. Bram, Arlo and Bahrail all looked at him and said, Lord Bell. At the same time as the fierce fighting in the urban area of Arubana, in the desert area of southern Arubana. In the sky has become dim. Alabasta Kingdom, who has transformed into a falcon, is soaring above this sky. Chapter 257 Flying Desert Falcon, Bell. Bell now soars like a giant falcon over the twilight desert. Flying in the sky, Bell clearly saw the positions of the rebel army's powerful siege artillery units and logistics units in the desert below. Hundreds of siege artillery with huge caliber lined the desert. Thousands of soldiers guard here. Are these troops the rebel army that broke through the southern defenses of Arubana? Bell said to himself while observing the bottom. After the previous attack on the southern city wall in Arubana, Cobra in the king's palace responded quickly. Hurry up to dispatch Gaka and Bell to attack. Garka personally guards the king's palace and takes part in ground battles. Bell took advantage of his ability to fly and flew directly to the desert area in southern Arubana for reconnaissance. When I got here, I found a large number of heavy troops of the rebel army. Before he flew here and passed through the city, he also saw tens of thousands of rebel troops attack like wolves. However, the reason why the rebels are still on the offensive is because they have heavy armor here as their backing. It is precisely because of these heavy siege artillery units and logistical units that the rebels attacking Arubana can advance or retreat without any worries. However, if you find a way to eliminate these heavy siege artillery units and logistics units, then the battle situation will be completely changed. Bell has already decided to deal with the thousands of rebels below, and is ready to attack them. However, the rebel army below was even more aware of Bell soaring in the sky. A group of officers gathered to observe Bell in the sky with high-precision telescopes. Did you see it? Said an officer. I see, this huge falcon, said another officer. I don't think this giant falcon is that simple, said another officer. He seems to be Bell, one of the 3 guardian ministers of the kingdom. Another officer said. Then let's get rid of him quickly, said an officer. The order was conveyed quickly. These rebels are still very aware of the forces of the king's army. They still have some understanding of Bell's skills. The rebel troops quickly prepared, some machine guns were quickly placed, and the inclination was changed exaggeratedly. However, although the rebel army is well equipped, it does not have weapons such as anti-air rapid-fire guns. Can only rely on machine guns as the core weapon to attack. Bell, who was flying, suddenly saw a group of machine guns fire suddenly below. Bell has extremely good eyesight and can see objects below from a height of 10,000 meters. Within a kilometer range, you can clearly see any subtle movements and body parts of people and animals. Now he is more than 1,000 meters away from the height below. From this height, the machine guns below are seen starting to fire intensively. It seems that they were discovered, Bell said. The following King's Army machine guns shoot hard, but the maximum range of these bullets is only more than 400 meters. The dense bullets just shot trails in the sky and did not hit Bell. The rebel army on the ground was also very disappointed to see that they could not attack Bell. Many rebels looked up to the sky and felt that it was useless. Bell flew more than 1,000 meters in the air, which was impossible to attack at all. Many insurgents are complaining. Can't we attack each other at all? What's the point of this? Is it just to intimidate the opponent? Just when the soldiers of the rebel army were very dissatisfied, the officers in charge of these units were very happy. Because for them, there is no need to really be able to kill Bell, as long as it can deter Bell and prevent him from descending to attack. Bell, who continued to fly in the sky, also guessed the opponent's purpose. They must have done this to warn me that if I keep dropping down, then I'll be shot down. But Bell thought about it again and said, in this case, I have a way to make you the target of my bombing. Bell has already completed the military investigation of the enemy here, and he turned and flew in the direction of Arubana. The rebel army officers standing on the ground were very happy to see Bell fly away. Our method worked. He knew that eagles also couldn't risk being shot down to attack prey on the ground. He can only scout. We are an extremely powerful army, how could we be frightened by a big bird? What the king guards the minister, it's not the same as greed for life and fear of death. Of course, they wouldn't know at all. The real nightmare is about to begin. Bell accelerated and flew back to Arubana. Quickly flew to an arsenal in the east of the city. When the soldiers of the king's army guarding the arsenal saw the minister of defense of the kingdom, they immediately saluted. There are not so many words now, I have to quickly extract the bomb I need from here. Bell quickly changed back to the human form and said. Bell entered the arsenal and found a group of special bombs placed in shockproof boxes in the bomb warehouse. Bell looked at the bomb in one of the boxes, an oval bomb with a tail. The side of the black bomb is also engraved with the logo of the world government and the manufacturing name of the world government's public military industrial enterprise. Hellfire bomb. Bell looked at the weapon, a terribly powerful weapon. The king's army was able to obtain this weapon or imported it by opening various channels with his own hands. But when Kobo learned about it, he was absolutely not allowed to use this weapon. Because this weapon is so powerful, it will kill the enemy terribly. Kobo was reluctant to attack people, including the rebels, because that would make the war completely out of control. Bell also knew that Kobo cherished fame and didn't want to lose life. Therefore, this powerful weapon has not been used. But now, Arubana has been breached. The crisis has reached the point where it is difficult to resolve. Of course, the strength of the king's army has a huge advantage. But it will take a long time to annihilate the rebels. Now is the time to use this weapon to establish majesty in the king's army camp. Okay, you quickly take out all the hellfire bombs. Then put them into the giant iron net. Bell said in a serious tone. The officers and soldiers guarding here quickly replied, yes. They acted immediately, and now everyone knows that the situation is extremely critical. There is no objection to the use of such weapons now. The situation of the war is out of control, then the killing and cruelty will also be out of control. Bell personally supervised these officers and soldiers to carefully take out the hellfire bombs from the shockproof wooden box, and after opening the mechanism, they began to put the bombs into the huge iron net. However, Bell must also consider the hellfire bombs that he can carry in flight. Only 15 hellfire bombs could fit in each huge iron net. Chapter 258 Hellfire Bomb. When the officers and soldiers loaded the first 15 hellfire bombs into a huge iron net, Bell walked in front of the bombs. It's really hard for you. Now I need to take these bombs and go first. You continue to prepare the remaining bombs. Bell said solemnly. Bell's body changed rapidly, from the original human form to a beast form, that is, a huge falcon. Bell could grab the prince with the two giant claws of the horse and lift 15 hellfire bombs. The officers and soldiers looked up at Bell, and they knew that this was a brutal killing and torture. Bell did his best to carry a net of bombs higher into the sky. Each of the 15 hellfire bombs was the size of a wooden barrel. And it's full of metal and highly concentrated explosive substances. Bell also tried his best to lift these bombs into the air. Despite the huge load below, Bell still spread his wings and flew in the darker sky. The sun in the sky has become more red-huey, as if to accelerate the fall. From the Arsenal Luffy in the east of the city of Arubana to the desert in the south. At this time, the rebel army in the desert position found Bell, who had returned. The officers of the rebel army used binoculars to observe Bell. Now the high speed of Bell is only more than 800 meters. They can see a black metal object with a net under Bell's claws. "Is that a bomb?" an officer said in surprise. "Anyway, give the order quickly. Shoot him down as soon as he continues to descend," said one officer. "Even if it is a bomb, how much can these bombs kill us? We are a powerful army," another officer said confidently. The machine gun unit of the rebel army hurriedly aimed the machine gun at a high angle of the sky. Once Bell reaches a height of less than 500 meters, they may shoot down Bell. But Bell just flew hard and looked for good opportunities to drop bombs. "It's nice here." Bell flew above the siege artillery unit. The hundreds of siege artillery below are neatly arranged in 5 rows, always ready to fight again. At a height of 800 meters above the siege artillery unit, Bell loosened the huge iron net caught by the 2 giant claws. The net spread out in the air, and so did the Hellfire bombs inside. 15 barrel-sized Hellfire bombs smashed into the positions below. These bombs fell very fast, and some of the rebels were instantly terrified. They were terrified that the bomb would hit them. 15 Hellfire bombs slammed into the desert below. Basically no one was killed. And the bombs didn't even explode. Instead, the Hellfire bombs themselves were shattered. Just when the rebel army felt puzzled, suddenly these Hellfire bombs burst into amazing gas after they shattered. These gases have a peculiar smell of chemicals. These chemicals aren't considered poisonous, but they're very strange. They seem to be able to cause a fire. These are a special chemical gas called Hellfire. Although not a poisonous gas, it is heavier than air and very flammable. Hellfire gas quickly covered the entire artillery position and more. After the previous Hellfire bomb shattered, a lot of time-delayed small bombs flew out of it. The bombs did not detonate until about a minute after the Hellfire gas had fully diffused. Boom! The earth shook and the mountains exploded, and the Hellfire gases on the rebel artillery positions were quickly ignited. The screams of countless people were drowned out by the explosion. Bell was in the sky at this time. The artillery positions below were raging with flames, as if it were really the same as the flames in hell. Bell's eyes widened at this time. He couldn't believe that such a terrifying scene was caused by the bomb he just dropped. The fire below has not dissipated, and there is a new explosion for a while. Some of the more exaggerated explosion smoke rushed out of the sea of fire. These are secondary detonations of shells and bombs detonated by flames. Bell couldn't take it anymore, and his attack killed thousands of people all at once. After a while of the falcon's scream, Bell quickly flew up to the height. He tried to stop watching it, and he needed a second round of attacks. After all, this enemy has not been defeated. Bell kept flying higher and higher, and finally reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. Still soaring. He seemed to be reluctant to see this tragic situation. Especially after the flames burned, the messy corpses were scattered everywhere. The fires and explosions continued for several minutes on the rebel positions. Finally, the fire gradually subsided, and the smoke continued to continue. Eventually it gradually disappeared. On the positions of the artillery units of the rebel army that were just attacked, the heavy siege artillery that had been incomparably powerful before had become billowing smoke, and some of them were blown up due to the explosion of the artillery shells. These hundreds of heavy siege artillery have completely lost their ability to fight. And there were charred corpses everywhere on the ground. The corpses were burnt black, and many were broken. About 4,000 rebels were killed in the Hellfire bomb attack just now. Hundreds of others were injured to varying degrees. Most of them were serious injuries that were not long in the world. The mighty and majestic rebel army before was completely stunned. Fear, despair, nothingness, pain, sadness. All kinds of negative emotions are filled in everyone's heart. The rebel officers, who were still full of confidence before, collapsed on the desert. They are still looking up at the sky or at the messed up position in disbelief. Everyone was silent, because the fear and shock of the present made it impossible to speak. It took a long time for the rebel armies to start to regroup, and some people mustered the courage to check the messy positions. When they saw the tragic state of the charred bodies of the deceased, they were all scared to the point of falling down. The psychological effect of this attack is even greater than the actual killing. The attack annihilated the entire siege artillery unit of the rebel army, killing and wounding more than 4,000 people. The remaining logistics force of more than 15,000 people is being reorganized. The rebel army, who was still high in fighting spirit before, suddenly couldn't find the direction. Except for temporary rectification, they didn't know how to fight. Some officers also managed to contact General Lunt, who was fighting in the city. But for some reason, there is a problem with the connection. General Lunt was temporarily unavailable. And the arsenal in the east of the city of Arubana. The officers and soldiers who had successfully packed 15 more Hellfire bombs into the huge iron net were all waiting for Bell's return. This time Bell flew over from a high sky. When the Kingdom Guard minister landed in front of the arsenal, his face was very ugly after he turned back to human. The officers and soldiers who saw his face felt chills for a while. This is the look on his face after slaughtering countless creatures. A murderous look. Chapter 259 The Fire of Hell is coming again. Seeing Bell's face full of brutality, the officers and soldiers guarding the arsenal silently gave way to him. Bell walked directly into the arsenal without looking at the people around him. He found 15 new Hellfire bombs in the arsenal, packed into a huge iron net. Bell looked at these terrifying bombs, and his body began to transform into a falcon in the form of a beast. After transforming into a giant falcon, Bell used 2 giant claws to pull up the iron net full of Hellfire bombs. The officers and soldiers guarding the arsenal watched Bell take these bombs into the sky. The dusky sky became even more dusky, and the sun had already begun to set under the western mountains. Bell flew in the sky, heading south of Arubana. Bell, who was flying in the sky, had no expression, just a kind of pure killing and cruelty. It is not Bell's own will to fight that can decide this kind of killing, but the cruel situation of the war. This giant falcon with the will to attack once again flew to the desert area south of Arubana with a terrifying destructive bomb. In the deserts of southern Arubana, the scorching hot cannons still haven't completely dissipated heat on the rebel positions that were devastated by Hellfire bombs just now. The artillery force was wiped out, and the logistics force of more than 15,000 people was urgently reorganized. All of them are staring at the sunset in the sky, or sitting on the desert. The officers were desperate and unable to contact General Lunt, and there was no decision on whether to fight or retreat. Almost everyone was immersed in the horror just now. The logistical troops who had seen the artillery corps Mukuro were extremely frightened. Many people are shaken in their hearts, whether to continue fighting. Even the blood feud with the king's army could not motivate them to continue fighting. Destructive forces bring infinite despair. Just when the rebel logistics force felt hopeless and lost, the terrifying figure in the sky flew again. Some people who observed with telescopes saw Bell flying over with a terrible Hellfire bomb mounted on it. My God! He's flying over again. He has the bomb from the last attack again. Hurry up and escape. The rebel logistics force quickly began to flee. However, some people did not react in time, and still looked up at the sky in a daze. Bell looked at the rebel logistics unit below. The previous attack really had a great deterrent effect. Now the insurgents below are fleeing. Bell looked down, and now he was more than 1,000 meters above the desert below. But with incredibly powerful eyesight, Bell was enough to see the panicked faces of everyone below. To kill these living beings, he is also unbearable. However, it must be like this in order to end the battle. For Alabasta, for His Majesty the King. Bell flew to the camp area of the logistics force, which was full of tents and piled up a lot of supplies. He loosened the 2 giant claws. The iron net spread out in the air more than 1,000 meters, and the 15 hellfire bombs inside were scattered. 15 terrifying bombs smashed into the camp of the insurgent logistics unit below. 15 terrifying bombs hit the camp area and quickly released a surprising amount of flammable chemical gas. These chemical gases, which are heavier than air, completely cover the tent area. The hellfire bomb smashed and scattered countless small bombs. The bombs finally exploded after a minute. During this minute, the insurgents who did not escape from the chemical gas-covered area were extremely frightened. But now the fear is over. The violent explosion tumbled across the desert, and the camp area instantly turned into a sea of fire. The supplies here, whether it is food, medicine, as well as weapons and bombs, are destroyed. The destroyed explosives exploded again, and waves of flames continued to rise from the sea of fire. Bell, who was in the sky, raised his height without even looking at it. He was in great pain, but he had to continue to ascend to avoid seeing the tragic situation below. Thousands of rebel troops in the camp were also engulfed by flames and explosions. The screams were also drowned in the sea of fire. The roiling sea of fire lasted for a few minutes before it was extinguished. Because there is not enough material to burn, these flames are quickly extinguished in the desert. In forested and urban areas, these hellfire bombs can cause countless times the staggering damage. After the flames and smoke dissipated, the desert was littered with swarms of broken charred corpses and mukuro of various charred objects. Most of the logistics force officers also died in the attack. A total of more than 3,000 logistical forces were killed. A total of more than 7,000 rebels were killed in the 2 attacks. The remaining 12,000-odd rebel logistical forces fled and began to flee in the desert without a direction. The rearguard of the rebel army was completely routed. The sunset in the sky in Arubana is even more west, and half of the sun is already down. Bell, who was flying above the city, was investigating the city below. What a terrible attack he made before, Bell didn't dare to imagine. He just understood that the rebel army was already a defender without an attack. What he has to do now is to command and investigate the situation of the remaining rebels in the city. In the chaotic urban area of Arubana below, countless kings and rebels are still fighting. Under the already dim sunlight, the blood on the streets was still very bright. The bodies of the dead keep increasing. New corpses piled on top of old corpses, paving the street a new layer. Many houses in the city were burning, as if to tell the rage and brutality of the battle. The king's army continued to reinforce, and the rebel army, which was initially on the offensive, gradually became more and more passive. There were a total of 60,000 infantry and cavalry soldiers of the rebel army before and after they entered the city. After the fierce battle, it was only about 30,000. The king's army has already gathered 200,000 people in the city. To make matters worse, General Lunt, who was on the front lines fighting in person, lost contact. And there seems to be news that the logistics force has been routed. The remnants of the rebel army, who had lost their way back, felt that the end had come. They fought desperately with captured streets and houses. The king's army continued to counterattack, and various shock troops and powerful soldiers of the king's army fought bravely to destroy the rebel army. The rebel army fought desperately with only the last will of revenge, and wanted to pull a few more enemies on the back before dying. In the chaotic urban area of Arubana, General Lunt, who commanded the rebel army to attack here, ran for his life on a black horse after his own troops were defeated by Gaka. He eventually escaped to the west of the city. On the black horse, Lunt was exhausted. A rough face is also very tired. It really doesn't work anymore. Lunt took out the phone bug he was carrying, and saw that the phone bug was tattered. It must have been damaged while fighting and running. Lunt took a breath, and he looked around. This area of the city was very familiar. This is where he was born. Lunt was born in the western region of Arubana. Chapter 260 Bloody Sunset. Looking at the surrounding streets, Lunt recalled his childhood. Lund was born and grew up here more than 30 years ago. In the end, he got married, had children, and had his own family. On weekdays, he supports the King Cobra who he once loved. At the time he believed that Alabasta would definitely get better under Cobra. After that incident, however, his family was destroyed. And he joined the rebel army because of hatred. After Kosha was assassinated, he led an army of 80,000 rebels who hated the king's army and Cobra the most to attack here. It takes one day to get in here. However, just like a day of joy, now it is dusk, and the end of the rebel army is finally approaching. Lent rode on the black horse, slowed down, and looked around carefully. Finally he stopped in front of a modest house. The house has only 3 floors, but is simple and clean. Its owner is none other than Lunt himself. Lent looked at the house and thought back to the happy family of 3. Everything that was in the past will never come back, Lent whispered. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Someone always needs to go to the grave, though. Lent looked around sharply, and when he looked at the top of the house, he saw a man with a rifle aimed at his head. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bullet pierced Lent's head. He fell heavily under the black horse, and countless blood flowed out of his skull. And the man standing on his former residence was dressed as the king's army. The man smiled evilly for a while when he saw the dead Lunt and those eyes that could not rest. You idiots, like you are the stepping stone for a great career at Baroque works, said the kingsman. He got up again and hurried off the top of the house. Although he has the cover of the royal army, he is an agent of the Baroque Works room. Now the internal inspection of the royal army in the city of Arubana is also very strict. Dozens of senior agents from the Baroque Works room had been cleared under the inspection conducted by Bell. Fighting in the city of Arubana continued until the sun went down. In the end, only a few thousand of the rebels were beaten. The king's army again blocked the southern city wall that had been blasted away, completely annihilating the remaining enemies. Under the night sky of Arubana, the city that had gone through a tragic battle during the day was finally quiet, and the burning fire was extinguished. In the urban area, more than 200,000 royal troops were transporting and burying mountains of corpses. Gaka personally presided over the cleanup of the city. A large number of the wounded of the royal army were also treated, and the hospital in Arubana was full of wounded. People affected by the war were also rescued by the military. Most of the rebels who entered the city were killed, and hundreds were wounded and captured. However, Garka ordered the king's army to rescue them. This is both the order of King Cobra and Gaka's dedication to the warrior spirit. In the king's palace in the middle of Arubana city, inside the council hall. On the solemn throne, the wrinkled Neferutali Cobra looked at a report with a sad expression. In front of him was Bell, who was half kneeling on the ground and saluting. Cobra looked very sad. He looked away from the report and looked at Bell. Is it really like that? Cobra asked. Bell didn't dare to lift his ashamed head and said, yes. Cobra sighed and said, get up, it's impossible. Bell was silent for a long time before slowly standing up. His face was very bleak. Bell has been a guardian warrior of the Alabasta royal family since childhood, guarding Cobra for 20 years. But it was the first time that his will was so depressed today. Even after the Alabasta Civil War broke out a few years ago, he hadn't performed like this. Cobra saw Bell's thoughts and said, go ahead, just say what you want to say in your heart. Bell no longer deliberately concealed it. He looked straight at Cobra with his eyes. Your Majesty, I committed a huge crime of murder and cruelty today. I used that terrible weapon to kill thousands of people. Those people have made it clear, they are just people who have a different view of our country's future. Kill like this, torturing them really makes me feel deeply guilty. I know that I am guilty, and I must help His Majesty to end this civil war as soon as possible. After Bell finished speaking, he knelt down and saluted again, showing his loyalty and determination. Looked at Bell and felt that this minister was indeed the patron saint of Alabasta. Please get up. If anyone asks, It's my idea to use the Hellfire Bomb, Cobra said. Belle's face immediately showed anxiety and said, Your Majesty, that is my own opinion. Don't be like that, it was my idea, Cobra insisted. Belle knew that he couldn't screw Cobra, so he had to keep silent. Cobra then rose from the throne again and said, Okay, now the fighting is over too. I'm going to inspect the city myself. Belle immediately said respectfully, I swear to protect His Majesty to the death. Cobra, under Belle's escort, began to leave the king's palace to inspect the battle-ravaged city of Arubana. In total, the insurgent assault on Arubana resulted in the loss of nearly 300,000 lives in the rebel army, the king's army and civilians. Cobra and the king's army were greatly shaken. The insurgent army that was capable of attacking was basically destroyed, leaving only the insurgent armies of various factions in the southeastern part of Alabasta that were fragmented and attacked each other. In the deserts of southern Arubana, 3 camels travel day and night. After several days of long journeys, they finally approached this royal capital. A man in a cape riding on the top left of the 3 camels was looking at the compass and the map. It seems that we are already close. The man's leisurely voice sounded. He pulled the cloak up, and the curled eyebrow on his right eye was still striking. Sanji, I'm so thirsty. Do you still have water there? A sweet girl's voice sounded from the camel on the far right. Miss Nami, catch it. Sanji, who was sitting on the leftmost camel, threw a sheepskin bag full of water on the side of the camel. Nami, who was sitting on the camel on the far right, turned off the sheepskin water bag, pulled the cork, and poured water into her mouth intoxicated. After drinking a lot of water, Nami looked at Sanji with a cheerful face and wiped the water from her mouth, and said, It's really sweet. Sanji looked at Nami's action, and smiled lovingly. Miss Nami, why is this? This kind of thing is something a gentleman must do. Sanji looked at the camel in the middle again and said, Is that so, Vivi? We can drink as much water as we like when we get to Arubana. Vivi, who was sitting on the camel in the middle, was covered with a cloak, and his face was anxious. But he still said politely, Well, let's keep going. We'll be there in a while. The 3 camels continued their journey through the hot desert. Chapter 261 Enter Arubana. Nami and Vivi returned to Rape after escaping from Catalia. There for fear of the worsening of the situation and further pursuit of Baroque works and Mr. 2. The 3 of them started heading north to Arubana. After a long journey for several days, we finally reached the desert area south of Arubana. Under the scorching sun, the 3 rode on the backs of sturdy camels and wore capes. I have to say, it's really hot here. When we get to Aruba, we can enjoy cool water. We've finished drinking the water we brought, Sanji said while looking at the camel's side. What Nami had just finished drinking was the last bag of water. Vivi's face was firm, and she was very calmly riding on the camel in the middle. This girl is carrying the weight of the country, and soon she will arrive in Arubana to see her father again after a long absence. Vivi suddenly saw more than a dozen figures scattered in front of him. The figures were flustered and panting. And he didn't bring any salute. As if escaping from somewhere. What happened to these people? Nami said very strangely. She also saw these people who acted hastily. Sanji looked at these people, and the eyes under the curled eyebrows became serious. These people are rebels, Sanji immediately judged. Sanji and the others had seen a lot of rebels in Catalia and other places before. These people are dressed as rebels. And if you look closely, it is still a relatively sophisticated unit in the rebel army. Vivi looked at the rebels and said with a serious face, Could it be that what I heard a few days ago came true? Vivi and Sanji set off from Rape. They had heard that a rebel army was heading north to attack Arubana, and they were also carrying heavy artillery. However, the situation was urgent at the time, and I didn't pay too much attention to this matter. It seems that this is the case, and the rebel army is definitely unable to attack Arubana. Arubana and the surrounding area have a total of more than 400,000 royal troops. And after Kosh's death, the 600,000 rebel army was torn apart, and the 600,000 attacking together may not be able to really capture Arubana, let alone one of them. It now appears that the insurgents who fled hastily in these deserts have apparently fled after a failed attack. The three of them saw the 10 or so terrified rebels fleeing in confusion. More than a dozen people didn't pay much attention to the three of them, and they all regarded them as desert travelers and ran away from them quickly. Sanji looked at these embarrassed rebels and said, "It's unimaginable, the battle is brutal." Vivi was heartbroken for a while. She knew very well that these people were also Alabasta nationals, but because of the conspiracy of Barlow's studio, they became like this during the Civil War. Resisting the grief in his heart, Vivi continued to pull the reins hard, allowing the camel to continue going. "Let's move on," Vivi said. Sanji and Nami also made the camel faster. The three continued to going on camels, and later saw more embarrassed rebels. From a dozen people, to dozens of people, even hundreds of people. Countless waves of rebels fled in panic. There are more than 1,000 people who have only met 3 people. The remaining rebels lost in this desert are even more numerous. The three of them rode on camels, and after traveling for several hours, they finally arrived at the area of more than 1,000 meters in the south of Arubana at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But seeing the situation in front of them, all three were stunned. "I saw a large desert that was bombed by some terrifying weapon, and there were various scorched objects, mukuro, and human corpses everywhere. 3 camels crossed this desert full of death, and they shuddered when they saw the tragic state of the charred corpses of the deceased. Ah, it's terrifying." Nami was very disgusted and frightened when she saw these charred corpses. After seeing the tragic state of the deceased, Sanji couldn't help but lit a new cigarette and smoked in order to divert his attention. Vivi looked at these tragically dead rebels without saying a word, and those beautiful eyes were already filled with tears. This is cruel," Vivi said with her head lowered. She couldn't bear the appearance of these people who died tragically in the war. These charred corpses all seemed to be telling how painfully they suffered during their lifetime. After first crossing such a dead desert area, it was another desert. In this desert, the three saw hundreds of heavy artillery and many charred corpses. The heavy artillery was directed to the north and was apparently used by the insurgents to attack the city. After passing through these abandoned heavy artillery, the three reached the open desert. From here you can see the city built on a huge cliff, Arubana. Above the huge cliff, a huge city stands tall. But the city wall to the south of the city collapsed. This is... Nami looked up at the huge cliff. Arubana. Sanji, who has always been calm, said with some emotion. Vivi looked at the royal capital, but her heart went dark for a while. The huge city wall to the south actually collapsed. You can see the ferocity of the battle. Vivi continued to ride the camel below and said, "Let's go in." The three began to climb hundreds of meters of steps at the base of the huge cliff on camels. Although the stairs are long, they are slow enough that even a camel can go up. After the 3 camels traveled, they finally reached the huge cliff. Just reached the top of the huge cliff, and saw the huge ruins of the city wall Mukuro everywhere. "This place has been horribly damaged," Nami said with a sigh when she saw the surroundings. Sanji looked around, always checking to see if there were any remaining battles around. But now it's safe to say that the battle is over. "2 young ladies, I'll show you the way. Don't worry, I'll protect you no matter what happens." Sanji took the lead. Vivi and Nami rode on camels and followed behind Sanji. After passing through these ruins, the 3 entered the city. The 3 of them walked in the city. After entering the city from the south, they could see houses and streets that were severely damaged by fighting. The 3 continued to ride on the camel, when suddenly a group of footsteps sounded. More than 20 soldiers of the king's army surrounded them from front and back. The faces of these king's army soldiers were heavy, and they were obviously stimulated by the previous battle, but they still only surrounded the 3. "Please 3 get off the camel. And tell your identities." An officer of the king's army stepped forward and said. Sanji glanced at him, then turned to Vivi. Vivi got off the camel, and Sanji and Nami also got off the camel. Chapter 262 Long Lost Reunion. Vivi stepped forward and looked up at the king's army officer. The king's army officer looked directly at Vivi. He was stunned. "We need to see His Majesty the King, or the ministers of the guard Gaka and Bell. Please let me know," Vivi said to him. The king's army officer was completely stunned, and then his expression returned to normal. "Okay, then please wait a moment," the king's army officer said politely. As he ran away, the king's army officer said to himself, "Is it really her?" Many people in Arubana have seen Princess Vivi. At some major festivals, King Cobra, Princess Vivi and important ministers will all attend. This royal army officer was no exception. But now the situation is chaotic, and he can't tell the truth from the fake. Had to hurry to report to the top. And Vivi waited for a while before the officer and another figure ran over. This figure is none other than Gaka, one of the 3 guardian ministers of the Kingdom of Albastion. The surrounding soldiers dodged, and Garka stood in front of Vivi. After the two looked at each other, the Minister of Guard hurriedly knelt down. "Your Majesty, please hurry back to the King's palace with me. Your Majesty is waiting for you," Garka said respectfully. Vivi hurriedly supported Gaka and said, "Don't be too polite, just take me to see the king." The soldiers around were also surprised. Gaka said this, "Then it is indeed confirmed." The soldiers all knelt down and saluted. Nami and Sanji also looked at each other. "Hey, I said we wouldn't do this too," Nami whispered to Sanji. "Vivi is our friend and she absolutely hates us being so polite," Sanji said. Vivi turned his head and said, "These two are my friends who escorted me. Let them also go with me to see the king." Gaka looked at Sanji and Nami, and said politely, "You escorted Princess Vivi. I'm so grateful, please come with me quickly." The 3 got back on their camels and were escorted by Garka to the palace of the king. After a long journey, we finally arrived at the king's palace. The 3 were escorted by Gaka to the door of a large room in the palace. "Your Majesty, I'm Gaka. Please let me in," Gaka said at the door of the room. "Come in," said a calm but generous voice. Gaka pushed open the door of the room, and Vivi, Sanji and Nami also entered together. The room was large and filled with books. The lighting is not very strong, but you can still see everything clearly. I saw an old middle-aged man looking at documents behind a desk. Vivi looked at him, tears streaming from her eyes. "Father," Vivi said emotionally. Nefertiti Cobra raised his head, and the pen in his hand fell. The eyes of the father and daughter looked at each other. "Vivi," said Cobra, standing up. Cobra walked over immediately, and Vivi rushed over. The two hugged tightly. Seeing this, Sanji also breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's really a father-daughter relationship." Nami on the side was thinking about something and said, "Well, I don't know how he can repay us since he is the king. Is there any treasure?" Vivi hugged Cobra. They let go. "Father, the situation is urgent now," Vivi said solemnly. "I understand," said Cobra, too. "Now is not the time to express the love of children. Alabasta is in a critical situation now." Both Vivi and Cobra are people with a very strong view of the big picture. "Father, let's go to Catalia to negotiate with the rebels." But after Kosha was assassinated, the rebels are in complete chaos now, Vivi said. "I know this. Now the rebels are attacking each other. And the Baroque Works room is also continuing to plan some conspiracy in the dark," Cobra said. Vivi turned her head again and introduced, "This is Sanji and Nami. They escorted me here. It turned out to be you. I'm really grateful." Cobra looked at Nami and Sanji very kindly and said. Sanji said politely, "Your Majesty, don't say that. It's my honor to escort the princess." Nami said with great anticipation, "You are His Majesty the King, then I think. Forget it and talk about it later." Facing Cobra's charitable appearance, Nami was embarrassed to say that she wanted a reward. Cobra looked at them and said, Vivi, I remember you said you had more than that. Vivi said, yes, there are some friends who are shoveling crocodile in the rain. It doesn't seem like they are going well though. It's okay, crocodile is Shichibukai. It takes a lot of effort to defeat him. Now we are reunited. You can find a way to contact your friends. Let's all act together to defeat the enemy. Quote. Vivi looked around again and said, where's Belle? Garca said, he went to investigate the situation around Arubana. Vivi looked at Cobra again, suddenly remembered something, lowered his head and said, Father, Ikulem he. Patted Vivi's shoulder and said, don't worry, I'm sure Ikulem is still alive. Hearing this, Gaka also twitched a little on his face, but then calmed down again. Cobra looked at Sanji and Nami again and said, you must be very tired from the long journey here. I will quickly ask the cook to cook a few dishes to help you recover, and then talk about things. Sanji's face immediately became excited after hearing this. Your Majesty, are you talking about cooking? I am a first-class chef. I am willing to be the head chef of this banquet. Sanji said confidently. Cobra said strangely, oh. It was already dusk outside the king's palace. It soon became night again. In the dining room of the king's palace, Vivi and Nami finished taking a shower in the bathroom, put on clean clothes and sat at the large dining table. Cobra talked to them kindly. In the palace kitchen, Sanji cooks with several royal chefs. Well, this kind of beef is not bad. Sanji kept frying the beef in a wok. The beef patties were constantly being tumbled from the wok by Sanji's skillful movements. Add some eggs. Sanji held the wok with his right hand, and quickly cracked an egg with his left. The egg liquid was skillfully poured by Sanji onto the surface of the beef patty in the wok. Pretzel, chan juice. Sanji quickly poured the seasoning over the beef patty. Finally, Sanji brought another bottle of spices the size of sesame seeds. It's really fragrant. This is your specialty spice, Santara spice. Sanji said after smelling it. Sanji quickly sprinkled the Santara spice from the bottle over the beef patty. The surrounding royal chefs all looked at Sanji, even though these royal chefs were well informed. However, it was the first time they had ever seen a chef who cooked with graceful actions like Sanji. Okay, Tianxiang beef patty is ready. Sanji skillfully placed the beef patty in the wok on a plate. Chapter 263 Dangerous. Put the beef patties in the wok on a plate, and the tinka beef patties with rich alabasta spice are ready. Sanji put the wok aside and started to bring another one. Okay, let's make cheese stewed chicken soup next. Sanji started cooking in the pot. Many imperial chefs looked at Sanji's exquisite cooking ability with amazement. Both elegant and full of beauty, anyone who sees Sanji cooking like this will definitely think that Sanji is not only a chef, but also a nobleman. Come first, a turkey. Sanji swung the kitchen knife and cut the turkey on the chopping board for a while with a gorgeous and even cut. Okay. Sanji placed the kitchen knife, and the turkey wings and drumsticks were neatly cut. The meat on the turkey is also cut into neat strips. Then start preparing the cheese. Sanji brought another disc-shaped cheese with a diameter of 20 centimeters. Sanji waved another, smaller kitchen knife, and after 4 cuts, the cheese was cut into 8 pieces. Okay, now put the cheese on the fire. Sanji puts 8 pieces of cheese into the pot, and start lighting the stove under the pot. Under the high temperature of the stove, the cheeses quickly began to melt and turned into a thick cheese soup. Sanji put his nose close to the pot, asked intoxicated for a while and said, "What a delicious cheese soup." Sanji looked at the cheese soup in the pot again. But now it's time to add some more ingredients. Sanji took another palm-sized square of butter and put it in. The butter quickly melted into the cheese soup as well, and the aroma of the cheese combined with the aroma of the butter. Not enough, sugar and salt. And Yuhi persimmons. Sanji quickly and evenly poured salt and sugar into the pot with a spoon. Then 4 nishi Yuhi persimmons were cut with a table knife and thrown into the pot. Well, the chicken nuggets at the end. Sanji cooks turkey strips, drumsticks, and wings in a pot. In a pot over the heat of the stove, mix the chicken and yuhi persimmons with cheese, butter, sugar and salt. After continuous mixing, the cheese-stewed chicken soup in the pot becomes more and more rich, and the meaty aroma and the aroma of cheese butter blend together. Okay. Sanji took the pot of cheesy chicken soup off the stove. Next, Sanji made fruit platters, condensed milk bread, milk tea, coffee and other delicacies one after another. In the dining room of the king's palace, the door opened. Vivi, Nami and Cobra all looked towards the door. I saw Sanji leading a group of royal chefs to serve plates of delicious food. The food was placed on the rectangular dining table, and Nami immediately smiled when she saw it. Ah, after eating dry meat and hard bread in the desert for a few days, I can finally eat a serious meal. Nami quickly picked up the knife and fork, full of long-lost looks. To the prepared food. Cobra looked at these delicacies, although he had never eaten anything delicious as a king. However, these delicacies in front of him made him feel a different flavor. Vivi looked at the food, then looked at Sanji and said, "Sanji, it's really hard for you." Cobra also looked at Sanji and said, "You still have to work so hard after such a long journey." "I'm really sorry." Sanji said politely, "You're welcome. I'm a first-class cook. If I don't cook, I'll be itchy." Sanji looked at Nami again, and Nami had already started to eat condensed milk bread in a delightful manner. "It's delicious," Nami said with a sweet smile. Sanji said politely, "Your Majesty the King, Your Majesty the Princess, you should also enjoy it quickly." "Okay, I'm welcome." Cobra waved a knife and fork and began to cut the Tianxiang beef patty on the plate in front of him. Cut a piece of beef patty and put it in your mouth with a fork. "Well, it's delicious," Cobra, who has always been sitting upright, praised excitedly. The king, who worked day and night, kept waving his knife and fork, and quickly ate all the beef patties on his plate. Sanji was delighted to see that his craftsmanship was favored by the king. "Your Majesty, please enjoy yourself," Sanji said politely. "Sanji, hurry up and eat it too. You cook really delicious," Vivi said to Sanji. Sanji also sat down and said to Vivi, "Well, all right. Princess Vivi, you should eat quickly too." Vivi said kindly, "Okay." Sanji started drinking milk tea and coffee. However, he could clearly feel that although Vivi appeared to be natural on the surface, there was endless pain hidden in his heart. Although King Cobra now enjoys food on the surface, it is only because of the day and night's hard work that he can relax through this temporary vent. As a royal family, this father and daughter have unimaginable burdens and pains. "Everyone, eat as much as you can," Sanji said. There were only 4 people in this dinner, and it went very fast. After a good meal, the 4 entered a large study room. This is where the discussion about where to go in the future begins. The 4 of them sat at the table in the study and began to discuss the situation they were facing. There is a huge map on the wall of the study. Above is the map of Alabasta. In addition to the cities of Arubana, Catalia, Rape Flower, Kingdom Newport, and Rainland, there are dozens of larger cities. Cobra sat in his seat and looked at the huge map. Now Alabasta is still in dire straits. "Everyone, we are still in a critical time. And I want to start by saying a big thank you to Sanji and Nami. You have other friends I haven't met. I can't thank you enough for helping Vivi and Alabasta," Cobra said in a very serious tone now. "Come on, we're friends with Vivi. Her troubles are our troubles," Sanji said quickly. "Your Majesty, we are really embarrassed that you are like this," Nami said a little embarrassedly. "Thank you so much," Vivi said to the pair. Cobra continued, "According to the intelligence, the rebels are in complete disarray. The rebels attacked Arubana yesterday. But apart from the heavy casualties, nothing has changed the overall situation. Now we can use our core strength against Crocodile and Baroque works." Quote. Sanji also said after hearing this, "Yes. Now we really have nothing else to worry about. But Your Majesty, we need to be on the defensive." Since the Baroque Works room has disrupted the area of the rebel army, they will certainly do the same. Try to attack here. Nodded after hearing this and said, "You are right, the Baroque Works and Crocodile are for the capture of Alabasta. They will definitely find a way to attack here. After all, the king's army is still a very stable force. The insurgent army is no longer a threat." Quote. Chapter 264 Unite as One. Cobra continued, "There are still more than 300,000 of the king's army. They are gathered in Arubana and the surrounding areas. Since the rebel army cannot attack now, then I can use 100,000 of them for mobile operations, which can be dealt with." Crocodile. Quote. Sanji sighed after hearing this. 100,000 troops. If 100,000 troops are used, then Crocodile may be a little difficult. Vivi looked at Cobra and said, "Father, you really dare to spend your whole blood in order to defeat the enemy?" Nami said, "An army of 100,000 people is really strong. I'm afraid Crocodile can't stand so many troops." Cobra said, "No, that's what I'm worried about. So many troops can't beat Crocodile." Nami thought for a moment, then asked again, "Your Majesty, then I want to ask. Have you ever seen Crocodile show his skills?" Cobra looked at Nami and said thoughtfully, "I only saw it once in Kingdom Newport, when a group of pirates just attacked there. As a result, the mysterious King Shichibukai, who was missing at that time, appeared. As soon as he appeared, an amazing amount of dust blew up and wiped out the pirates. At that time, he once again turned into dust and disappeared in the eyes of people." Hearing this, both Sanji and Nami could feel the situation at that time from Cobra's expression. "You can also feel how mysterious and powerful Crocodile is. After listening to you, I feel that he is really difficult to deal with," Nami said. Sanji thought for a while, then said to Cobra, "Your Majesty, I think if I were Crocodile, then I would definitely try to attack you." Words came out. Nami and Vivi's faces became a little ugly. Cobra was still serious and calm. "Sanji, you think so?" Cobra said. Continued, "Of course. Because Crocodile is to bring Alabasta into complete chaos, it must completely destroy all major forces. Who is the core of the king's army? It is you, Your Majesty. So I think Crocodile will attack you." Cobra nodded and said, "You are right. I am the core of the king's army camp. Once my banner falls, then the king's army will also collapse. That's why I said, Your Majesty, you will be the target. So, Your Majesty, you must be careful. Besides you, Princess Vivi may be in danger." Sanji looked at Vivi again. Vivi's face was also very serious. "Crocodile and the Baroque Works will most likely attack the Alabasta royal family, namely King Cobra and Princess Vivi. Of course, the ultimate goal is to get rid of or control Cobra, so that they can satisfy their own desires." Looked at the map of Alabasta and said, "The future of this country may be my choice. Although I have been in a civil war for several years now, I still have a great influence. Crocodile will definitely be eyeing me." Now Cobra was 100% sure that Crocodile would definitely attack him. And if he fails to attack him, he will attack Vivi to indirectly threaten him. Cobra looked at Vivi with concern, the strong princess who personally entered the enemy camp for the future of the kingdom, and brought back important information and these friends. "Vivi, we must pay attention to our own safety. This is related to the future of Alabasta's country," Cobra said earnestly. Vivi looked at Cobra firmly and said, "It's me, I'll pay attention. The safety of the kingdom now lies in two people, and Crocodile's claws will definitely reach out to them." Again and said, "It's an honor for Vivi to meet friends like yours. It's not just her, but Alabasta and I, but I really want to see what those other friends are like." Sanji said politely, "We are friends with Vivi. But the others, I will contact them quickly. I don't know how they are in the rain." Cobra said, "Okay, if I can see them, I'll be very grateful to them. I wish that day would come sooner." Nami said at this time, "It will definitely be, but at that time. Especially after defeating Crocodile, we should celebrate it properly." Cobra nodded kindly and said, "Definitely. Your Majesty, I have something to ask." Sanji said to Cobra. Cobra looked at Sanji and said, "What?" Said, "About the civil war in Alabasta for many years, and Alabasta is also one of the largest countries in the world government. Is there any movement in the world government?" Thought for a moment and said, "World government. They often come to me. After the outbreak of the civil war in Alabasta, things intensified. In addition, Alabasta is one of the major countries that joined the world government, so the world government keeps sending messengers here. There are government officials, and Marine too." Quote. Marine. Sanji said. "Yes, the Marine unit in charge of the waters near Alabasta came to mediate. A Marine headquartered colonel named Hina led his direct troops to mediate here. However, her troops were only over 1,000 people, so they could not stop the war at all. The rebel army she also went to negotiate over there, but the other party didn't listen at all." Cobra said. Sanji nodded and said, "That's it." Cobra didn't know that Sanji and the others were pirates, and the information Vivi gave him was just friends he met overseas. Alas, the world government is really getting worse every year. There is such a big mess in Alabasta, and they don't have a decent solution. But the world government has been suppressing the revolutionary army and pirates for so many years. There is no way to pay attention to Alabasta. Besides, Alabasta's troubles need to be solved by ourselves." Cobra said regretfully. Sanji said, "Your Majesty, I believe you can. No, we can definitely solve these things." Vivi heard this and said, "Father, we must unite and believe in our own strength. As long as we unite and combine the strengths of countless people, we will definitely be able to turn the tide." "Yes, trust us. Hee hee," Nami said sweetly. Cobra looked at the three of them, and the sad expression on his face also changed for the better. "Okay, let's unite and get through this crisis. Defeat the enemy," Cobra said confidently. Vivi seemed to feel that Rog and Zoro were also here, working together with everyone. The night in Arubana became deeper, and after discussing the plan, the four quickly went to rest. Chapter 265 Smoker's Movement. After a night's rest, the sun shines again in the urban area of Arubana the next morning. The king's palace was also illuminated. On the balcony of the king's palace, Sanji used the phone bug to contact Rog and the others early in the morning. "Oh, so that's how it is. Okay, then hang up first." Sanji then hung up the phone bug. Then Sanji lit a cigarette and stood on the balcony looking at the rising sun in the distance. Sanji just received a very important piece of information. After a while, in the study room of the palace. Start talking again with Nami and Vivi. Sanji's coffee and toast were also placed on the table in the study. "Sanji, go ahead. You said you got very important information just now," Cobra asked. Sanji said, "Well, yes. I heard from Rog and the others that Crocodile is not in the rain." Vivi asked, "What, not in the rain?" "Yes, Rog and Zoro attacked the pyramid building in the rain. There is the headquarters of the industrial center on the bright side of Crocodile. But Crocodile is not there. However, Rog and Zoro have fought some elite enemies in the Baroque Works room," Sanji said. Cobra said thoughtfully, "The pyramid building. I know that Crocodile has bought a lot of properties, and the headquarters of the consortium is in the pyramid building." Sanji continued, "The key is that Rog got help from some people who rebelled against the Baroque Works room. The intelligence indicates that Crocodile is heading east from the rain. The target is most likely Arubana. Maybe Crocodile is trying to attack you, Your Majesty." After hearing this, Cobra's face changed, Vivi's face changed. Nami was drinking a cup of coffee. PFF'd. Nami spat out the coffee in shock. She didn't expect it to come so soon. "Crocodile is really here," Vivi said grimly. Cobra looked grim, but he seemed to have already understood this. "It's coming. It's what we expected," Cobra said. "Crocodile will attack Arubana sooner or later, and these people are also very clear. So, Your Majesty, now we need to be ready." Crocodile will definitely make you his first target when he gets here, Sanji said. Cobra looked grim, and after thinking carefully, he said, it's unavoidable. But I think since I can't dodge it, I'll just try to set a trap for Crocodile. Good idea, Vivi said. But you have to be careful, Sanji said. Nami looked at the three of them and said helplessly, what a crazy idea. Cobra continued, okay, let's plan it out. East of Arubana, a group of people on camels were making their way toward the city. This group of people is none other than Smoker, a smoker hunter from the Marine headquarters. Course Tashigi and dozens of elite Marine soldiers. It's been a hot day, don't you think, Colonel Smoker? Tashigi said, rubbing a sweat on his camel. Smoker rode on a camel further ahead, a strong and scary man still open to reveal his well-developed chest and abs. Smoker glanced at the sun in the sky. It's still hot. Remember, Tashigi, as a Marine, don't be afraid of all kinds of hardships. Smoker took the opportunity to teach. Tashigi said politely, yes, Colonel Smoker. The 50 or so elite Marine soldiers felt hot, they remained silent. Smoker went all the way to Alabasta in pursuit of Roger and Zoro. Started landing in the rapeseed area, and then went to Arubana based on various circumstances. Alabasta is in a very chaotic situation right now. Smoker, who has always had justice in his heart, also helped some suffering Alabasta people along the way. After a long journey, we finally arrived at Arubana. Here, it's just ahead. Smoker and his party reached the bottom of the huge cliff in Arubana. Tashigi looked up at this royal capital built on a huge cliff, and sighed, it really is a city with thousands of years of history. It's really spectacular. Okay, stop sighing. Let's go, Smoker said. Smoker, Tashigi, and Marine soldiers began to climb up the stairs several hundred meters below the East Gate. After walking, we finally arrived in front of the East Gate. The gate was guarded by a team of heavily armed King's Army soldiers. Please wait a moment. An officer of the King's Army stepped forward and said with a serious expression. Smoker looked at him and said gently, we are Marine and need to enter the city. Please let me go. The King's Army officer also judged that Smoker and the others were Marines from their costumes, but Arubana was very nervous because of the war. Inspections are now strict. Please report your specific identity and the purpose of coming here. You also need to show relevant documents. The King's Army officer continued. What trouble, Tashigi, bring our papers. Smoker said to Tashigi. Tashigi took the Marine's document from a Marine and handed it to an officer of the Royal Army for inspection. After inspecting it, the King's Army officer nodded and said, well, Colonel Smoker and everyone else. I also need to ask you why you are here. Smoker said, we're here to track the pirates. A very menacing group of pirates is here. The King's Army officer felt a little strange after hearing this, but then said, Colonel Smoker, you are here to track pirates. Isn't it coordinating the Civil War issues here? We're just tracking the pirates, Smoker said. The King's Army officer also nodded and said, you're right. After all, Colonel Hina from Marine's headquarters also came here to mediate the Civil War. First thought Marine sent another manpower. Hina, is she here? Smoker said with a change of expression. The King's Army officer said, yes, Colonel Hina is here to mediate. It's in the reception center in downtown Arubana. Do you know Colonel Smoker? It's nothing, I'm just asking casually. Okay, please help open the door, Smoker said. The King's Army officer said, yes. The King's Army officer ordered the soldiers to hurry the gate of opening. Smoker entered Arubana with Tashigi and Marine soldiers. Walking through the city of Arubana, Smoker said as he walked, Hina is here too. Tashigi said jokingly, Colonel Smoker, are you a good match for her? Bullshit, Smoker said sternly. Chapter 266 Action of CP3. Smoker and his party continued to travel in the urban area of Arubana, continuing to collect information. In a building in downtown Arubana. A tall, Slender woman in a marine uniform is standing here in the courtyard. The woman has long pink hair and beautiful eyebrows. He was wearing a Yuhi-colored suit. Wearing a white marine colonel coat. She still had a cigarette between Yuhi's lips. It's getting really bright soon, the woman said. Footsteps sounded after a while. 2 marine soldiers approached to report the situation. Colonel Hina. 2 very admiring voices sounded. Hina turned her head and saw a marine soldier wearing a top hat and a gorgeous shape saluting her. The other was a tough guy wearing a marine cap with a sturdy face, saluting her with his steel-gloved hands. Also turned her body around, looked them in the eye and said, "Ah, Django and Full Body, do you two have something to report?" Django took the lead and said graciously, "Colonel Hina, I want to report that the overall situation in Alabasta is still that the rebel army is in a melee. The king's army is sticking to Arubana." And looked at Full Body again. Full Body said with a serious face and full of loyalty, "Colonel Hina, Arubana has now returned to peace. After the tragic battle the day before yesterday, the king's army has dealt with most of the matters yesterday. They continue to arrange the suffering. Civilians and casualties." Quote. Hina also nodded and said, "Well, very good. If this is the case, then let's continue to help those people after a while." "Yes," Django said admiringly. "Yes," Full Body said loyally. Django and Full Body have great respect for Colonel Hina. But as Django worships entertainment idols, Full Body worships military combat heroes like that. Looked at the courtyard again and said, "The civil war in Alabasta is really endless. I have been here for a long time. It has not improved at all. Fortunately, the situation here has not continued to deteriorate. At least the king's army is stable." Django looked at Hina and asked, "The Alabasta civil war is still chaotic and there is no real peace. Why do you say that the situation has not continued to deteriorate, Colonel?" Colonel Hina said, "It seems that you are still dancing too much. This is a big problem in the governance of the country. Do you think who is the legitimate official government of Alabasta? It is Neferutali Cobb, who is recognized by the world government. Pull the king. The rebel army is the driving force of the civil war. They are chaotic and weakened, but they can accelerate the end of the civil war. So don't mess on the king's side." Django said with a vague understanding, "It's like this." Full Body quickly applauded and said, "As expected of Colonel Hina, the analysis is solid." Colonel Hina said, "Okay, wait for me to drink a glass of water. Let's go and help those people who suffered in the previous battle." "Okay," Django and Full Body said in unison. 2 Marine forces in Arubana City, Smoker and Hina, one was officially sent by Marine, and the other was self-initiated. Marine belongs to the world government, but in addition to these 2 forces belonging to the world government, there is a secret force belonging to the world government operating in Arubana. In a hotel in downtown Arubana. In a room on the 4th floor of this hotel. A group of people in suits gather here. They were all listening to a slender man with a slender beard in front of them. This man with a slender beard is none other than Fu Rox, the chief of CP3, the world government's spy agency. Fortune Rox reported real intelligence about the Alabasta Civil War to the Gorosei, 5 elders. They traveled north from the Canola to Arubana. "Take action here," Fu Rox said in a bureaucratic tone to the dozen or so black-clothed agents in front of him. "Everyone, the crisis inside Alabasta is still serious. I have already received the above instructions. Gorosei, 5 elders asked me to ensure that no matter what the safety of King Alabasta. Because of the situation now the rebels are starting to chaotic and as long as Cobra holds on, he will take control of the country again sooner or later." Quote. A burly black-clothed agent asked Fu Rox, "Sir, that's the case. So Crocodile may have attacked King Cobra?" "Not possible, it certainly will," said Fu Rox. "The only way for Crocodile to completely confuse Alabasta in this situation is to take out or control King Cobra." A black-clothed agent with a full beard asked, "Sir, I want to ask. The news from the rain that the pyramid building of the headquarters of the Crocodile Consortium was destroyed. How do you judge this news? What impact? Fuku rocks. I can tell from the information that Crocodile has enemies. Before he called the king Shichibukai, he ran rampant on the Great Route and offended many people. There must be enemies here to seek revenge. In any case, since there is a third party unknown, the fact that the forces came to Alabasta to attack Crocodile can somewhat contain his energy. But we can't pin our hopes on those people, we still need to play a role at a critical moment. CP3's intelligence network was also quick to learn of the intense fighting in rain and the collapse and sinking of the pyramid building. A medium-stature black-clothed agent asked, "Then, sir, how should we act?" Furox said, "You put on your civilian clothes. We are secretly protecting King Cobra near the king's palace and investigating suspicious people's intelligence. But after all, we are a spy organization of the world government. Once exposed, we still have to reveal our identity to the king's army, they are sure won't embarrass us. I'm worried about the Baroque works, they're agents, so we're agent against agent now." "Got it. Got it," the agents in black said together. Furox said solemnly, "Get ready for action, good luck." The agents in black then left the room one after another. Furox watched everyone leave. CP3 is one of the most powerful espionage organizations under the world government. Although the combat ability of the team members is weaker than the legendary CP9, their ability to inquire about information is not inferior. According to the information obtained, Crocodile's strength is very strong. If he really makes a move, then I am afraid that the people of CP3 will be unable to stop it. However, there were the king's army and some masters beside Cobra. If they cooperated, they might be able to contain Crocodile and keep Cobra. And, of course, the unknown group of people who destroyed the pyramid building earlier. Furox sat down, lit his pipe again and started smoking. He exhaled a deep puff of smoke. Now Alabasta's situation is going all in on Cobra's safety. Chapter 267 Scary Dust Storm. Once Cobra is removed or controlled by Crocodile, the situation in Alabasta will be completely destroyed by Crocodile Master. This time it must be successful no matter what, said Furox. Now only the strength of CP3 can't really beat Crocodile. Alabasta's king's army and guard ministers, and even the unknown anti-crocodile forces, can be used as targets for exploitation. All major forces are operating around Cobra. However, all this was caused by Crocodile's intention to target Cobra. In the central part of Alabasta, the Sandora River, the river is located on the dividing line between the east and west parts of Alabasta. Alabasta has been able to nurture civilization for thousands of years. This river is still very important, even after later people invented the method of drilling water and storing rainwater. However, due to the drought in Alabasta in recent years, the Sandora River has also suffered a sharp drop in precipitation. There is also less water falling from the northern mountains. Even because of this, the lower estuary of the Sandora River was reversely eroded by seawater. The sky was still bright and the sun was shining brightly on the Sandora River. Date palms and wheat fields are planted on both sides of this river of life. Some locals living on both sides of the strait are cultivating their own land. The harvest here is still good today. A prime farmer stood in the wheat field and looked at the thriving wheat and said, "Really, even after a few years of war, we can produce so much grain and fruits here to supply the needs of all parts of the country." Another gray-bearded farmer said while cutting wheat. Aged farmer looked at the old farmer and said, "What's the matter, old man? Do you feel unbearable? Our life here is indeed a little richer than in other areas. But isn't that what our ancestors left us?" The old farmer shook his head, sighed and said, "You think too simple. Although we can still have food and clothing here, but you think that if a building collapses, the people inside will not be spared. Really, if Alabasta when it's really over, you and I can't escape either." Old farmer also felt reasonable and said, "Is this the case? It seems to be true. But you have also heard that the southeast occupied by the rebels is in complete chaos. The rebels are the main force driving the civil war. Once they are over, then the king's army quickly unites Alabasta, then peace will come back. The old farmer put the cut wheat in his hand on the ground and said, "It's fine. But I always feel that the crisis is not over yet, and it will be bigger." The aged farmer said indifferently, "Old man, you think too much." The old farmer was still confused, unable to see where the country was going. Suddenly the old farmer saw a sandstorm coming from far west. The farmland they were on was on the east bank of the Sandora River. "I saw a huge sandstorm moving eastward from the west bank. What is this?" The old farmer looked at the dust storm in surprise. The mature farmer also turned his head to look at the dust storm flying from the west. "This, my God!" The prime-age farmer was shocked when he saw the sandstorm. The dust storm moved quickly towards here. And the sandstorm moved a little weirdly. Seems to be manipulated by some kind of force. The sandstorm swirled to the western bank of the Sandora River, and then disturbed the otherwise calm drinking water, moving from above the river to the eastern bank of the Sandora River. In just a few minutes, the sandstorm had already invaded the farmland where the two were. "Old man, run away quickly," the middle-aged farmer shouted urgently. The old farmer looked straight at the constantly moving sandstorm. The dust storm destroyed the date palm trees and the wheat in the farmland. "This is our farmland, you are not allowed to invade," said the old farmer angrily. The dust storm seemed to be alive, getting faster. Seems like a response to the old farmer. There seemed to be a sound of contempt in the sandstorm. "Old man, don't be stupid." The middle-aged farmer grabbed the old farmer abruptly and took him away. The old farmer was extremely distressed to see the farmland destroyed by the sandstorm. Dust storms quickly swept across the farmland, turning stalks of wheat into withered grass. The prime farmer and the old farmer hid in the distance and saw the sandstorm continue to go east. Only at this moment did the mature farmer breathe a sigh of relief, and immediately scolded the old farmer. "Old man, you are going to die." The old farmer looked at the distant sandstorm and kept saying, "It has life. It has life." The dust storm continued to head east. The sandstorm continued for a long time, completely leaving the fertile land along the Sandora River, and finally stopped in the desert. The dust storm began to subside, and the sand was scattered into the surrounding desert. A figure quickly formed in the center of the sandstorm. Two other figures also fell from the sandstorm. Unlike the poised person in the center, these two fell down in a very embarrassed manner. "It's so hard to die," said a very fat, goggle-wearing ant standing up. She quickly turned to the side again, and another man's head was plunged into the sand. "It's really annoying, you waste." The fat ant's hands quickly changed, becoming like two huge mole claws. Waving her claws, the fat woman dug into the sand around the other for a while. The sand was dug up quickly, and the downed man finally came out. "Hey, don't be like an ostrich," the fat ant said dissatisfied. The man who was dug out was a burly and fat man who was dressed tightly and had a scarf around his neck. "There is a huge object on the back." The man slowly stood up again and gently stroked his head to beat the sand down. "Thanks, thanks," the man said in a voice full of maddening abilities. Fat Ant was very unhappy and said, "It's better not to say it. It's annoying me." The man stood up, his face fat but cute, like a big boy. Just as the big boy and the fat ant were standing together, the figure in the middle of the sandstorm just now landed on the desert in front of them. Crocodile with a scar across his face. Crocodile looked at the two of them arrogantly and said, "Didn't you guys say you want to take a break? I'll let you take a break first." "Right, Mr. Four and Ms. Merry Christmas." The big fat boy is Mr. Four, and the fat ant is Ms. Merry Christmas. The two are the best among the high-level fighting forces in the Baroque Works room. Crocodile, in order to achieve his goal in the East, brought the two together in case of an accident. Chapter 268 All parties come together. Ms. Merry Christmas looked at Crocodile with dissatisfaction and said, "Hey, boss. Why did you bring us both in person? Didn't Ms. go to Aruba all Sunday before? Why don't we take her by the way? What waterway transports the turtles? Crocodile asked with a gloomy face. There must be a point in what I'm asking you to do. But it's okay if you want to know, because lately I've been feeling something weird in that woman. Ms. Merry Christmas looked at Crocodile. Crocodile actually said something like that. Baroque Works' room is inherently full of intrigue, full of mystery and betrayal. So it's no surprise that Crocodile suddenly distrusts someone. Ms. Merry Christmas asked again. Well, it looks like this. Then you must be giving us unique tasks and not being able to let anyone but us know about it. Is it like this? Crocodile continued. It can be said like this. Ms. Merry Christmas. My mole paw rests on my chin, and the expression on my face becomes a little happy after thinking. This is enough to show Crocodile's trust in them, and Mr. Four is slow and naive, and basically obeys her commands when fighting. Or it is Crocodile's high trust and affirmation of her. Ms. Merry Christmas asked. Then boss, please tell me your arrangement. Crocodile looked at Ms. Merry Christmas and Mr. Four and said, your abilities are powerful. Also special. Our target is that King Neferutali Cobra. You just have to kidnap him first. But this requires breaking into the heavily defended king's palace. Ms. Merry Christmas nodded and said, it's really difficult. But we can definitely do it. Crocodile said, okay, then you will take a rest and continue riding in the sandstorm I turned into. But this time, it's a one-time trip to Arubana, and it won't stop halfway. Hearing this, Mr. Point 4 Feet's face showed a look of fear, and he hesitantly said, no. Want. Okay, let's go, Ms. said Merry Christmas. She has become more energetic now, and she grabbed Mr. Four and was ready to set off again. Crocodile looked around and said in a low voice, the view here is really good. I like it better than the city. Crocodile has a soft spot for sand, but he hates water. He turned his gaze to Mr. Four and Ms. Merry Christmas who came over. Because I don't trust Ms. all week long, I just use the relationship. He still decided that this critical moment must be ordered in person. Because that woman is the child of the devil in the dark, Nicole Robin. Crocodile's body quickly turned into sand again, and a powerful sandstorm blew up, enough to throw people and animals into the sky. A huge sandstorm engulfed Mr. Four and Ms. Merry Christmas and carried them into the air. The two shouted. Although they are not harmed by Crocodile's manipulation, the vigorous movement is enough to feel the visual and physical impact. The dust storm continued to head east. On the outskirts of Arubana, a giant wagon-sized tortoise crawls in the desert. On the back of the tortoise was a slender black-haired woman who was Ms. All Sunday. Ms. sat on the back of the water and land transfer turtle below All Sunday, constantly using the phone bug to get in touch with the various agents, and check the documents. Baroque Works' room suffered heavy losses, the Rains were basically wiped out. But there are still hundreds of agents left all over Alabasta, and although they cannot fight on a large scale, they can continue to provide information. It's amazing, even Mr. One and Ms. Fingers were defeated. Even two mysterious masters, Mr. Ninja King and Ms. Izumi Water Goddess, defected. Now the Baroque Works room is really precarious, Ms. said with emotion with her fingers. Her tone was full of calm, and she had no affection or loyalty to the Baroque Works room. It's all just taking advantage of each other. Crocodile's career has nothing to do with her. She has only her own purpose. It's almost there now, let's add some more fuel, Ms. said All Sunday to the water and land transfer turtles below. The huge water and land pickup turtle seemed to understand what she meant and quickened its pace. Although it is a turtle, its speed is not slow. Coupled with its huge size, its speed is comparable to that of a carriage. Arubana is about to become a battlefield for the confrontation of various forces. In the eastern part of the rainy land, Rog and Zoro's group were moving fast. Rog, Zoro, Usopp, Chopper, Luffy, the King of Ninjas and Izumi the Water Goddess 7 people on the horses are constantly marching. These Alabasta horses are also very capable of traveling in the desert. It's really tiring. Do we have to rush over so desperately? Usopp said with some dissatisfaction. Chopper was riding a horse with him, and he was in constant conversation with the horse. Chopper in Grandmaster Animal language can talk to almost any animal. Well, I see, Chopper nodded. Usopp glanced at Chopper and said, "What did the horse say?" Chopper said, "He said he and the other horse brethren were running as fast as they could, and when they got there they were going to give them a lot of good food." Usopp said very easily, "So it's like this, I thought they wanted to stop." "Well, as long as you don't stop, you can eat as much food, grass, melons and fruits as you want. Just tell them that." Chopper then uses animal language to communicate with the horses. Luffy rode a group of horses, eating and drinking as they rode. "It's delicious. Do you want to come here?" Luffy said while eating sausage. Zoro and the Ninja King were riding side by side, and neither seemed willing to be surpassed by the other. They were the two fastest horses of all. Rog looked forward on horseback. Now that the situation is urgent, Sanji has also contacted here. It is now certain that Sanji and the others are around Cobra. But Crocodile must go out in person, so be sure to arrive in time. There is no turning back except moving forward. Ms. Izumi, the water goddess, is still very serene. She rides at the slowest speed, but she still has that kind of gentleness and confidence on her face. The seven speeded up toward the Sandora River. The Drum Nation troops led by Vers were not in a hurry. They marched as far east as they could, if they could provide support. Rog and his party finally arrived at the western bank of the Santara River after several days of continuous marching. At this time, it was almost night, and even the strong sunlight of Alabasta became weak. In the afterglow of the setting sun, everyone looked at the Sandora River from the horse, and the banks of this river are fertile land. Alabasta, where the source of the Sandora River is located. The mountains washed fertile soil to the banks of the Sandora River. Therefore, both sides of the strait are fertile land, where there are date palm forests and honeydew melon forests, as well as wheat fields. The seven galloped from a road to the western bank of the Sandora River. "It's finally here." Roger got off his horse. Zoro and the others also got off their horses. Chapter 269 Cross the Sandora River. All seven dismounted from their horses and stood on the western bank of the Sandora River. In front of you is the Sandora River, calm and open. According to the information on the map, the Sandora River is 300 meters wide. To cross the river also requires certain boats. Wow, what a clear river. Chopper and Usopp rushed to the river and lowered their heads to wash their faces with water. "It's really refreshing," said Usopp, gulping down the water. Rog and others also filled the water storage sheepskin bags. Zoro looked at the wide river and said to Roger, "Hey, do you have a way to help us cross this river?" "Leave this to me," Roger said. Rog is also prepared for this. Roger took out a log sapling from his clothes. "Everyone wait." Rog held the log sapling in both hands and began to use the plant fruit energy in his body. The green plant fruit energy began to infuse this log sapling, and the log sapling began to grow. And keeps getting bigger. The log boat. This log sapling quickly grew into a boat under the effect of the energy of the Roger plant fruit. Although the shape of the boat is relatively rough, it can also float on the water. The round wooden boat is 15 meters long and 3 meters wide. Enough for 7 people to go up even with their horses. Roger said, "Okay, everyone can go up now. Get on this log boat." Luffy and Usopp and Chopper happily shouted, "Okay." 7 people and 6 horses boarded the log boat. "Okay, let's start sailing across the river," Roger said. "Cross the Sandora." Usopp, Luffy, and Chopper shouted excitedly. Rog steered the log boat and started heading east. The log boats began to sail on the calm and gentle Santola River. Beneath this wide river, a group of behemoths moved in the dark. Those huge eyes were as big as footballs. The uninvited guest moving on the river quickly caught their attention. The behemoths at the bottom of the river began to swim towards the log boats. One of them rammed the log boat with its huge head. On the log boat, Rog, Zoro, Usopp and the King of Ninjas are all watching the wide river and the orange Yuhi-colored sunset while riding the boat. "What a beautiful sunset," Usopp said leisurely. Luffy took out another cookie from the backpack he was carrying, stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it. "It's delicious, but I really want to eat fish," Luffy said happily. Hearing this, Chopper was stunned for a moment and then said, "Speaking of fish, I remember reading the biographies here. It said that there are huge catfish in this Sandora River. It is called Sandora catfish." Usopp looked at him and said, "Giant catfish." Chopper's face became a lot more serious, and he continued, "In this river there is a group of catfish as large as whales, and they are also ferocious carnivorous creatures." Really? Usopp was so frightened that his legs were shaking. Usopp was filled with fear when he heard the ferocious giant catfish in the river below his feet. Luffy was very happy after hearing this, and immediately leaned over and said, "Catfish. There are fish to eat." Zoro and Rog, who was operating the log boat, looked at each other. Now there are huge catfish under the boat under everyone's feet. At this moment, there was a sudden loud noise. The whole log boat was lifted up suddenly. It was lifted up by a great force. Could it be? Rog looked around immediately. "It's those Sandora catfish." Zoro held the scabbard in his hands in alarm. The King of Ninja also touched the burden on his waist. The log boat had already been lifted and then thrown aside. This huge impact was enough to overturn the boat. "It's horrible." Usopp and Chopper hugged each other and shouted in horror. "So exciting!" Quote. Luffy shouted excitedly. However, this log boat was controlled by Rog after all, and Rog worked hard to stabilize the hull, so that the log boat finally landed on the river smoothly. "Fortunately stabilized," Roger said. "Look at this," Zoro said suddenly. "I saw a huge catfish with its head out of the water, roaring fiercely at the log boat. The catfish is huge, and its head is big enough to tell it's a whale. Those two huge tentacles were 5 meters long, and the thickness was comparable to the cable of a sailboat. And in that mouth were 2 huge rows of sharp kiba teeth." "That's the kind of Santara catfish," Roger said. Zoro pulled out 2 katana swords from the scabbard at his waist. At this time, the river was surging for a while, and 3 Santara catfish rushed out from the front and side of the log boat. "More than one," Zoro said. A total of 4 Santola catfish surrounded the log boat from front, rear, left, right and left. Each Sandora catfish is more than 20 meters long, comparable to 4 ferocious whales. The 4 Santara catfish were all full of greed for their prey and looked at Rog and the others on the log boat. "So much, but Roger, you don't seem to be able to take it out?" Zoro asked. "Well, then this is up to you. Rog now has to continue to operate the log boat, unable to fight." Of course, although these Sandora catfish are fierce and huge, the strength of Zoro and the King of Ninjas is still to be said. No need for Roger to struggle. The Santara catfish at the back of the log boat roared for a while, then opened its bloody mouth and rushed over. Zoro clenched the 2 katana swords in his hands and jumped up. The 2 katana swords in Zoro's hands slashed from the middle to the sides. The powerful sword chi collapsed. The top half of the head of the Sandora catfish was cut open, and the surrounding river water was sprayed with blood, dyeing the river a yuhi color. This Santara catfish couldn't even scream, and the huge corpse fell into the river. However, the Sandora catfish did not seem to know what death was, and the remaining 3 continued to attack the log boat from the front and the left and right sides. At this time, Luffy faced the right direction, stretched his hands backwards, and charged violently. Rubber bazooka. Luffy's hands slammed together again to the Sandora catfish facing right. As if hit by a rocket launcher, the Sandora catfish overturned its huge body in the river. However, this behemoth was not killed, and it immediately turned its head over again in anger and rushed over. Luffy threw his right arm back a lot this time. and the right arm twisted like a spiral, containing infinite strength. Rubber. Bomb. Luffy's right arm slammed out. The blow was so powerful that Luffy's right punch slammed into the Sandora catfish's jaw. Boom. Kiba teeth the size of daggers flew out of the mouth of the Sandora catfish. Chapter 270 Sandora Catfish. No matter how durable the Sandora catfish is, it can't bear to plunge into the river and never come up again. The Sandora catfish on the left side of the log boat swooped in. Izumi swung an iron axe and whispered a spell in her mouth. The iron axe was surrounded by wind, and the last wave of wind was shot out. Like a machete capable of slaying an elephant, it slashed the head of the Sandora catfish. The head of the Sandora catfish shot out with blood, and the only thing that came to the surface of this behemoth was the blood that kept pouring out. However, in front of the log boat, there was also a Sandora catfish with a big mouth to attack. And the battle between Zoro and Izumi, the water goddess, and Luffy is just the end stage, and it's too late to deal with it. Gosh, we're done, Usopp and Chopper shouted in horror. Rog is also ready to fight. At this time, a ghostly figure rushed to the side of the Sandora catfish, and it was a knife quickly. This knife was so powerful that it cut a large hole in the side body of the Sandora catfish. The surrounding river, where the blood spurted out, was everywhere. The Sandora catfish was so attacked that it screamed and trembled violently. This ghostly figure quickly moved to the bottom of the mouth of the Sandora catfish again, and it was another knife. A large slit was cut under the head of the Sandora catfish. The Sandora catfish shook violently. The ghostly figure quickly moved to the top of the head of the Sandora catfish, and at this time he was already able to see him clearly. Rog thought that was right. The king of ninjas wielded a ninja knife and made the final blow to the catfish in Sandora. PFF'd. The head of this Sandora catfish was cut open and blood spurted out. Life disappeared from the eyes of the Sandora catfish. The ninja king stood on the dead body of the Sandora catfish before jumping over the river. It turned out that when the unexpected happened just now, the king of ninjas had already put water spiders on his feet. With his ghostly mobility, the ninja king walked lightly on the river. As expected of a ninja, Chopper said in shock. Usopp said proudly, "Very well, Captain Usopp's teaching was not in vain." Chopper said in surprise, "What? You can also ninjutsu?" Usopp goes to great lengths to express his greatness and omnipotence. Rog looked at the king of ninjas and said, "It's really strong. I will definitely go to Wano Kuni to see the many masters there in the future." The ninja king said, "Thank you for your praise, but I'm afraid there will be more of these creatures coming up now." The king of ninjas possesses an amazing ability to observe the environment. Sure enough, the seemingly calm river water suddenly churned for a while. 7 more Santola catfish rushed out of the water to surround them. The king of ninja looked at the Sandora catfish and said, "Looks like we're going to have another hard fight." The ninja king, Zoro, Luffy, Izumi water goddess are all ready. Sandora catfish came under siege, and the king of ninjas rushed to attack. Rog hit the spirit to operate the logboat and quickly reached the east bank of the wide Santara River. The 5 Sandora catfish that were besieged kept getting killed. But then came the Sandora catfish siege in a row. Roger steered the logboat to the east bank of the wide river. After reaching the east coast, Rog said, "Get off the boat quickly." The 7 quickly took the 6 horses off the logboat. Several Sandora catfish rushed up from behind and bit the logboat violently. Rog turned back and saw that the logboat was bitten to pieces by these Sandora catfish. Usopp and Chopper said with lingering fears, "It's horrible." The battle just now made them nervous. Rog turned and looked east, where first a date palm and wheat field, and then a desert. It wasn't very long just now, but it was still memorable. In the historic country of Alabasta, it is full of magic. Even the Sandora River, a seemingly peaceful river, has such a huge catfish. This can also explain that Alabasta is a portrayal of a country that is calm on the outside, but has an internal crisis. "It's time for us to go," Roger said. "Don't be in a daze for such a thing, hurry up." Zoro has already remounted on his horse and started to travel east. Others also rode on horses one after another. "Crap," Luffy suddenly yelled in panic. Both Rog and Usopp looked at him very strangely. At this time Luffy's expression could be said to be like the sky was falling. Luffy hugged his head and said angrily, "I forgot to bring the catfish to shore. How can I eat catfish?" Luffy then burst into tears. Both Usopp and Rog sighed helplessly. It turned out to be such a thing. "Okay, Luffy, let's go first. Let's wait until we've defeated Crocodile. After rendezvous with Sanji, let Sanji come here to cook the Santara catfish himself," Roger said. Luffy stopped crying and said, "Yeah, it's okay. La la la." Luffy immediately became grinning. The group continued to head east. The sun is getting lower and lower. The group first left the fertile land on the east bank of the Santara River, and then went to the desert. After traveling, I finally decided to set up camp in the desert at 10 o'clock in the evening and rest first. Alabasta Desert. A huge contrast to the heat of the day. The desert is extremely hot during the day and extremely cold at night. Rog used the power of plant fruit to produce a group of desert vines, and Izumi, the water goddess, used a golden axe to unleash flames. The seven gathered around a large flame to keep warm. At the same time, you can also grill delicious grilled meat by the fire. Although there is no Sanji, everyone is also skewering beef, chinjao and onions. Sprinkle with some salt and pepper and it's still delicious. It's delicious. Luffy happily ate the kebabs. Rog is also munching on these grilled beef skewers, which are still delicious after a long journey. Usopp kept telling Chopper about his previous desert adventures. "How do you want to continue listening?" said Usopp, pointing his thumb to himself. Chopper's eyes lit up, and he said with admiration, "That's amazing." Zoro and the Ninja King toast each other with a little sake that the Ninja King carried. Izumi, the water goddess, carefully wiped the three axes. After some rest, everyone also felt drowsiness one after another. In the end, everyone fell asleep. But everyone doesn't know that the seemingly peaceful night in this desert is also a hidden crisis. Some menacing creatures in the desert attack travelers here in the dark. Chapter 271 Ace. The desert is full of mysterious and dangerous creatures. Just as everyone was resting, the sound of surging in the sand sounded for a while. A behemoth poked its head out of the sand. But this behemoth has two heads, and its body has numerous arthropods. The huge body of the behemoth kept moving, and finally approached the 7 people who were sleeping soundly. At this time, the bonfire ignited by the crowd has not been extinguished, and the shape of this behemoth can be seen more clearly. This is a two-headed centipede dozens of meters long. The body of the centipede is divided in two in the middle area, with 2 centipede heads and a body at the back. The two-headed centipede opens huge mouths on both heads. The 7 people who were fast asleep were its prey. Of course, not everyone is defenseless. Zoro, who was sleeping soundly, was holding the samurai sword in his hand at all times, and Vivi was about to unsheath it. And the king of ninjas who has been training in the dark for a long time has already taken out several shuriken. The two-headed centipede continued to move forward, and the 2 were also ready to attack at any time. At this time, suddenly a string of flames flew over. The flames covered the huge two-headed centipede. The two-headed centipede struggled desperately. However, the two-headed centipede couldn't bear it in the high temperature, and finally fell down slowly. Those flames have not yet burned out, and continue to rage on the huge body of the two-headed centipede. The huge flame and the scream of the two-headed centipede suddenly woke everyone up. Rog and Usopp stood up quickly. Chopper jumped up in fright too, and looked at the burning two-headed centipede in fear. This is what? Chopper said, trembling with fright. Izumi also looked around calmly. Zoro and the Ninja King have long been fully armed to observe everything around them. This two-headed centipede is not surprising, but why was it suddenly attacked and wrapped in flames? What the hell is going on? Roger said strangely. Usopp looked around, took out his slingshot and was always on guard to attack at any time. When his eyes saw the desert floor, he saw that Luffy was still sleeping on his back. Snoring. Despite what happened, Luffy was still snoring to sleep. Bastard. Usopp went up and punched Luffy. Luffy, who was beaten with gold stars, reluctantly stood up. Ah, what's the matter? Luffy said staggeringly. Idiot, you have white eyes. Usopp reprimanded. Luffy saw the burning two-headed centipede, his face suddenly changed with surprise. Wow, roasted centipedes, Luffy said happily. Usopp didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, you actually said this. Rog and Zoro looked at the two-headed centipede that was burned to death by the flames with serious expressions. Who is it? Roger said strangely. Apparently the two-headed centipede wanted to attack the crowd, but was killed by someone using a flame attack. While everyone was at a loss, a voice suddenly sounded. It sounded like a whistle. The sound got closer and closer, and the last figure came over from the side of the burned two-headed centipede. This is a burly and tall figure. He wears a hat and a cloak. Hey, you'll be fine. The man said something. Rog and Zoro continued to look at the visitor. Luffy was taken aback for a moment, then opened his mouth. Ace, Luffy said in surprise. The visitor lifted the brim of his hat and looked at Luffy. Under the light of the fire, this is a face that is both mature and somewhat childish, and the black eyes have a kind of rebelliousness. The young face has a flock of Finch's Madara. Although wearing a cloak, there are still strong muscles in the chest. Luffy. The other party said strangely. Luffy rushed over excitedly and hugged him. Brother. Luffy shouted. Usopp and everyone said strangely, brother. Everyone was surprised that Luffy had an older brother. Luffy let go of the other's embrace, he looked at everyone again. Ah, forgot to introduce. This is my brother Ace, Luffy said. Usopp looked at Luffy strangely and asked, when did you have a brother? Why didn't you mention it? Ace looked at Usopp and said, are you Luffy's friends? Forget it, I'm Luffy's righteous brother. I'm the elder brother and he's the younger brother. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. So that's what I said Usopp. Zoro looked at Ace and asked, I see, but I want to ask. How did you find us? Ace's expression was very casual, and he said, I didn't look for it on purpose. It's just because I passed by here tonight, and just happened to find a group of travelers here who were attacked by this centipede. By the way, I waved my hand to save you all. Everyone thought it was really strange for this reason. But there is no other good explanation. Luffy said to Ace with a look of joy, Ace, we really have a fate as brothers. Ace said happily to Luffy, Luffy, you've grown so big. You were a little kid back then. I still remember when we fought. I lost every time, Luffy said with a grin. This pair of sworn brothers are talking and laughing. Others also relax. It was just a false alarm just now. Luffy and Ace talked a lot. Luffy brought Ace over again. Ace, and everyone, let's eat this two-headed roasted centipede, Luffy said. What? Usopp and Chopper immediately had expressions of fear and disgust. Roger also sighed helplessly. Ace smiled bitterly and said, I think everyone's tastes are different from yours. Luffy is a big eater, and Ace naturally knows that, and not only eats a lot, but also eats everything. Ace looked at Rog and Usopp and said, Luffy just told me that you are going on a sailing adventure together. Thank you for taking care of Luffy. Usopp immediately said proudly, Where? Luffy asked Ace again, Ace, why did you come to Alabasta? Ace said, I am here to find people to be captured. But according to the information, he may have already left here. Luffy asked curiously, Are you arresting people? Well, I told you just now. I'm from the Whitebeard Pirates. The villain who killed his companion is on the run. So I'm going to take him back, Ace said. Luffy understood a little, and said with a serious face, the person who killed his companion. You want to catch that kind of person. Then you must catch it. Luffy is very dear to his companions. Killing a companion is an extreme evil that cannot be forgiven. Sure, Ace said. Then the burly young man said to the others, it's very late. Everyone is tired. Go on, rest. I need a rest too. Luffy first ran to the roasted two-headed centipede and said, I want to eat roasted centipedes. Chapter 272. All parties gathered. After getting to know Ace, everyone returned to rest. Luffy also ate a roasted centipede. The sun rose again the next day, and everyone set off again. Ace also said that he wanted to go to Arubana to get information, so he went east with everyone. Everyone marched all the way to the east, because there was no horse. Ace simply found a desert jackal as a mount. In the face of Ace's powerful power, this desert jackal had to obey. Along the way, people continued to talk. Ace also learned about the situation everyone faced in Alabasta. I see, you have to deal with Crocodile, Ace said. Yeah, we're going to knock him out, Luffy said excitedly. Usopp said solemnly, it's not that easy. Chopper looked at Ace and asked, Ace. I ask you, have you played Crocodile? Ace shook his head and said, I didn't. But the man I admire the most has played against him. Of course Crocodile was defeated. Crocodile was defeated, said Usopp and Chopper and Luffy in surprise. Then he must be strong, Chopper said. Yeah, he's definitely going to be One Piece, King of Pirates, Ace said. That person is the one who is closest to the position of One Piece, King of Pirates in the Great Route. Kun is the same as the world. Treat followers like dads. It was that powerful man who turned Ace from a rebellious young man into one of his loyal followers and confidants. No, I'm the One Piece, King of Pirates. Luffy yelled. Luffy is so determined to be One Piece, King of Pirates, he's in a hurry. Ace looked at Luffy like a child. Well, you'll definitely know by then, Ace said. The group continued to go east towards Aruba for going. In Arubana, the city that restores Hiroshi, everything is back to peace. But a new and astonishing storm is about to unfold. Here in the palace of the kings in central Arubana. The surrounding area is heavily guarded, and Gakka ordered heavy troops to gather here to guard. The king's army guarding the king's palace is not only elite, but also reliable. Bell has privately conducted a rigorous investigation of everyone's identities. These people are definitely not infiltrated by forces like Barlow Studios. The 4 warriors of the Birdclaw Force were also personally guarding the gate of the palace. These 4 elite warriors have gone through countless battles and have become role models in the king's army. Just in terms of momentum, the 4 of them are invincible. In addition to the king's palace, the surrounding buildings are also equipped with amazing king's army troops. About 3,000 elite soldiers guard the palace, and the army of Arubana is ready to support it. In a 10th floor room in a building in central Arubana. It is still more than 1,000 meters away from the king's palace, but the scenery there can still be seen from here. In this room, 2 people gathered. It's the big boy Mr. Four and the fat ant Ms. Merry Christmas. Ms. Merry Christmas is drinking a cup of Yuhi tea at the table. Don't look at this fat ant who doesn't pay attention to body shape, but drinking Yuhi tea like this is quite elegant. Well, it's about the same, Ms. Merry Christmas said after taking a deep sip of tea. She turned her eyes to the side and saw that Mr. Four was eating pizza. The fat big boy shoved half of the pizza into his mouth in one bite. A strange creature on the side, a dog-headed creature that looks like a barrel, is barking at Mr. Four like a dog. It seems that it wants to eat a piece too. Mr. Four looked at the strange barrel dog creature, picked up a piece of pizza and handed it to the dog. Pull, Sue, good, eat, do, Mr. Four said slowly. This dog-like barrel, or a barrel-like dog, eats pizza with delight, just like its owner. Ms. Merry Christmas was driven mad by the slow, astonishing movement and sound of the other party. Enough, idiot, you can't hurry, Ms. Merry Christmas said angrily. Mr. Point 4 continued to slowly feed the dog named Lasso. Seeing this, Ms. Merry Christmas is helpless, and can only continue to turn her head and taste UHT. Crocodile brought the two here with a sandstorm before. Their goal is to infiltrate the king's palace as planned and kidnap King Cobra first. But Crocodile has repeatedly stressed the need to catch the live ones. Just a preliminary observation, this king's palace is as well defended as an iron barrel. Of course, with her ability, she can enter from the unknown underground. It's best to predetermine the location, though. Because even if you can dig a hole into the king's palace from the ground, if you can't find Cobra's room quickly, it is very likely to face an astonishing number of guards. Information is still insufficient. Without enough information, no matter how strong people are, they can't start. Of course, Crocodile later said that someone would help them. Now Mr. 4 and Ms. Merry Christmas is here waiting for those people. I really don't know who it is, Ms. Merry Christmas said suspiciously. After waiting for a while, the door of this room was suddenly kicked open. Who is so rude? Ms. Merry Christmas said dissatisfiedly. The slaves are here. A ladyboy in a pink coat rushed in and danced for a while before stopping. Mr. Point 2 is here. It's you again, you're so annoying every time you show up, Ms. Merry Christmas said disgustedly. Mr. Point 2 winked at Ms. Merry Christmas, throwing a wink at her. Bragging. Ms. Merry Christmas retched for a while. Mr. 2 was a little dissatisfied and said, "Hey, how do you look like this slave's family is so beautiful?" Ms. Merry Christmas sarcastically said, "I hate the she-male who are neither male nor female." What's wrong with the she-male? Don't you still dream of being a princess? You always want to be a princess all day long. You don't even think that you're an ant mole, Mr. 2 said ironically. Hearing this, Ms. Merry Christmas jumped up in anger. Her dream was ridiculed, and she was about to explode with anger. Just as the two senior agents were taunting each other here, two voices sounded outside the door. "Two adults, please don't be like this. Hee hee hee. We're here for business, aren't we? Quack quack." A man and a woman came in. Mr. Point 7 and Ms. Father's Day, who had successfully assassinated Kosha in Catalia. Mr. Point 2 as well as Mr. Point 7 and Ms. Father's Day failed to deal with Sanji and Vivi, but Crocodile made the final move. Send them here urgently. This is the Crocodile wishful thinking. Ms. Merry Christmas and Mr. 4 who are good at sneak attack on buildings, Mr. 2 who are good at infiltration, Mr. 7 and Ms. Father's Day who are good at sniper assassination. Together, these 5 people are absolutely capable of kidnapping Cobra. Chapter 273 Mr. Point 2 Feet's Infiltration. Ms. Merry Christmas to Mr. Point 7 and Ms. Father's Day who came in. Ms. Merry Christmas said, "It was the 3 of you. It was these 3 people who came to help the fight." Ms. Merry Christmas was a little surprised but expected. Being persuaded by Mr. Point 7 and the others, Ms. Merry Christmas and Mr. 2 also stopped fighting. "Forget it. The slave family doesn't want to hurt you," Mr. 2 said. Ms. Merry Christmas and served Yuhi tea again. After drinking it, she eased her mood. "Anyway, the boss let the 5 of us together can be said to be a very powerful combination. Now everyone's goal is the King Cobra in that palace," Ms. Merry Christmas said. Now the 5 people can see the king's palace from the window, which is about 1,000 meters away. Mr. Point 2 rushed to the window, looked at the king's palace and said, "Ah, you just sneaked into that palace, right?" "Yeah, but these require you to find a way to know more about the structure of the king's palace," Ms. Merry Christmas said. Mr. Point 2 touched his heavily make-up face. "It looks like this. It turned out that the slave family wanted to find a way to infiltrate," Mr. 2 said. Mr. Point 2 can imitate anyone, so he only needs to infiltrate the king's palace to figure out the layout inside. Only then will Ms. Merry Christmas be able to burrow into the ground. Mr. Point 2 touched his face again with his right hand, and quickly his face began to deform. From the original shemale face with heavy makeup and bright makeup, it became a burly face. This is the face of a soldier of the Alabasta King's army that Mr. 2 has come into contact with. This is not very good. A few more faces. Mr. 2 kept adjusting, thinking about what face he would use to infiltrate this king's palace. Ms. Merry Christmas and looking to Mr. 7 and Ms. Father's Day. Mr. 7 is still the cheerful uncle's face. He said, "Then me and Ms. Father's Day will provide long-range reconnaissance and sniper fire support. After all, there must be many threatening enemies here. Our long-range sniper can provide fire suppression. He he he. Ms. Father's Day is also very happy to say, our sniper strength is unmatched." Quack quack. Mr. 7 was carrying a very long wooden box. Inside is a powerful weapon. Mr. 7 and Ms. Father's Day don't have a strong fighting ability, but the long-range sniping ability is amazing. Together they can suppress a very powerful enemy. Ms. Merry Christmas said, "Okay, then you can do it well. Don't worry, we will definitely do a good job. He he he," Mr. 7 said. "Please wait for our good news." Crack cack quack, Ms. Father's Day said. Mr. 2 then rushed out of the room and said, "The slave family has to look carefully to find out which face to put on." Mr. 7 and Ms. Father's Day and then left after discussing some information with Ms. Merry Christmas. Ms. Merry Christmas and look at Mr. 4 again. At this time Mr. 4 feeds Lasso with barbecue, and he eats it himself. "Okay, let's find time to practice fighting," Ms. Merry Christmas said. Mr. 2 rushed to the street. He first turned his face into an ordinary middle-aged man disguised as a citizen and observed the area around the king's palace. Mr. 2 itself is a super pretender. Not only can he imitate other people's appearance with imitation fruit, but also imitate different people's personalities vividly. To be an ordinary citizen, Mr. 2 walked through a building in succession and arrived at the street where the king's palace was located. From here, look at the king's palace. A magnificent palace with a height of 100 meters standing at the end of the street. The palace is now surrounded by temporary fortifications stacked with sandbags. All kinds of artillery and machine guns are arranged. A large number of well-armed elite soldiers of the king's army are deployed around the palace. And now the crowd around the king's palace has been evacuated. Now it is not easy to observe the king's palace up close. "What should I do?" Mr. 2 said with a frown. Even with the appearance of an ordinary middle-aged man, he might be interrogated when approached, causing unnecessary trouble. For Mr. 2, it is now necessary to find a way to detect the situation inside the king's palace as soon as possible. The iron walls of the king's palace feel difficult to break through. Was worried, there was a sudden sound of a carriage. Mr. 2 quickly hides. "I saw a carriage coming from another street." This carriage was meant to enter the street leading to the king's palace. Mr. 2 looked at the carriage, which was obviously used to transport goods. And the driver of the carriage was a royal soldier. Looking at the carriage, Mr. 2 had an idea. The king's army driving this carriage is still driving the carriage. Suddenly he felt a cold wind on his left. Out of the corner of his eye, he finally saw a foot kick. The king's soldier was kicked to the ground and then unconscious. "It's really time for you to come." Mr. 2 touched the body of the king's army with his hand, and quickly obtained the person's appearance and voice with the ability to imitate fruit. Soon the king's army was stripped naked and thrown into the dark alley. A royal army just like him rode on the carriage just now and continued to march. Mr. 2 became the king's army, driving a carriage towards the king's palace like a fake. The wagon finally came to the front of the magnificent king's palace. The fortifications piled up with countless sandbags blocked the way like an extra layer of city walls, and the muzzle of the machine gun was coldly aimed at the carriage. In front of the piles of sandbags, a king's army officer stepped forward and ordered, "Stop and check." Mr. 2 stopped the delivery carriage and got off the carriage. The king's army officer walked up to him again and said, "Okay, check the documents." Mr. Point 2 handed over the certificate of the King's Army obtained earlier to the officer. The King's Army officer nodded after seeing the documents, and said, "You check the goods in the carriage." 4 soldiers of the King's Army stepped forward and began to enter the carriage, unloading boxes and boxes of goods, and then directly opening them for inspection. These are some fresh vegetables, fruits, fish and other daily necessities. However, the 4 soldiers of the King's Army checked carefully so that no explosives and weapons were brought in. "Is it all right? Then you can let it go. You can go in," the King's Army officer said after the inspection was over. Mr. Point 2 got on the carriage again and drove the carriage to continue going. Go further forward through a gap in the sandbag. In front of it is the huge gate of the King's Palace. Above the palace, there are also a large number of the King's Army erecting cannons and machine guns. Mr. Point 2 drove the carriage to the gate of the palace, and the gate opened slowly, only partially, but enough for him to drive the carriage in. After driving the carriage in, Mr. 2 quickly discovered that there was an organ made of magnets on the inside of the gate. Once a metal weapon was brought in, there would be a reaction. "It's really heavily guarded," Mr. Point 2 said silently in his heart. Continuing on going, Mr. 2 was guided by a Royal Army officer and a team of 10 soldiers, and the carriage went all the way to a courtyard dedicated to storing daily necessities. "You can rest. Someone will help you unload the cargo," said the King's Army officer. "Well, okay," Mr. 2 said calmly. But at this time, Mr. 2 was extremely happy. Now everything here is free to let him do reconnaissance. Chapter 274 Undisclosed Confrontation. Then Mr. 2 started to leave here. Quickly to a corridor. This corridor leads to other areas. And here you can also see some court attendants coming and going. Okay, there is another way. Mr. 2 quickly found another young female waiter. While she was not paying attention, Mr. 2 knocked her unconscious, and then touched the waitress' body. Mr. Point 2 turned into a slender young waitress and started walking in the palace. The waitress was stripped of her clothes and thrown into a bush. Mr. Point 2 quickly went to a staircase in the palace, from which he could lead to a higher floor. Here, Mr. 2 first walked frivolously for a while, and then began to dance unrestrainedly. Mr. Point 2 sang in the soft voice of the waitress. "The slave family likes to be a woman, the slave family also likes to be a man. Oh, slave family is neither male nor female, but she-male. La la la." Mr. Point 2 sang and danced to his heart's content. Just like that, Mr. 2 continued to the 3rd floor of the palace. In the corridor on the 3rd floor, Mr. 2 continued his journey singing and dancing. However, he soon saw a figure walking in front of him. Mr. Point 2 was stunned. This figure is a young girl with short orange hair and a light robe on her body, which looks elegant and beautiful. Those eyes were full of purity. It was Nami. It's actually her. Mr. 2 was a little surprised, and his body was shaking because of anger. Before Mr. 2 spent a lot of money to hunt down Vivi, it all ended in failure. In addition to Vivi, the ones who impressed him the most were Sanji and Nami. Although Nami didn't give him as much hatred as Vivi and Sanji, he was angry enough because Nami was with them. If it weren't for the inconvenience now, he would have attacked Nami long ago. "Wait, then Princess Vivi and that curly-browed kid are here too," Mr. 2 whispered. "Not only the biggest target Cobra here, but also Vivi and Sanji. This shows that Vivi and the others are indeed here safely." Thinking of this, Mr. Point 2's anger grew even stronger. But now the overall situation is the most important. Mr. 2 has to continue to endure. Mr. Point 2 walked around very quietly like a real waitress. Nami was very relaxed, and the last 2 passed by. Nami also glanced back at Mr. 2. Of course she wouldn't take it to heart, because she would never have imagined that this waitress was actually the senior agent in the Baroque Works room who had scared her to death in Catalia. Mr. Point 2 continued to walk forward. But suddenly a voice sounded. "Nami, wait for me." This voice made Mr. 2 very familiar. It was the target he had failed to attack, Princess Vivi. Mr. Point 2 looked ahead and saw Vivi jogging towards Nami, who had passed by. Vivi also involuntarily glanced at Mr. 2 while jogging. However, the waitress did not attract her too much attention. But Vivi looked at him for 2 more seconds before continuing to jog. Vivi also brushed past Mr. 2. But at this time, Vivi felt a faint murderous aura emanating from the side, as if there was an attacking momentum. Mr. Point 2 held back, he couldn't reveal it. Vivi also continued to catch up with Nami. "Vivi, why are you so slow?" Nami asked. "Sorry, I just talked to the king for a while in the sky garden on the roof." "Well, now let's go to the antique room to see the treasures," Vivi said. The two went to the lower level together. The waitress turned into Mr. 2 was also excited for a while, and he heard very important information. Mr. Point 2 continued to walk forward pretending to be quiet. And Vivi and Nami continued to the back of the corridor, where there was a staircase leading to the next floor at the end. Vivi suddenly looked back at the waitress who hadn't walked out of the corridor. Nami said, "What's the matter?" Vivi turned around and said, "It's fine. But I seem to think there's something odd about that waitress. It seems like I've seen her somewhere." "Forget it, I'm too suspicious." Nami and Vivi continued to the rear end of the corridor. They went down the stairs together because Nami wanted to see the antiques in the palace. After all, if there is no ready-made gold-silver treasure here, it would be nice to have some antiques. Mr. Point 2 left the corridor on the 3rd floor and continued up. "When I finally reached the 5th floor, I suddenly smelled a fragrance from here. It smells so good," Mr. 2 said. "The sub-scent is like a mix of meat, seafood, milk, etc." Mr. Point 2 was also a little hungry. "It would be nice if I could try the food here." "Okay, let's go take a look." Mr. 2 hurriedly acted. He went down the corridor, and there were rooms on the side of the corridor. Finally Mr. 2 arrived in front of a door. The scents came from this door. Mr. Point 2 pushed open the door of the room. "Anyway, now she looks like a waitress, no one will doubt her too much." After entering the room, I saw that here is a large kitchen. It was as big as 10 rooms. Is filled with dazzling vegetables and fruits, meat, seafood, and drinks. Vegetables like cabbage, cauliflower, radish, eggplant, squash, peas, onions, beets, and yuhi persimmons are all available. Fruits like apples, pears, peaches, bananas, watermelons, hawthorns, blackberries, pineapples, melons, figs, and cactus are all available. Such as beef, mutton, pork, chicken, duck, goose, pigeon, camel meat are countless. Such as seafood, sardines, crabs, scallops, squid, jellyfish, kelp, and whale meat. Drinks like wine, liquor, sake, champagne, dessert wine, juice, milk, ice water are all enough to make people drink the world. But most notable are the stoves, where delicious food is being cooked. There are also 5 chefs cooking there. But the one in the middle quickly caught Mr. Point 2's attention. It was a man with blonde hair who was cooking in an apron. "Okay, give me some more salt and sugar. Just a spoonful of each." This calm and leisurely voice sounded. Mr. Point 2 widened his eyes. He will never forget the man who knocked him off. It was Sanji who was cooking, and he felt someone behind him. Turn around after putting in the salt and sugar for flavoring. Sanji saw a waitress standing by the kitchen door. Although he felt a little weird, Sanji still politely said when he saw a woman, "This lady. You are here to serve food." Mr. Point 2 also regained his composure immediately and said quickly, "Yes." His voice was exactly the same as the lady's, and it was completely imperceptible. Sanji continued, "My dish is almost ready. You can serve it later. But now you can take a rest. There are seats there, please take a seat." Mr. Point 2 glanced at the seats in the kitchen and said politely, "No, I'll wait." Chapter 275 Mysterious Reunion. Sanji turned around and continued cooking. Mr. Point 2 is observing Sanji. His heart, Mr. 2 was extremely hated, and Sanji knocked him off. He still remembers the embarrassment after Catalya's battle. Sanji's disgust and contempt for she-males cannot be forgiven in his opinion. However, during the observation, Mr. 2 has to admit that Sanji is really a master in cooking. It was very skillful, even graceful. For many people, cooking is serving others. However, Sanji performed exquisite cooking like a nobleman who could play the piano. Sanji continued to cook for a while, then he started serving dishes. Soon, a plate of seafood was ready. Sanji said to bring this plate of seafood over to Mr. 2. Okay, send this plate of seafood first, Sanji said. Mr. Point 2 took over. Don't worry, I'll deliver it right away, Mr. 2 said in a feminine voice. Sanji said politely, okay, the girls have worked hard. Thought about something after watching the waitress who turned into Mr. 2. When the waitress was behind him just now, he always felt a pair of murderous eyes looking at him. That murderous aura seems to have come across. Forget it. Why do you think so much? I'm afraid I'm too attractive to beautiful women. So I always feel like I'm being watched. Sanji went back to the stove to cook. Mr. Point 2, who walked out of the kitchen with a plate of seafood, walked for a while to confirm that no one was there, and then started to look at the seafood on the plate. Idiot, who can serve food? But I'd like to see how your craft is. Mr. Point 2 started to eat this plate of seafood. The seafood is really delicious when you enter it, and it has a strong flavor. Although the seafood is fresh, it has no fishy smell. Only the taste of that rich chan juice seeping into the seafood meat. Both sardine meat and squid are delicious. Well, it's delicious. Mr. Point 2 was full of praise, and quickly swept away the sardine meat, squid, and scallops on the plate. Find a remote place to throw away the plate, Mr. 2 also licked his lips with his tongue. Enjoy the delicious taste. Asshole curly eyebrows, although I hate you. But I have to admit, I like your cooking very much. Mr. Point 2 continues to the top of the palace. After reaching the 20th floor in a row, it was finally the last step. Continuing up from this staircase is the top of the king's palace. Okay, Cobra is here, Mr. 2 said. Mr. Point 2 continues going. Continue up this ladder. Finally got to an exit, come out of this exit. I saw here is a square garden. It is surrounded by the roof area of the palace. The garden is full of trees and flowers. Obviously, this is the hanging garden of the king's palace. The trees and flowers here are very elegant, and there are not so many gorgeous plants. Mr. Point 2 is very careful to observe here, all the movements here are very important. Mr. Point 2 saw a seat on the grass in the middle of this sky garden. There are also a few chairs around. There is a person sitting there on a chair. He was reading a book at this time. Mr. Point 2 crouched down and moved carefully behind the grass and trees in the sky garden. With the approach, the face of this person was also clearly seen. This person is none other than Nefertiti Cobra. Mr. Point 2 carefully observed the king. Crocodile ordered that he must be captured alive. Of course, the main purpose of Mr. 2 coming here this time is to investigate the situation. For Mr. 2, this is not the first time Cobra has been observed up close. He'd been shaking hands with Cobra before pretending to be a king's officer and soldier, so he was even able to quickly take on Cobra's appearance. But in the middle of nowhere, Mr. 2 felt that he was going to do something. If it's just like this, it feels like leaving here is not more effective. In terms of competition and surprise, Mr. 2 is also one of the best in the Baroque works room. After thinking about it, Mr. 2 came up with an idea. He's going to be a man, to scare Cobra. Cobra, who was sitting at the table, was concentrating on reading at this time. This book tells the history of Alabasta. Although he was calm on the surface, Cobra was extremely sad and angry in his heart. Alabasta, his beloved country. It can even be said that it is the country with the longest history among the member countries of the world government. The greatness of the past made Kobo deeply proud, and he was not only proud of his country as a king, and also proud of the country as an Alabasta citizen. There was hope in Alabasta for the revival of this great country. Since Kobo became king when he was young, he has not only inherited the responsibility of governing the country from the previous generation of kings, and there are bigger ideas of their own to make Alabasta a great country again. Because of that goal, Kobo sacrificed himself and worked hard. At that time, the people and countless soldiers chased him and worked hard with him. Alabasta needs not only his own efforts, but also the unity of countless people. But there are always unexpected days. Since that dance fan incident, and a series of terrorist attacks since then, the civil war has finally broken out. The tragic civil war has grown like a snowball, and countless families have been destroyed. The original hope has turned into despair, the original love has turned into hatred. The rebel army has grown exponentially. Even the boy who had met Kobo in person when he was a child eventually appeared as the leader of the rebel army when he grew up. However, he was assassinated not long ago. Seeing whether the light of Alabasta can be reproduced, he left the world forever. Can you hear that, Kosha? Kobo said subconsciously. After saying the name, Kobo woke up suddenly. He looked nervously at the table in front of him and put the book back. It seems that I am too absorbed in reading the book, Kobo said with a sigh of relief. Kobo closed his eyes again and again, trying to cheer himself up. Crocodile is the culprit, and Kosha was also assassinated by him, so Crocodile's conspiracy must not be allowed to succeed. Otherwise, all those who lost their lives in this tragic war will not rest in peace. Your Majesty Kobo. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. When Kobo heard this, his body trembled. He raised his head hard and looked around. I saw a burly figure standing in front of me. That burly figure, that rough face, and that voice that will never be forgotten. Kosha. Kobo felt his body stiffen. In front of him was Kosha standing less than 10 meters in front of him. He knew Kosha's appearance and voice. When Kosha became the leader of the rebel army, the photos were often exposed by newspapers, and the voice was broadcast through the phone bug and could be heard everywhere. Kobo also paid attention to him, because the young man had been personally met by him when he was a child. Chapter 276 The Amazing Trap of Mr. 2. At that time, the young Kosha expressed his determination to build a great, prosperous and powerful Alabasta. Even Kosha had a friendship with Vivi at that time. Therefore, after Kosha became the leader of the rebel army, Kobo was very surprised, and he also paid special attention to Kosha's information at that time. Kobo was very clear about Kosha's face and voice. Kosha, is it really you? Weren't you assassinated? Kobo asked with an unimaginable trembling. Kosha's face was very calm, and he continued, Your Majesty, you really thought I was assassinated? Kobo's expression changed immediately, and he asked suspiciously, Could it be that you pretended to be killed? I'm not dead anyway, and I'm standing here. I'm not hallucinating. You can make me face the sword with you, Kosha said. Kobo's face became very strange, and Kosha in front of him was definitely not an illusion. It looks and sounds impeccable. Then what are you doing here? Kobo said rudely. Although Kobo felt a little weird, after all, the two people represented two opposing forces. Kosha looked Kobo in the eyes and said, I'm here to negotiate with you. I can deal with Crocodile with you. Kobo's body trembled a little after hearing this, but he regained his composure immediately. Vivi once said that when she was negotiating before, she gave Kosha and other high-level rebels information about the Baroque works room. Are you really going to do this? Kobo asked sternly. Of course, Kosha said. Kobo looked directly at Kosha. All kinds of questions arose in his heart. But maybe Kosha really wants to deal with Crocodile. But Your Majesty, I have one more condition. I can't say it today. I need you to wait for me alone in the council hall on the first floor of the palace at 12 o'clock tomorrow night. I don't want the conversation between the two of us to be disturbed." The others heard, Kosha said. Cobra looked at Kosha, who was very calm. After a long time, Cobra finally spoke again. "Okay, I promise you. I'll be waiting for you in the council hall at 12 o'clock tomorrow night," Cobra said. Kosha said calmly, "Okay, I will see you on time." Cobra continued to look at Kosha, and there seemed to be some kind of trust between the two. Then the wind picked up for a while, and Cobra was fascinated by the glasses. He was forced to close his eyes. But when he opened his eyes again, Kosha was gone. Kosha has disappeared without a trace. This is. Cobra walked to the position where Kosha had just been. But what shocked him was that there were two obvious footprints on the spot where Kosha had just been. That Kosha was really here just now. "It's definitely not a hallucination," said Cobra looking up. Cobra looked around, and everything just now was indeed true. Kosha, who was thought to be dead, appeared in front of him, proving that he was not dead, and saying that he would join forces with him to deal with the evil crocodile. "Tomorrow night at 12 o'clock, the council hall. I will definitely go," Cobra said in a low voice. And he never imagined that it was behind a grass in this sky garden. Mr. Point 2, who changed back to his original face, was watching Cobra secretly and snickering for a while. Where was Kosha just now? It was Mr. 2 that became. The wind just now came just right, giving Mr. 2 the opportunity to leave. Mr. Point 2 had shaken hands with Kosha by pretending to be a rebel army before, so he was able to imitate Kosha's appearance and voice. And he also has some understanding of Kosha's temperament and appearance. He also understands Kosha's unique and somewhat extreme proposition. These completely allow him to imitate flawlessly. Mr. Point 2 is also very clear that Cobra is a very sincere Coon Lord. He will definitely go. At this time, Cobra returned to the seat again and looked up at the sky. Mr. Point 2 is imitating the waitress that he became before. He was very cautious to leave here again. Cobra didn't find a clue the whole time. Mr. Point 2 left the sky garden with great care. He hurried through the corridor and rooms on each floor to avoid all kinds of people. In the end, he carefully changed back to the king's army who was driving the carriage before. He returned to the wagon he was driving in the courtyard on the first floor. "Hey, what did you do? It took so long to come back." A man suddenly stood in front of him. It was the king's army officer who led the way after he entered the palace. Mr. Point 2 said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, I'm too tired. I fell asleep when the bathroom was convenient." The king's army officer also looked at him helplessly and said, "Okay, you have worked hard enough. You can leave here." Mr. Point 2 said respectfully, "Okay." Mr. Point 2 got on the carriage again, left the courtyard, and left the king's palace through a passage. Finally, even after the sandbag fortifications outside left, Mr. 2 turned into a king's army with a grin on his face for a while. "This harvest is simply too big," Mr. 2 said in a low voice. The imitation fruit, especially the appearance and voice, can be imitated, enough to keep many powerful people in the dark. Cobra was baited like this, just waiting for the hook to be officially pulled. Many directions in the king's palace are now determined by Mr. 2. He also knew the location of the government hall on the first floor. Long time, Mr. 2 has often been infiltrating and reconnaissance, so it can remember almost exactly the various places and environments in the target area. Driving this carriage, Mr. 2 headed towards the previous building again. After entering the room in the building, Mr. 2 quickly had a discussion with Ms. Merry Christmas. Mr. Point 2 Feet's bold approach to make Ms. Merry Christmas is also praised again and again. "You are really amazing, you can actually come up with such a way to make the other party take the initiative. Even I have to admire you." Ms. Merry Christmas praised Mr. 2 repeatedly. "I was very dismissive before, but now Ms. Merry Christmas is to bow down to Mr. 2. Mr. Point 2 was praised and extremely happy. The slave family is just doing a little trick, don't be like this. I blame the slave family for being embarrassed. Mr. 2 said pretentiously. Mr. Point 4 and his dog Lassou are still eating pizza and drinking apple tea. Ms. Merry Christmas added. Okay, great ladyboy. Let's quickly draw a map of the relevant location. Mr. Point 2 said. Okay, Your Majesty the beautiful princess. The slave family will draw you a picture. Mr. Point 2 quickly drew the layout of the king's palace. Ms. Merry Christmas, according to her experience of using underground digging for many years, combined with the surrounding buildings, she can judge the distance and orientation. That's it. But I'm going to dig a hole now. Ms. Merry Christmas. It is now 4 o'clock in the afternoon, although it is 12 o'clock tomorrow night, but you must prepare early. Okay, it's over to you. Mr. 2 said. The clever shemale looked around and said, Mr. 7 and Ms. Father's Day. By the way, they are investigating the area. Chapter 277 Cobra's Appointment. Mr. Point 7 and Ms. Father's Day were together on the roof of a nearby building to conduct a reconnaissance. At the top of a building, Mr. 7 and Ms. Father's Day are investigating here. As snipers, the two knew the importance of investigating the battlefield environment. Mr. Point 7 took down the long wooden box from his back. Okay, let's look at my trump card again. Ha ha ha. Mr. 7 opened the long wooden box. I saw a very long sniper rifle inside. The gun body is made of fine wood and the barrel is made of black long stainless steel. There is also a special scope above the gun body. It turned out to be a Reaper sniper again. Crack quack, Ms. Father's Day said. Mr. Point 7 took out a bipod from the long wooden box. This bracket can support the Reaper sniper rifle to aim at the target. Mr. Point 7 set up the Reaper sniper rifle and started aiming with the scope. The scope of the Reaper sniper rifle can be compared to many sophisticated telescopes. Ha ha, Mr. 7 said while operating the Reaper sniper rifle. In the scope of the Death sniper rifle, the palace of the king was seen very clearly. Now in Mr. Point 7 feet's eyes, the king's army defenses around the king's palace and the king's army's cannons and machine guns above the king's palace can be clearly seen. Except for the king's palace, all surrounding buildings can be detected and targeted. The Reaper sniper rifle can kill enemies with kilometer precision. Many strong people can't escape the fate of being killed by the god of death. For Mr. 7, the Reaper sniper rifle can suppress any enemy. Very powerful weapon. Cork quack, Ms. Father's Day said. Mr. Point 7 moved his eyes away from the scope and said, but any powerful weapon has good users. If you use it for me, then it is a godlike weapon in the hands of a good sniper. He he he. Mr. Point 7 has absolute confidence that he can use this powerful weapon to kill any of his targets. Mr. Point 7 and Ms. Father's Day are a super sniper duo. They were mainly responsible for cover during the kidnapping of Cobra. In the event of a special situation, use the long-range sniper ability to cover Mr. 4 and Ms. Merry Christmas to them. Under the ground near the king's palace, Ms. Merry Christmas turned into a mole, digging desperately with both hands. Ms. Merry Christmas's mole fruit ability. Mole Man. After transforming into a giant mole in the form of a beast, she can burrow as powerfully as a real mole in the ground. Ms. Merry Christmas's two giant mole claws quickly dug the soil underground. I am really tired. Ms. Merry Christmas took a breath and stopped first. She uncorked the water bottle she was carrying and poured cold water into her mouth. The historic city of Arubana is built on a huge cliff, so the soil below the city is very hard. Although after a long history, human activities have somewhat corroded the soil below the city, but it is still much harder than other areas. Many other Alabasta cities are just below sand. No way, we have to dig the hole with all our strength. Ms. Merry Christmas, after taking a break for a while, she hurriedly continued to dig the hole again. She waved her claws to dig through the hard soil. In ordinary sand, she would dig holes and sneak in the sand as quickly as a fish. But there must be some effort here. After a long struggle, Ms. Merry Christmas has finally dug to the bottom of the king's palace. She kept digging, and with that mole man's nature she was able to figure out where to go. In this way, the digging continued until the early morning of the second day, and finally the hole was dug under the council hall in the middle of the bottom of the king's palace. Of course, she didn't dig up the top. After digging up the hard soil below, there was still a pile of masonry. These masonry cannot be excavated for the time being, and the main concern is that they will be exposed after excavation. Okay, here it is. Ms. Merry Christmas hurriedly returned to the original way from the tunnel dug, and finally returned to the building where Mr. 4 and the others acted together. In the bottom room of the building is the entrance of Ms. Merry Christmas. At the entrance, Mr. 2 and Mr. 4 have been waiting for a long time. Oh, Your Majesty the Princess. Looking forward to your return. It's really hard for you. Mr. 2 said very respectfully. Ms. Merry Christmas was very tired. She said, "Don't keep calling me Your Majesty the Princess. Call me Ms. Merry Christmas and comfortable." Well, okay, Mr. 2 said politely. Ms. Merry Christmas took a pot of yuhi tea and poured it into her mouth. Okay, it's time to get there. But there are still a few bricks on it at the end. I can't break through it yet, that will be exposed. When the time comes I will break through the last bricks. Ms. Merry Christmas said. Mr. Point 2 said, "It's hard work for you, hurry up and rest." Ms. Merry Christmas staggered out of here. "I'm going to find a room for a good night's sleep," Ms. Merry Christmas said. After more than a night of tiring digging underground, Ms. Merry Christmas needed a good rest. After Ms. Merry Christmas went to rest, Mr. 2 looked towards the passage. From here, it is under the council hall that leads to the king's palace. There, the hijacking of Cobra can be completed. And Mr. 2 can conclude that the sincere king will definitely be there to attend the meeting. This is really an action that people are looking forward to. But it's only early in the morning, and it needs to be until 12 o'clock in the evening. The slaves should also prepare well, Mr. 2 said. Mr. Point 4 and Lasso looked at the entrance of the cave dully. Time passed by minute. The sky returned to darkness. Inside the king's palace, Cobra walked to the passage on the first floor alone. Finally came to a door. This is the government hall where political affairs are handled on weekdays. There are 2 heavily armed guards on both sides of the council hall. "You better go first. I want to be alone for a while," Cobra said. The 2 guards looked at each other for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, this is an extraordinary time. Lord Gaka ordered us to strictly guard this place. We dare not." "You said it was my order," Cobra said. The king insisted like this, and the guards did not dare to disobey. "Yes, Your Majesty." The 2 guards immediately retired. Cobra pushed his hands towards the door. Crunch. With a long metal friction sound, the door was pushed open. The chandelier above is still brightly lit. The front convenience is a wide yuhi blanket. In the past, the ministers used to discuss politics here in 2 rows. At the end of the yuhi blanket opposite the door is the solemn throne. Sat there, discussing government affairs with the ministers on the yuhi blanket. 12 o'clock tonight, here is the agreed negotiation with Kosha. Closed the door and slowly stepped forward from the yuhi blanket. Finally came to the familiar solemn throne. Chapter 278 Unacceptable Truth. Cobra sat on the throne. Looking at the yuhi blanket in front of him, the yuhi blanket reminded him of the old days. Back then, Kosha was picked up by Cobra when she was a child. At that time, the childish Kosha had a bright face. On this yuhi carpet, very high-spirited and talking to Cobra on the throne about how to build a great alabasta. Although the Kosha people are small, they have a different opinion in their hearts. At a young age, he proposed to build 100 oasis cities in Alabasta. More ports are to be built. Even the king's new port in the southwest of Alabasta was inspired by Cobra and his ministers, who decided to build it. Sure enough, that port can already compete with the rapeseed port later. Kosha, you are amazing. The kingdom needs more children like you as hope. Cobra once spoke highly of Kosha like this. Your Majesty, I must fulfill this ambition. Make Alabasta even greater. These leaders need a core person, so it is up to you. Your Majesty, don't let me down. Kosha said at that time, said with the expression that Cobra promised. Okay, I promise you. Cobra said sincerely. On the throne now, recall that was at least 10 years ago. But after so many years, everything has changed. On the throne, Cobra looked at the hanging clock on the wall. The hanging clock showed that it was already 11:30 at night. In 30 minutes it will be the appointed time. The conversation in the hanging garden yesterday was definitely not an illusion. Kosha will certainly be on time to negotiate with him again. Together with Crocodile. This is what Kosha gave Cobra the most trust yesterday. Knows that Kosha is a man who loves Alabasta in his heart. Crocodile is evil, and Kosha must hate him to the core. So joining forces is definitely a decision Kosha will make. But thinking of this, Cobra suddenly had an inexplicable doubt in his mind. Since Kosha was assassinated before and did not die, then the rebel army was torn apart. Why would Kosha let things go like this? The rebel army is also Kosha's work. Could it be said that this is to confuse Crocodile? This made Cobra a little uneasy. But when the time comes, the truth will come out. With deep anxiety and anticipation, Cobra waited for the time to approach every second. The time of the hanging clock on the wall is constantly approaching the direction of 12 o'clock. At the end the hand actually pointed to 12 o'clock. Cobra looked around. During this moment, I wondered if Kosha couldn't come. But on the yuhi blanket in front of him, there was a sound, the ground cracked, and the masonry was broken. Two figures rushed out. Cobra hurriedly covered his body with his hands. When he put his hand down, two figures stood in front of him. One was very stocky, almost like a mole. Or a giant mole. Like a mole and like an old woman. Those hands were like giant mole claws. The other was tall and thin, with a slender build. She was wearing a pink coat and had heavy makeup on her face. It's a she-male who is neither male nor female. Who are you? Cobra asked. The old mole-like woman did not answer. The tall she-male looked at him mockingly. Your Majesty, I have kept you waiting. No, strictly speaking, I am also punctual. Mr. Tu said. When Cobra heard this, his heart froze. You said you were punctual. Could it be you? Cobra was out of breath. Mr. Point Two threw a wink, touched his face with his right hand, and continued. Yes, yes, I am the former leader of the rebel army you saw yesterday. While speaking, Mr. Point Two Feet's face and body changed, and even his voice began to change. Cobra's face turned pale. Mr. Point Two eventually became Kosha. I'm Kosha, how is it? Your Majesty, don't be surprised. There are some incredible things in this world. Mr. Two said. Cobra fell off the throne with rage and surprise. He gritted Kiba's teeth and pointed at Kosha, who Mr. Two had turned into. How dare you turn into a dead man and lie to me? Cobra said angrily. Mr. Point Two turned into Kosha, but he was very calm, but he still imitated Kosha in his temperament. The sound is exactly the same. Your Majesty, do you really believe that the mortal will survive? Kosha was assassinated by the ace sniper in our Baroque works room. And I was the commander-in-chief of that operation. Mr. Two said naturally. Cobra heard this as if he was stunned by thunder, and he was almost unable to support it. Damn. After Cobra spit out these words, he fainted with anger. Ms. Merry Christmas looked at Cobra who was lying on the ground and said, it's really useless. Okay, take him away quickly. Then blow up the tunnel. Mr. Two said. Mr. Point Two touched his face with his left hand, and his appearance from Kosha quickly changed back to his normal appearance. He tied Kosha with a rope and carried it on his shoulders. Ms. Merry Christmas quickly put dynamite and timer here. Merry Christmas, Mr. Two and Ms. took Cobra and hurriedly escaped from the tunnel. Meanwhile, outside the king's palace, Mr. Point Four was in an alley, where he took out his pocket watch and checked the time. The above time is 5 minutes past 12 p.m. Now is the time to get started. Mr. Point 4 took off the barrel on his back. The barrel quickly grew limbs, and the muzzle became a head. This is his dog Lasso. Lasso is actually a gun, but after eating the canine fruit, it turns into a dachshund. Weapons that can eat devil fruits are almost unprecedented in the world. But there is a very great scientist who developed this technology. Mr. Point 4 accidentally obtained a dog fruit in the shape of a dachshund. After eating his favorite gun, he can turn it into this dachshund. Although it has become a dachshund, it still retains some of the characteristics of the original firearm. Just because it is too large, it looks like a cannon. Mr. Point 4 hesitantly said, shit, we, on the field, quote. Lasso called out very simply, wow. Mr. Point 4 took off a thick bat from his back. That is marked with 4T on it. This is a 4-ton metal bat. Rasu opened the dog's mouth and spat out a cannonball. Mr. Point 4 swung a 4-ton bat and smashed the cannonball into the air like a baseball. Clang! The shells flew towards the sandbag fortifications in front of the king's palace. The shells hit a fortification heavily. The king's army was horrified when they saw the shell. Cannonball. The king's army quickly got down. However, the shell did not explode. Then the king's army stood up again and approached the shells carefully. What's the matter? It's not a shot, is it? If it's a cannonball, why isn't there the sound of a cannon firing? Just when the king's army felt puzzled, suddenly the shell exploded. Mr. Point 4 and Lasso in the far lane looked at the explosion of the sandbag fortifications in front of the palace. The projectiles that Lasso spit out appeared to be capable of timed explosions. Chapter 279 It's too late. Mr. Point 4 looked at the explosion, and then at Lasso, and said slowly with some joy, It's a good. Well, quote. Lasso called out, wow. Lasso opened his mouth again and began to prepare to spit out the shells. Mr. Point 4 lifted the 4-ton metal bat. Rasu opened his mouth and spat out 3 shells in a row. All 3 shells flew towards Mr. 4. Mr. Point 4 swung out as the shells approached. The 3 sticks in a row knocked 3 shells into the air. These 3 shells all flew very far, and it was 3 home runs. All 3 shells flew towards the sandbag fortifications in front of the king's palace. There were 3 violent explosions, and the king's army killed and injured more than 10 people. Mr. Point 4 observed the king's palace and said slowly, not yet. Not enough. It was here that Mr. 4 and Rasu attacked the king's palace in order to contain and attract the king's army. Because at this time Mr. 2 they are kidnapping Cobra. Here, the king's army's energy can be contained, lest they may hinder Mr. Point 2's actions. Lasso understood what Mr. 4 meant. This time, Lasso pressed his 4 feet on the ground very hard, and his mouth was wide open. Cannonballs shot out. Explosive cannonball. Mr. Point 4 swiftly waved the metal bat in his hand. During the battle, he became extremely fast. With the swinging of the metal bat in his hand, the shells were blown away one by one. The shells fell in front of the king's palace. Boom, 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 boom. The front of the king's palace turned into a sea of fire, as if it was bombarded by dozens of cannons. Mr. Point 4 stopped swinging his bat after he shot all the 36 shells that Lasso spit out. The front of the king's palace was already bombed in a mess. The king's army suffered heavy losses and urgent support was called. Mr. Point 4 took out another piece of pizza he was carrying. He splits the pizza in 2 and shoves half of it into his mouth. The other half is fed to Rasu. Wait, then, come, some, awesome, of. Mr. Point 4 said slowly. Razor sizzling pizza. After a short rest, they will carry out a more violent attack. In the king's palace, everyone heard the explosion from outside the palace. In the bedroom on the 10th floor, Nami jumped up from the bed in shock. My God, what's going on? Nami quickly put on her clothes and prepared to flee. Vivi, who was rushing towards her. It hurts. Nami was knocked to the ground, covered her head and stood up again. Sorry, Vivi said. Nami asked, what's going on? It looks like someone is attacking here, Vivi said. Suddenly a figure rushed over. You two beauties, are you all right? It was Sanji who rushed over. Vivi looked at Sanji and said, Sanji, it looks like someone is attacking here. Sanji said, I know that, but since they attacked here so late. Those guys, the Baroque works, must have done it. Vivi, we must hurry to find your father. Vivi looked very ugly and said, yes. We must find the father quickly. Vivi, Nami and Sanji hurried to the bedroom where Cobra was sleeping. But when he reached the door of the bedroom, he rushed in and found that there was no one inside. Could it be in the study? Vivi quickly turned around. The three went to the study together again, but still did not find Cobra. With anxiety, Vivi rushed to the first floor of the king's palace with Sanji and Nami. Here, the three of them descended the stairs and first came to a courtyard. The courtyard is open air, and there are many dining tables. It is used when gathering ministers and foreign guests. Here suddenly I saw a cannonball flying through the night sky. Be careful. Sanji quickly hugged Vivi and Nami and jumped more than 10 meters away. The shells hit the courtyard ground and exploded violently. It scares people to death, Nami said with lingering fears after seeing the explosion at the location just now. Vivi hurriedly said, thank you Sanji. But was someone shelling this place? Sanji's face suddenly looked happy and said, thank you, this is what I should do. But then he became serious again. A few more artillery shells have come. It must be an unusual heavy artillery piece that can shoot so high. And there are at least dozens of them. But the king's army should have strictly blocked the surrounding area. How could it be in the urban area? Can someone have more than so many heavy artillery? Sanji said suspiciously. More than a dozen shells flew through the night sky in a row. There was fire and gunpowder everywhere in the courtyard. At this time, Nami said with fear and half joking, it's like playing baseball, of course it's a joke. Vivi looked towards the courtyard and said, anyway, it's very unsafe here now. Cannonballs pierced through the night sky constantly. Vivi suddenly remembered something and said, let's go there quickly, remember the council hall. Go there, all right. Sanji said. I'm so scared, Nami said with tears streaming down her face. The three of them rushed across the courtyard and quickly rushed to the council hall through a corridor while the shells flew less. When he reached the door of the council hall, Sanji kicked the door open. After rushing into the council hall, only to see that there was no one inside. What made the three of them feel extremely uneasy for a while was that a large hole was actually broken in the ground. There is also a seal of the Alabasta royal family on the side of the big hole. Vivi and Sanji recognized it at a glance, it was the one that Cobra used to carry. Don't tell me, Sanji said. The king was. Nami also said with an ugly face. Father. Vivi quickly rushed to the broken hole and shouted. Below is a dark cave. Don't know where to go. Sanji looked at the cave, and then at the seal on the ground. There is no doubt that Cobra was indeed kidnapped. Vivi was about to go down to find it. However, Sanji, who was also preparing to follow up, suddenly heard a ticking sound for a while. This is a clock-like timing mechanism. It's even a ticking time bomb. Dangerous. Sanji immediately grabbed Vivi. When the three of them looked closely, they saw that there were several bombs in the cave. These are spherical black bombs with a ticking sound coming from them for a while. Nami almost fainted when she saw it. Sanji immediately turned his gaze to the throne. If he rushed over, he kicked the throne to the side window. Be careful. Sanji quickly hugged Nami and Vivi and rushed out. As soon as he jumped out of the window, an amazing explosion occurred behind him. The power of the explosion was huge. Not only did it cover the entire council hall, but the impact of the explosion rushed out of the window, and even blew up some of the walls. The building of this king's palace is quite strong, but the power of those bombs is even greater. Chapter 280 Decision in an Emergency. Sanji struggled to get up. Fortunately, I rushed out just in time and didn't suffer much damage. His eyes immediately looked down, and Sanji pressed Nami and Vivi under his arms. You two beauties, are you all right? Sanji asked quickly. Nami's eyes were a little dizzy, but then returned to normal. Saved. Thank you Sanji, Nami gasped. Sanji then swept his gaze to Vivi, who was on the side, only to see the girl looking sad. Father, it must be the father who was kidnapped. Vivi said sadly. The girl was trembling with grief and anger. Tears could not help but stay. Looked at Vivi and stood up straight again. Vivi, don't worry, we will surely take your majesty back. Sanji's tone was calm but unstoppable. Vivi looked up and looked at Sanji. This blonde man with curly brows gave off an air of reassurance. Yes. Vivi grew strong again. She stood up, clenched her fists, and said, I will definitely take my father back. Now that it has happened, the grief alone cannot make up for it. After failure, find a way to turn the tide. Nami said at this time, strange, how can the Baroque Works room be able to enter here? Vivi wiped the tears from her face and said, it must be Ms. Merry Christmas. She is a senior agent in the Baroque Works room and is very good at digging burrows. But it's strange how she locates this place. Even if she can dig a burrow again. But there is no way to know where Akatsuki is here. And it is very strange for the father to come here. Belle and the others have strictly inspected the palace, and there should be no agents from the Baroque Works room. Sanji looked at the council hall. Agent, here. Sanji felt that he recalled a person from yesterday, the waitress. This made him very suspicious. The waitress's eyes seemed to have a sense of being seen. At this time, the sound of feet sounded for a while. Your Majesty the Princess. It was none other than Gaka who rushed over. The burly black-haired man looked at Vivi in the council hall beside him. Gaka looked at Vivi and said, Your Majesty, it is very dangerous now. Someone is attacking the gate of the palace. And have you seen His Majesty the King? Vivi looked very ugly and said, Look at this. Vivi opened his hand, and it was the seal he had just discovered. This is His Majesty's, Gaka said with a look of horror. Vivi continued, We just rushed to the council hall because we were worried about an accident. We found a cave that was dug from the ground, and there was this seal on the side. Then the cave was a time bomb. We were in time. Escaped. Gaka said regretfully, It's all my fault. If only I could follow His Majesty's side again. Then Gaka looked at the two kings' armies again, and the two kings' armies retreated in fright. Didn't I ask you to firmly guard this council hall? Gaka rebuked angrily. The two kings were so frightened that they knelt down. It's our fault, but His Majesty the King is here in person. He said he wanted to be alone and let us go. We dare not refuse. Gaka looked at the two angrily and said, You stop talking nonsense. Come on. 4 king's army soldiers came from behind the 2 king's army again and held them up. Gaka ordered sharply, Take the 2 soldiers who have neglected their duties and behead them. Forgive me. The 2 king's troops were frightened and desperately begged for mercy. Wait a minute. Vivi stopped quickly. Gaka looked at Vivi and said, Princess. Yaka, this is an emergency period. It's not the time to be held accountable. And they also followed my father's orders to leave. Vivi said solemnly. Gaka and Vivi looked at each other, feeling that the princess was irresistible in the slightest. Okay, I'll let you go. Gaka looked at the 2 soldiers of the king's army with dissatisfaction. The 2 soldiers of the king's army hurriedly knelt on the ground, kowtowed and said, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. Vivi looked at the council hall again. Gaka, you quickly send someone to clear the rubble. You have to dig out that hole with all your strength, Vivi ordered. Follow your orders, Gaka said like a soldier. Now that there is no Cobra, Vivi can be said to act as the supreme power. Gaka hurriedly directed the king's army to dig the hole in the council hall. In the alleyway outside the king's palace, Mr. Four was constantly shooting the cannonballs that Rasu spit into the air. Whenever Lasu spit out a cannonball, Mr. Four swung a 4-ton bat to knock it into the air. Now every stick of Mr. Four is swung with great force. Can hit the shells very high. So many shells flew into the king's palace. This has a more damaging effect. It also further restrained the king's army. After waving more than 140 sticks in a row and knocking off the same number of shells, Mr. Four finally stopped swinging. Such a powerful firepower suppression is enough to contain it, and it will always reveal itself here. Mr. Point Four put the bat on his back first. He bent down and hugged Lasu again, and lifted Lasu on his back. With Lasu on his back, Mr. Four hurriedly started to leave here. Shit! Run away! Go away! Mr. Four slowly said. On top of a building far from the king's palace. Mr. Point Seven and Ms. Father's Day together to observe the attacked king's palace. The king's palace was turned into flames during the attack. Mr. Point Seven can clearly see the embarrassed appearance of the king's army in front of the Vice Admiral King's palace through the scope of the Reaper's sniper rifle. It was a devastating bombing. As expected of Mr. Four. He. Mr. Seven said. Ms. Father's Day seemed to be indifferent. It's awesome, but even we have places that he and that weird dog can't get to. Cuck quack. Ms. Father's Day said. Mr. Point Seven continued to observe and asked, how do you say this? He. Ms. Father's Day confidently said, we can kill the enemy with one shot. His bombardment may not be more effective. Of course, Mr. Four and his dog that looks like a barrel are fighting a battle. The army must be strong. Cork quack. Mr. Point Seven said, that's right, but being able to kill the enemy with a single shot from a distance is our advantage. Now our task is to continue to scout and cover. Wait until Mr. Two and the others can withdraw from the city. He. Quote. At the bottom of the building that had gathered earlier. In a room on the first floor, at the entrance to the hole dug before that. I am back at last. Mr. Two carried the bundled King Cobra and rushed out. Ms. Merry Christmas also followed. But she quickly collapsed the hole completely. On the way back, Ms. Merry Christmas collapsed and planted bombs in many places. In this way, even if the exit on the side of the king's palace is dug, it is basically impossible to find it. Chapter 281 CP3 Shot. It's exhausting. Ms. Merry Christmas. Ms. Merry Christmas turned her head and saw that Mr. Two had put the unconscious King Cobra on a chair. Mr. Point Two found a bottle of water and took a gulp. After drinking, Mr. Two took a deep breath. The slave family is really exhausted. I finally got the King's Majesty. Mr. Two said. Ms. Merry Christmas also sat in a chair. Okay, let's figure out how to get him out of Arubana now, Ms. Merry Christmas said. The two looked at Cobra who fainted, and now Cobra is still in a coma. The next most important thing is to find a way to get Cobra out of Arubana. After a while, Mr. Four also ran back out of breath. Mr. Point Four entered the room and saw Cobra who was kidnapped. Success. Mr. Four said slowly. Mr. Point Four then went to a table in the room and poured a bottle of apple tea into his mouth. Then he found another pizza from a box and began to chew. After eating and drinking for a while, Mr. Four, who had come over, was also sitting on a chair. For the trio, it's now a big success. But what was needed at this time was to move Cobra quickly. Ms. Merry Christmas looked at Cobra, who was already passed out. Okay, put Cobra in a barrel. Let's get out of town pretending to be a hauler, Ms. said Merry Christmas. Mr. Point Two hurriedly found a wooden barrel, carried Cobra who had passed out and put it in the barrel. Okay, get on the carriage quickly, Mr. Two said. Ms. Merry Christmas looked at Mr. Four and said, okay, you're here to carry the barrel. Don't break it. Mr. Point Four stood up slowly, looked at the wooden barrel that contained Cobra, and said slowly, okay. Mr. Point Four carried the barrel up. Ms. Merry Christmas is hurrying out with Mr. 2. Next to the building, a carriage for the delivery of goods has already been prepared. Mr. Point 2 touched his face with his right hand and quickly turned his face into a middle-aged man. After disguising, Mr. 2 hurriedly jumped to the driver's seat of the carriage, ready to leave. Ms. Merry Christmas and Mr. 4 are hiding in the carriage of the carriage. Okay, ready to go. Ms. said Merry Christmas. Okay, let's start. Mr. Point 2 Feet's groom started walking on the carriage. While the carriage was moving, Ms. Merry Christmas inside the carriage took out the phone bug. Hello, Mr. 7 and Ms. Father's Day. Ms. said Merry Christmas. Ms. Merry Christmas, sir. We're on standby. Crack cack, said Ms. Father's Day across from the phone bug. The carriage is starting to leave here now. You must take cover and keep an eye on our surroundings, Ms. Merry Christmas said. As ordered, Ms. Merry Christmas. Quack quack, said the opposite. Ms. Merry Christmas hang up bug. She dialed the phone bug to a new number. Hello, is that the boss? Ms. said Merry Christmas. There was silence at first, and then there was a low voice for a while. It's me, what's going on? Ms. Merry Christmas respectfully said, we're done. We're on our way to the abandoned town southeast of Arubana. Okay, well done. Don't worry, just bring him steadily. Crocodile's tone became somewhat satisfied. Yes, boss. Ms. said Merry Christmas. Now take Cobra to an abandoned town in southeastern Arubana anyway. Mr. Point 2 driving the carriage is very natural. No one would realize that this ordinary-looking middle-aged man was what the Baroque Works agent had become. When this all-important carriage began to leave the city unnoticed, on top of a tall building, Mr. Point 7 and Ms. Merry Christmas are watching and secretly protecting the carriage. Looks like they've made it. Cack cack quack, Ms. Father's Day said. As long as this carriage can leave here, we will complete the mission. He, Mr. 7 said. Mr. Point 7 used the scope of the Reaper sniper rifle to observe the situation around the carriage at all times. Everything is safe now. On this night, and when the king's palace was attacked, it can almost be concluded that the royal army did not notice this ordinary carriage. But whether it's Mr. 2 and Ms. Merry Christmas, or Mr. Point 7 and Ms. Father's Day, I didn't expect a force to be eyeing them. In the city at night, the carriage kept going. In order not to arouse suspicion, the speed is also kept average. But in the nearby alleys, there are several figures who are constantly using the darkness as a cover to track. One of them, a big, unshaven man, looked at the carriage with sword-like eyes. Hey, Mr. Fu Rocks. The big man dialed the phone bug in his pocket. On the opposite side came Fu Rocks' somewhat official voice. What's the matter, Zeros? The voice of CP3 officer Fu Rocks sounded. The burly agent, named Zeros, continued, Sir. We just found out that the king's palace was attacked. It was attacked by a chubby man and a strange dog. We tracked them down after their attack. Finally they entered a building. Then 2 more people came out of the building. All 3 got into a carriage together, and seemed to be moving away from the city. Quote. Fu Rocks was silent for a while, and then quickly said, I also saw the attack on the king's palace. He actually rode this carriage together, which is too suspicious. You hurry up and stop it. Yes, sir, said Zeros. Zeros then waved his hand signals to the people who were with him, and started the interception. A total of 6 people, including Zeros, threw up the cloaks they were wearing together, revealing the black agent uniform of CP3 inside. At this moment, Zero's burly body started to trample the ground with his feet at an astonishing speed. Shave. Zero's body disappeared in an instant, and then he appeared about 10 meters ahead. Continue like this. Zero's body is constantly going fast. In addition to Zero's, the other 5 agents also quickly stepped on the ground with both feet. Their bodies also seemed to disappear, quickly appearing in front of them 10 meters away. 6 CP3 agents pursued the carriage ahead at breakneck speed. This is one of the legendary Rokushiki abilities, acquired through long-term hard training. Shaving is a quick movement of the body, but it makes it seem like it disappears and then reappears. Mr. Point 2, who was driving the carriage, had a calm expression at this time, and of course he was always watching his surroundings. Suddenly there was a sound of air being torn apart, like the sound of wind. A ghostly figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Chapter 282 CP3V's Baroque Works Room. Mr. Point 2 was shocked. There was even a chill down his spine. When he wanted to look again, the figure disappeared again in an instant. Illusion, Mr. 2 said in shock. But immediately the figure was already at the top, and it kicked over. Mr. Point 2 quickly touched his left face and quickly changed back to his original face. Look at the trick. Mr. Point 2 feet's left foot slammed upwards. The two have their feet together. But the Mr. 2, which is down and behind, is even more powerful. This kick caused Mr. 2 and CP3 agent to fall from the carriage to the side street together. Mr. Point 2 stabilized his body and saw that it was a burly man in a black suit. However, the man's black suit has the logo of the world government on it. Ah, the slave family knows. It turns out that you are from the world government. I also heard that the world government has intelligence agencies to inquire about our information. It seems that you are indeed eyeing. Mr. 2 suddenly realized said. It's good to know. The agent was Zeros. Mr. Point 2 looked around. 5 more figures rushed over quickly. Surround the carriage. All 6 of them were wearing black suits. It has the world government logo on it. 6 people. There is still some skill. Unfortunately, now is not the time to fight. Mr. 2 said. You are indeed from the Baroque Works Room. Sure enough, you have done some shady deeds. Zeros said. Mr. Point 2 looked at him, winked and said, you saw through. Forget about introducing myself. I'm Mr. 2, the most powerful agent in the Baroque Works Room. Please introduce yourself as well. Zeros said. It seems that I have met a master. But I can only speed you up. We are CP3, the intelligence agency of the world government. Mr. Point 2 looked at the burly agent and said, CP3. You are the agents of the world government. No wonder they found us. Zeros looked at Mr. 2 again and winked at the others. I can give you a chance to surrender. That way you will be punished lightly. There are still 2 people in the carriage. Tell them to come out and surrender, Zeros said. Mr. Point 2, he said angrily, surrender. Dream. CP3 agents suddenly appeared from the left and right sides of Mr. 2. As they approached, each hand struck out. Mr. Point 2 also responded quickly. The other party approached so suddenly, he quickly fell down, and his legs quickly fell up. Shemale fist. Handstand maneuver. Mr. Point 2 kicked upside down for a while with a roundhouse kick. 2 CP3 agents were kicked and flew aside. But they were specially trained agents after all, and they quickly turned somersaults and stood up again. Zero's eyes also became serious. Mr. 2 was more difficult to deal with than he thought. Mr. Point 2 quickly turned somersaults upright again. It's still 100 years before you want to sneak attack me. Mr. 2 clapped his hands and said. Zeros winked at the other 3 agents. The 3 agents rushed toward the carriage. The 3 agents threw their feet into the carriage and kicked it violently. The carriage was smashed with great force. Mr. Point 2 was anxious for a while after seeing it. Princess, Mr. 2 exclaimed. After the carriage was torn apart, Mr. Point 4 feet's huge body was lying on the ground. Ah, Mr. Point 4 raised his body dully and looked around. Stupid pig, you're about to crush me to death, don't get up quickly. Ms. Merry Christmas shouted. Mr. Point 4 got up quickly, and he held the wooden barrel containing the cobra tightly in his hand. And Ms. Merry Christmas. Ms. Merry Christmas hurriedly inspected the cask after being put down. The barrel is still in good condition. Who are these people? Ms. Merry Christmas said, looking around. Mr. Point 2 hurriedly said, Princess, you'll be fine. And these are the agents of the world government. Ms. Merry Christmas looked at the 6 agents in black and said, "What, agents of the world government?" After confirming the 3 of them now, Zeros looked at the wooden barrel that Mr. 4 was holding. "It seems that you are in a hurry to go out," Zeros said. Ms. Merry Christmas yelled at Zeros angrily, "Yeah. We're going to get this stinky king out of town in the barrel. Suddenly attacked by you guys." "You missed your mouth," Mr. 2 said angrily. Ms. Merry Christmas noticed immediately and quickly covered her mouth. But it was too late. Zeros looked at them very seriously. "What? The king is in that barrel? Is it King Cobra?" Zeros asked solemnly. No, definitely not King Cobra. How could we go deep into the palace and kidnap him?" Mr. 2 said quickly. Zeros is also surprised now. Although it was known before that the goal of the Baroque Works room was to kidnap or kill Cobra. But there is no evidence that the king's palace was invaded from the outside. It's useless to say anything now, the top priority is to grab the barrel. "Okay, don't argue, give us the barrel first," Zeros said solemnly. At this time, his eyes were like those of a wolf, with an aura lurking in the darkness for a long time. Anyone who sees him like this will be intimidated by his aura. Mr. Point 2 looked around. Now there are 6 people on the other side, all of them are capable. Even the 3 of you can defeat your opponent. But fighting here will inevitably delay time, and may attract more troublesome enemies. "Okay, Ms. Merry Christmas. The barrel." Mr. Point 2 pretended to be relaxed. "Absolutely cannot be handed over." Mr. Point 2 jumped up quickly and rolled in midair. Ballet boxing. Memoirs of that summer. Mr. Point 2 feet's body seemed to be dancing in midair, and then quickly rotated and rolled to attack the 3 closest to Mr. 4. Boom, boom, boom. 3 CP3 agents were kicked down. Mr. Point 2 landed in front of Ms. Merry Christmas and Mr. 4 after attacking. "Hurry up and take the barrels away," Mr. 2 said. "Good. Now there is no room for nonsense, Mr. 4 and Ms. Merry Christmas, and run away. Mr. Point 2 is holding these agents. Don't try to run away." Zeros moved quickly in front of Ms. Merry Christmas. There were also 2 CP3 agents who blocked Mr. 4 and Ms. Merry Christmas by using shaving. At this moment, a fire suddenly flashed from the top of a building in the distance. A bullet passes through the chest of a CP3 agent. Zeros and another agent were also shocked to see the agent's chest burst with blood and fell to the ground. Ms. Merry Christmas looked at the top of the building. Sure enough, at this critical moment, Mr. Point 7 feet's support came. Long-range sniping can give the enemy great suppression. "Run now, Ms. Merry Christmas, and call Mr. Point 4 to run together." Mr. Point 4 doesn't look fat, but he still runs very fast in this situation. Because Zeros and the others were suppressed by the sniper rifle, they had to evade them temporarily. Zeros carefully observed the top of the building where the bullet had just been shot. Chapter 283 The End of the Sniper. Sniper, Zeros thought to himself, but now it's broken. However, the opponent's level is high enough to be able to snipe with such precision even in this dark night. And there is the obstacle of Mr. 2. "Okay, the 3 of you go after the guy with the barrel. You go and kill the sniper at the top of the building. I'll deal with this shemale with makeup," Zeros said quickly and decisively. "Yes," said the remaining CP3 agents. The 3 agents who had fought with Mr. 2 hurriedly chased after Mr. 4. Another sniper who went to attack the roof of the building. Zeros is fighting with Mr. 2. These CP3 agents are also the elites in the entire CP3. Quickly use the shave to move quickly. The 3 quickly chased towards Mr. 4 them. One person rushed towards the building where the sniper was just now. Zeros rushed to fight with Mr. 2. Mr. Point 2 immediately shouted after seeing the CP3 agents reacting. "Hey, cowards, do you want to run away?" Mr. Point 2 shouted angrily. "I'll be your opponent," Zeros said in front of him. Mr. Point 2 put his fist up and said, "Okay, I'm going to make you a patty." The two started fighting. Mr. Point 7 and Ms. Father's Day sniper cover on top of that building to keep a close eye on Mr. 4 there. "How's it going?" "Quack quack," Ms. Father's Day said. Now Mr. 2 is fighting an enemy agent. But Mr. 4 and Ms. Merry Christmas are being chased by 3 enemies. These enemies appear as if they disappeared. He, Mr. 7 said by aiming mirror observed the situation and said. Mr. Point 7 was amazed that these enemies were able to appear at a certain distance in front of them as if they had suddenly disappeared. But it can also be judged that they were very nervous when Mr. 4 appeared. Priority must be to kill the pursuers behind Mr. 4 and Ms. Merry Christmas. Mr. Point 7 targeted the 3 agents who were chasing behind Mr. 4 with his Reaper sniper rifle. However, they soon disappeared and moved forward about 10 meters. Although it is very difficult now, it can also be attacked by predicting the route. After confirming that the other party used shaving many times, Mr. Point 7 aimed at a position. He pulled the trigger and the bullet was fired. And the agent just moved there and was pierced by a bullet from behind. The agent fell to the ground. The 2 agents had no time to think about anything else and could only continue to pursue. "It worked, quack quack," Ms. said happily on Father's Day. Mr. Point 7 took a deep breath and said, "There are 2 more. He. By prejudging he could also kill those 2 agents. At this time, the CP3 agent who was responsible for annihilating the snipers had already arrived under this building. "Catch up." The agent stomped on the ground with both feet, but even more so and ended up jumping into the air. His body flew up and flew into the air more than 10 meters high. Moon step. The CP3 agent moved his feet again at high speed in the air. But this time he stepped on nothing but air. With his strong and rapid foot movement, he actually used the air as a springboard to take off again to a higher position. There was only the sound of the air being broken open by a huge force for a while. The CP3 agent flew several times in a row and quickly soared. It's like walking a ladder in the air. In the end, they all flew to the top of the building quickly. On the top of the building, Ms. Father's Day saw this flying agent. "What?" "Quack quack." Ms. Father's Day quickly pulled out a waist pistol. This pistol has a frog-like decoration on it. The CP3 agent saw that the situation was not good. There was a moon step that quickly reached the top of the building. Bang, bang. Ms. missed 2 shots on Father's Day. Shave. CP3 agent has moved to the left of Ms. Father's Day. Ms. Father's Day quickly turned the gun around. CP3 agent's right hand are held together in a pistol-like shape. Shigun finger pistol. Bang. CP3 agent's finger has been poked into Ms. S temple for Father's Day. Ms. S Father's Day pistol was also aimed at his heart. The shot hit him in the heart. Ms. Father's Day body down. "You lost," CP3 agent said. He quickly rushed towards Mr. Point 7 who was operating the Reaper sniper rifle. Mr. Point 7 was knocked down with 1 punch. He jerked a fine pistol from his waist. But the agent was already grabbing him by the wrist. "Ah!" Mr. Point 7 cried out in pain. His wrist was about to be broken, and the firearm in his hand fell. The CP3 agent looked at him with extremely cold eyes. "You're not dead," Mr. 7 said in shock. The agent pulled the clothes away, and inside was actually a protective gear made of thin steel plates. The upper heart unit has a sunken crater. "Thanks to this thing, I was able to save my life," CP3 agent said. Mr. Point 7 glanced at Ms. Father's Day, who was lying on the ground and couldn't rest. The sweet sniper lost his life now with empty eyes. Mr. Point 7 looked at the CP3 agent. "Do you think snipers only have bullets?" Mr. 7 asked. CP3 agent looked at Mr. Point 7's opponent's left hand and lifted it up, and there was a grenade inside after opening it. Oops! A bang sounded. A violent explosion covered both of them. Finally, at the top of the building, 3 corpses are lying here. Mr. Point 7 and the agent were also blown to pieces. The agents skillfully mastered 3 abilities: Shaved, Moon Step, and Shigan Finger Pistol. But the life-saving iron block is not learned. Without Mr. Point 7 feet's sniper cover, Mr. Point 4 and Ms. Merry Christmas face 2 CP3 agents. The 2 CP3 agents were in hot pursuit, although Mr. 4 and Ms. Merry Christmas run wild. But the 2 CP3 agents were faster by shaving. They quickly got closer. Mr. Point 4 was tired and panting heavily. Ms. Merry Christmas is also tired, panting constantly. I didn't expect you to run fast. Ms. Merry Christmas didn't forget to say at this time. Mr. Point 4 just hugged the barrel with Cobra and ran wildly. Hurry up and don't let them run away. 2 CP3 agents rushed to catch up with them. But their targets are all Mr. 4, because Mr. 4 hugged the barrel. Both of them caught up with Mr. 4, who was running desperately. Shigan Finger Pistol. Both of them hit Mr. Point 4 feet's back with Shigan Finger Pistol at the same time. Mr. Point 4 feet's back seemed to be hit by 2 bullets at close range, and his back suffered severe pain for a while. After the 2 agents attacked their fingers, they pulled them back. Mr. Point 4 feet's back spurted out astonishing blood. Ah! Mr. Point 4 growled like a pig. He turned angrily and stopped running. Ms. Merry Christmas also stopped after running more than 10 meters. 2 CP3 agents also glanced at each other after seeing Mr. Point 4 stop. Give us the barrel, an agent said. Mr. Point 4 feet's face became extremely angry. He held the barrel tightly with his left arm. The right arm removes the baseball bat from the back. Don't think about it. Chapter 284 Furious Mr. 4. Mr. Point 4 feet's bat swept towards the 2 CP3 agents under the tremendous force of rage. 2 CP3 agents shaved swiftly to dodge. This time they appeared on the left and right sides of Mr. 4. Shigan Finger Pistol. Shigan Finger Pistol attacked both the left and right sides of Mr. Point 4 feet's body. Mr. Point 4 was in severe pain for a while, and the 4-ton baseball bat in his hand was waving frantically. However, the 2 CP3 agents are very flexible, making full use of shaving to avoid attacks. You swing the bat fast, but your size limits your ability to fight in close quarters, an agent said while dodging. The 2 agents attacked Mr. Point 4 feet's body 7 times in a row. Mr. Point 4 was covered in blood. But after all, he is burly and fat, and he can still withstand these attacks. A CP3 agent is about to attack Mr. 4 from the left side. His Shigan Finger Pistol also hit the left side of Mr. 4. Ah! Mr. 4 cried out in pain. But at this time, when the CP3 agent wanted to leave, he found that his feet could not move. He looked down at his feet. I saw a pair of huge mole-like claws grabbing his feet. What? The CP3 agent saw a mole-like figure grabbing his feet. Ms. Merry Christmas, who was simply being chased. At this moment, Ms. Merry Christmas looked smug. I forgot, there are only 2 of you. Why should we run away? Ms. Merry Christmas said. Immobile CP3 agent, whose feet were caught, raised his head. I saw Mr. 4 looking at him with extreme hatred. Mr. Point 4 holds the baseball bat very high. Break you. Mr. Point 4 pressed the mechanism where he held the 4-ton baseball bat. There was a screeching metallic screeching sound for a while. A cluster of spikes popped from the side of the metal bat. This bat instantly becomes a wolf kiba stick. This is the mechanism of the Mr. 4 metal bat weapon, which can be turned into a wolf kiba stick to enhance fighting ability. Don't. The wolf kiba bat in Mr. Point 4 feet's hand has been knocked down. Boom. With a sound resounding through the night sky, the CP3 agent flew out. Blood is also splattered in the sky. His body flew to a non-lethal place and fell. And never got up again. Finally, a bad breath. Mr. Point 4 said. He was beaten by CP3 agents with Shigan, Finger Pistol, and Nimble Combat just now. The bat just now was like knocking a bloody baseball into the air. The CP3 agent away. Mr. Point 4 and Ms. Merry Christmas with only one CP3 agent as the enemy. CP3 agent with murderous eyes. How can it be like this? The CP3 agent felt that he was now at an absolute disadvantage. Apparently Ms. Merry Christmas can dig a hole and completely void his shave. Now there is only another way to try to seize the barrel. Moon step. The CP3 agent moved his feet and flew around in the air as if he were walking in the air. There was only the sound of the air being ripped apart by force for a while. Ms. Merry Christmas looking at the CP3 agents flying around. There is such a skill in this world, Ms. Merry Christmas said in shock. Mr. Point 4 took out the lasso on his back again. CP3 agent in the air with the same hatred as its owner. Lasso, use the most ruthless cannonballs. Incendiary cannonballs. Mr. Point 4 said with hatred. Ow. Lasso angrily turned his head towards Mr. 4. This time his body prepared for a while, and a yuhi-colored cannonball shot out of his mouth. Mr. Point 4 swung the wolf kiba bat to blow the cannonball into the air. The speed of the shells was flying very fast, and even the CP3 agents in the air had to be careful. Distanced himself with moon step. Yuhi-colored cannonball that missed a few meters from him suddenly flashed. For a while, the flames exploded and the sky was illuminated. Ah! The CP3 agent screamed and lost his balance, unable to maintain it with the moon step. Fall down. But it's not over yet. When he fell backwards, Mr. Point 4 feet's wolf kiba bat was already waiting below. In the last moments of his life, he saw the wolf kiba hit his head with a bat. The enormous force and the sharp spikes shattered his skull. After being killed on the spot, the body of the CP3 agent flew out with blood and flames and landed on the streets of the city for a long time. Mr. Point 4 watched the flames dissipate in the air. Finally out of nausea, Mr. 4 said. At this time, Ms. Merry Christmas also quickly reacted. Okay, the fighting here has made such a big noise. We need to get out of here quickly, Ms. Merry Christmas said. Mr. Point 4 feet's face returned to a silly look after taking revenge. Good. Mr. Point 4 put the rasu and the bat back on his back. Pick up the cask with Cobra, and continue to leave the city of Arubana with Ms. Merry Christmas. When Mr. 4 and Ms. Merry Christmas successfully defeated CP3 feet's agents. Mr. Point 2 is in a fierce battle with Zeros. On the street, the two men met fist and foot. Played very hard. Shemale fist. Shemale sword. Mr. Point 2 feet's leg kicked towards Zeros. Zeros suddenly blocked with his arm. But the opponent's strength is amazing, like a big knife. Zeros' body suddenly retreated a few meters away. Zeros looked at this tall and thin shemale, who seemed to be slender and slender. But the power is full and the speed is amazing. After some melee combat, he was beaten steadily. Bastard, why don't you come? Mr. Point 2 said provocatively. At the same time, he took on a fighting stance that used both hands and feet. Zeros clenched his fists, and then his feet stomped on the ground suddenly and swiftly. In less than a second, he stepped on the ground dozens of times. Zeros' burly body also disappeared in front of him. Mr. Point 2 carefully observed the surroundings with both eyes. The ears are also constantly listening to the sounds around them. The profound meaning of human and monster boxing is to see and listen to all directions. Mr. Point 2 feet's voice fell, his body twisted flexibly like a snake, and his hands and arms quickly grabbed a fist from the rear left. Zeros' face immediately turned ugly, and his right fist was grabbed by the opponent. There was a bit of pride in Mr. Point 2 feet's eyes. It's not over yet, shemale leg gun. Mr. Point 2 feet's right leg suddenly kicked up from below. Zeros could only see the opponent's leg kicking straight to his chin. Boom. Zeros' burly body flew out like a cannonball. It fell to the ground more than 10 meters away. This burly and strong man has been firmly suppressed by Mr. 2 since the beginning of the war. Damn. Zeros struggled to get up. Kiba teeth that fell. Mr. 2 Feet's shemale boxing method made him unable to parry since he was a child. He never thought that Mr. 2 was not only stronger than he expected, but also much stronger. The burly man stood up and took off his black suit jacket, revealing the white shirt underneath. Mr. 2 looked at Zeros and said, "Keep fighting, coward." Zeros' face became much fiercer. "You will die horribly soon. If you lose the battle on the ground, then I have a better way," Zeros said. Chapter 285 Iron Nugget. Mr. 2 Feet's face. Zeros continued to stamp his feet on the ground dozens of times. Then his body disappeared. "The old way," Mr. 2 said. He was looking around, watching out for a possible surprise attack. Suddenly he heard the sound of air being torn apart for a while. Above his head, he felt a burst of force tearing the air. Above. Mr. 2 quickly kicked his legs up. I saw Zeros kicking down with both feet above his head. The weight and strength of Zeros itself, combined with the use of both legs, was comparable to a heavy artillery shell being shot from overhead. Even Mr. 2 Feet's kick with one foot was unstoppable. Under this enormous force, Mr. 2 hurriedly used the flexibility of his body to escape quickly. The ground just now was shattered by Zeros like a heavy artillery shell. Boom! The surrounding streets were filled with smashed stones flying. Mr. 2 who was far away, a smile finally appeared on his face. "Bastard shemale, aren't you invincible?" After Zeros sees that he can now put pressure on Mr. 2, the hope of victory may be on his side again. The attack just now was that Zeros used the moon step to fly his body into the air, and then attacked from above combining weight and strength. Mr. 2 looked at Zeros and said, "Are you very strong? I didn't expect that the world government, which always looks like a waste, would actually train you agents with real skills." Zeros looked proudly at the world government pattern on his white shirt. "We are justice. The will of the world government is not something you savvy criminals can contend with." Zeros' tone became somewhat proud and didactic. CP department were selected by the intelligence officers of the world government since childhood, and then they were trained strictly, inheriting the justice of walking in the dark from generation to generation. For pirates, criminals, local forces, and even the Revolutionary Army, they all scoffed. World government is justice. Even defending with dark means is okay. What a disgusting lecture, Mr. 2 said mockingly. Mr. 2 hates the self-righteous and preachy face of people like Zeros. His character is maverick, and he hates people who advertise justice. Ballet boxing. Whirlwind sweeps. Mr. 2's right leg supports the ground with one leg, and the left leg starts to rotate 360 degrees parallel to the ground. At this time, Mr. 2 is really like a spinning ballet dancer. Also like a spinning top. Don't look like she's dancing ballet, but the strength and speed of her legs are amazingly powerful. Zeros did not dodge this time as Mr. 2 approached further. "Do you think you can terrify me with your punches?" Zeros said. "Then you have to give it a try," Mr. 2 said. At the same time, his body kept approaching Zeros. Zeros stood up straight, his body standing on the ground like a statue. Iron block. Zeros uses one of Rokushiki's most defensive abilities. In an instant, he injected strength into the sturdy and exercised body, making the body extremely hard. Mr. 2 Feet's foot is also about to hit Zeros. The distance between the two sides is only an inch. Clang. Mr. 2 Feet's rotated right leg kicked Zeros's body heavily. But Mr. 2 felt as if his right leg had hit a large iron block. Zeros only trembled slightly. "Ah, it hurts the slave's house." Mr. 2 cried out in pain. The painful Mr. 2 quickly distanced himself. Mr. 2 Feet's painful facial expression was extremely ferocious, and the tears were all left to wash away some of the heavy makeup. "My feet are swollen." Mr. 2 looked at his right foot in distress. As a ballet dancer, Mr. Two takes great care of his feet and legs. The script just now showed great strength, and hitting the opponent's body was like hitting an iron. Just as Mr. Two was checking the wound on his right foot, Zeros was already in front of him with a shaving punch. Boom! Mr. Point Two was caught off guard and was punched in the head by his opponent. His whole body flew out. It stopped after rolling down more than 10 meters. Mr. Point Two regained his footing. He looked at Zeros, puzzled in his heart. "Agent Bastard, what's the matter with you? Are you wearing some iron protective gear?" Mr. Two asked. Zeros looked at Mr. Two and said, "Really? Then you can attack me again. You can attack with your entire body." Mr. Point Two was also observing Zeros, and the other party didn't know what the conspiracy was. However, Mr. Two, who had recovered, was now on full alert. Long-term practice of ballet and boxing has made his body exceptionally flexible. Even if it is counterattacked by the opponent, it can retreat as quickly as possible. "Okay, the slave's house is up." Mr. Point Two charged quickly. He quickly rushed to the front of Zeros. Iron block. Zeros used the iron block ability again. Shemale fist. Fist wind and leg rain. Mr. Point Two feet's fists and feet hit Zeros, who was standing still, like a violent storm. Clang, 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 clang. Mr. Point Two feet's punches and kicks are the same as hitting a big iron block. Zeros is still unharmed. Kill. Mr. Point Two feet's angry fists and kicks hit Zeros in the head. Even after the vitals were attacked, Zeros still didn't change his face. He looks like a statue made of iron now. Mr. Point Two finally felt exhausted after attacking hundreds of punches and kicks in a row. Mr. Point Two gasped and looked at Zeros. How can it be like this? Mr. Point Two felt puzzled. The opponent's body is as hard as iron. If the opponent is wearing iron armor, it is useless for a man to attack the opponent's face. This is completely impossible. But Mr. Two thought about Mr. One. Like this, "Are you a devil fruit person?" Mr. Two said suddenly. Zeros lifted the iron block and said disdainfully, "Devil fruit. I've never eaten that kind of thing." Mr. Point Two continued to ask strangely, "Then how did you become so indestructible?" Zeros said, "I just used one of Rokushiki's iron blocks. This is the Master's powerful ability through years of hard training. And let alone devil fruits, I don't have any protective gear in my clothes. Of course, there are other things in CP3. There are people in the agents who have iron armor in their clothes. But that's them. I use the ability to inject strength into my body that I have worked hard for many years, iron. After using iron, my body becomes like iron. Hard. So when you attack me, you attack iron." Mr. Point Two said with a vague understanding, "Rokushiki. Iron. Exercise. However, there are too many strange things in this world, and it is impossible for the number of people to come." Zeros and said, "Anyway, you can make your body as hard as iron. And when I fought with those of your fellow agents just now, I felt that their strength was obviously not as good as yours. You still have more skill." 286 The first master of CP3. After some battles, Mr. Two has realized that the Zeros in front of him is not ordinary. It can even be concluded that he is the most powerful among the agents. Zeros looked at Mr. Two, and said in a tone of admiration, "Although you are a weird criminal. But I want to praise your vision. Indeed, I am the #1 expert among CP3 agents. I am already one of the 4 types of Rokushiki. All of them have been learned. My comrades have only learned 3 kinds. And they are the 5 other than me. Some of the other agents have not learned even one of them, and can only be ordinary intelligence personnel. Zeros is the first master of CP3, and the 6 people who besieged Mr. Two tonight are the most cutting-edge combat power of CP3. Although the other 5 are not as powerful as Zeros, they have also learned 3 of Rokushiki." Zeros looked at Mr. Two and said, "Okay, now you don't have to talk nonsense. I can find a way to let you taste my iron fist. Zeros clenched his fists and placed them in front of his chest, hammering each other. Iron block. Zeros placed both fists and forearms with partial iron blocks. Then his feet stomped on the ground quickly. It stepped on the ground dozens of times in less than a second. Zeros' body quickly disappeared, and then appeared in front of Mr. 2. Iron fist. Zeros' right fist hit Mr. 2 heavily. Mr. 2 flexibly avoided the attack. Zeros' right fist hit the ground like a hammer, shattering the masonry, and a hole was smashed into the ground. Clang, 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 clang. Zeros attacked Mr. 2 with a punch like a giant hammer. But they were flexibly avoided by Mr. 2. Mr. 2 is no longer attacking, but all his energy is used to evade. He is still very flexible. It's amazing, big man. But the slave family is an ace ballet dancer. The body is flexible and free. Fighting with you is like dancing a ballet. Mr. 2 couldn't help but take the opportunity to mock Zeros. Humph. Zeros shook his fist more violently. Mr. 2 also felt a headache when he was constantly dodging. Although seemingly cynical, but Mr. 2 kept thinking about how to fight back. However, with Zeros' attack, Mr. 2 saw some problems. Zeros' fierce face twitched from time to time. This is caused by excessive physical exertion during combat. Mr. 2 is still evading. When Zeros threw another punch in the air, Mr. 2 jumped up abruptly. Shemale fist. Shemale sword. Only this time it was upright and cut down. Mr. 2 feet's leg hit Zeros on the head heavily. This time, Zeros was beaten to the ground. Sure enough. Mr. 2 spun down to the ground like a ballet dancer. He looked at Zeros, who stood up again, and said, I ask you, what kind of iron block can make your body as hard as iron? But can you only be full of iron when you can't move your entire body? As hard as you can. Or at most keep part of your body as hard as you move. You're just as hard as your fists now. Isn't it? Zeros looked at Mr. 2 and waved his fist again. You're right. Indeed, my body can only be said to be as hard as iron when my body is moving now, Zeros said. The strong man then began to step on the ground with his feet again. I have a stronger attack. Zeros' body quickly became flying. After jumping into the air about 10 meters, his feet were active again. The resulting force ripped apart the air, and he flew higher and higher again. Then Zeros began to fly in the air in an irregular direction. Only the sound of tearing the air remained. Mr. 2 looked at Zeros who was flying up and down. This is also one of your rokushiki. It looks good, Mr. 2 said with some admiration. Zeros said while flying in the air, this is the moon step. Moon step is an extension of the shaved base. Moon step can walk on a staircase even in the air. Zeros is now able to attack at any time using speed and air superiority above Mr. 2. Air fist. Zeros suddenly called towards Mr. 2. The strength of this flight plus the iron fist is amazing. Mr. 2 also quickly avoided. Clang. Zeros' aerial iron punch hit the spot where Mr. 2 was just now. A pothole that can only be blown out by a cannonball on the ground. However, Zeros didn't stop here, and if he missed the attack, he quickly flew into the air again with the moon step. Facing the powerful attack of Zeros, Mr. 2 hurried to dodge. Jumping and dancing continuously at the same time in order to disrupt each other's attacks. Zeros attacked with 4 aerial iron fists in succession, but was evaded in time by Mr. 2. It's amazing. Such a flexible skill. Zeros finally landed in admiration for his opponent. Long-term moon step is extremely exhausting to the body. A strong man like Zeros also needs to take a break and act again. At this time, Mr. 2 has a new move. He took off the 2 swan head ornaments from the back of the pink coat and put them on his toes. Zeros looked at Mr. 2 feet's strange behavior. Of course he didn't know how powerful weapons those 2 swan head ornaments would be. Agent bastard, you're dead. Mr. Point 2 dashed over quickly. Iron block. Zeros was also tired, so he simply used iron blocks to resist. Zero's body remained motionless, and his whole body turned into iron again. Shemale fist. Toe kick. Mr. Point 2 feet's right toe kicked over. Zeros, who was already in a state of iron, looked blankly at the normal kick that came from this attack. Suddenly, the head of the swan at the tip of Mr. Point 2 feet's right foot stretched straight forward as if alive. Zeros was startled, but his chest soon felt pain for a while. And it was excruciating pain. The swan's mouth pierced his chest like a spear made of steel. Ah! Zeros rolled out in pain. Mr. Point 2 withdrew his right foot, and the swan head ornament on the top of his right foot greeted him like a pet seeing its owner. Mr. Point 2 said happily, "Good boy, don't act like a spoiled child. He doesn't know that your mouth is as sharp as steel." Zero's body is also the hardness of iron in its iron state. But if it encounters steel, or sharp steel, it will definitely be pierced. Zero's, who was knocked down, got up again in amazement. How could it be like this?" Zero's said in disbelief. Mr. Point 2 has already rushed to his front. Toe kick. Mr. Point 2 changed his left leg to attack this time. The swan head ornament on the toes straightened again, and the steel-like mouth pierced again. Shave. Zeros hurriedly avoided this attack. He only avoided 6 meters this time because of a chest injury. Chapter 287 The Fiasco of CP3. Mr. Point 2 rushed over again quickly. Toe kick. Mr. Point 2 kicked his right foot again. The swan head ornament on the tiptoe is straightened again. Pierced like a spear. Zeros hurriedly blocked the front with his arms. Iron block. Zero's arm became partially iron block, as hard as iron. But Mr. Point 2 feet's swan mouth is like a steel spear, piercing his arm. Zero's was in severe pain for a while, and he quickly took the opportunity to shave again to avoid it. Moon step. Moon step with all his strength. Zero's reached the top of a nearby 3-story building after several moon steps. Zero's flew to the top of the 3-story building. He gasped and looked at Mr. 2 on the ground. He was even on the offensive a few short minutes ago. Mr. Point 2 looked at Zero's, who was hiding on the roof. "Do you really think you can dodge my attack like this?" Mr. 2 said confidently. Mr. Point 2 feet's body jumped up abruptly after gaining momentum. Zero's is already afraid of being beaten now, and hurriedly prepares to continue to use Moonstep to dodge. I saw that Mr. 2 jumped into the air and danced in the night sky like a ballet dancer. Ballet boxing. Swan Lake. Mr. Point 2 dances in the night sky like a swan. It actually produced a temporary volley effect like the Moonstep. Although it is an attacking move, dancing in the air is very beautiful. Moonstep. Zero's hurriedly avoided. But Mr. 2 danced close to him. In the night sky, Mr. Point 2 feet's legs kicked out. Zero's can't defend at all. Boom. With a loud noise, Zero's flew out. Zero's body slammed into a house next to the street. The whole person smashed the house all the way to the ground on the first floor. Mr. Point 2 slowly fell to the ground like a graceful swan. "What a beautiful dance," Mr. Point 2 said narcissistically. He just performed was one of the moves that Mr. 2 was most proud of. And in terms of aesthetics alone, this is the most beautiful move. After being immersed in his own narcissism for some time, Mr. 2 recovered again. Oops, Ms. Merry Christmas and Mr. 4 don't know what's going on there. Mr. Point 2 hurriedly ran away. Although it may be that Ms. Merry Christmas and the streets they walk will be somewhat different, the final direction must be to rush out from the destroyed city wall in the south of Arubana, and then to the abandoned town in the southeast of Arubana. As long as he follows this direction, he may be able to catch up with Ms. Merry Christmas in time. Hurry up, hurry up. Everyone needs slaves. Mr. Point 2 galloped up. On the street that had regained its tranquility, more than a dozen figures came over. These figures are all wearing black suits. Their clothes are marked with the logo of the world government. More than a dozen figures rushed to the place where Zeros and the others fought before. CP3 agent in a black suit like them is lying on the street. After seeing the body, they stopped. One of the figures stepped forward. Under the lights of some surrounding buildings, and under the stars. His face was illuminated. This is a tall, thin, middle-aged blonde man with a graceful slender beard on his face. It is CP3 Chief Fu Rox. Fu Rox looked at the corpse and said unhappily, "Check him." Two agents quickly got to the body and turned it over on its back. And checked. A bullet hole was found in the chest of the body, which had been fired from the front. The two agents hurried up and reported to the Rox, "Sir, it's Coleman. He's dead. It's about an hour from now." Fu Rox nodded, but his face was very sad. It was an hour ago that Zeros communicated with him on the phone. That's when Zeros said he found the tale of the Baroque Works room. However, the death of this agent now shows that the opponent is very strong and has fought fiercely. Just now, I have been trying to communicate with the phone bug, but after the first, there is no audio. Fu Rox is most worried about is that if the opponent is an elite force in the Baroque Works room, then I am afraid that the 6 most elite CP3 agents, including Zeros, will be in danger. You must know that Zeros and the others are the most elite combat power in CP3. If Zeros and the others were killed in battle, then CP3 would be just a piece of junk that was not worthy of shoes for other CP organizations. However, these things cannot be fully confirmed yet. Fu Rox crouched down again to examine the body for himself. After he examined the body of the sniper-killed agent, instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fu Rox actually feared most was that Crocodile would be on the scene himself. In that case, even a CP3 would not be enough for him. The body was killed by a firearm. If Crocodile shot, the corpse would be sucked dry into a mummy. Fu Rox stood up again and stroked his long and graceful beard with his hand. "Okay, now you hurry to find our personnel," Fu Rox said. Yes. These CP3 agents hurried to find Zeros and the others. On the first floor of the house where Zeros had fallen. The phone bug on Zeros kept ringing. Ring ring ring. Zeros fell here after being defeated by Mr. 2 just now, lying on the ground on this floor. He was covered in wounds, and his chest and arms were bloodied. Zeros, who was in a coma, was awakened by the ringing of a phone bug. This is. Zeros regained consciousness and began to sit up hard. He struggled to sit up against the pain in his chest and arms. Zeros took the blood-stained phone bug out of his clothes. "Hello," Zeros said. "Zeros, it's us. Now Chief Fu Rox has personally led our support here." "Where are you?" said the opposite. Zeros endured the pain and continued to communicate. "I'm in a house." "Ah." The other side also heard that Zeros was seriously injured. "Zeros, are you injured? Let's find you," the opposite said. Zeros' stubborn character in his bones allowed him to hold on. "I'm going out now," Zeros said, even standing up despite the pain. Zeros broke through the door of the house and went outside. Outside, Zeros walked hard on the street. CP3 agents searching the streets saw Zeros wobbly. "Zeros." They quickly approached Zeros, but when they got close, they saw that Zeros was now very embarrassed, with blood all over his body. The face is also bruised. It seemed like he was badly injured. They quickly helped Zeros, and Zeros could not continue to be brave. The wounds on his chest and arms were bleeding like Izumi water. Several agents first took out emergency medicine and gave Zeros to take it, and then helped him wrap the wound with portable bandages. After a little better, helped Zeros to Fu Rox. Chapter 288 Vivi, a new branch Jinchuriki column. Zeros was helped by 2 agents to the front of Fu Rox. Fu Rox was very happy to see Zeros, who was injured but still survived. However, as a senior officer, Fu Rox still pretended to be serious. "Zeros, you're injured, but now I need to know what's going on with the intelligence, said Furox. Zeros looked a little embarrassed and said, there is the worst news. We encountered the elite of the Baroque Works room. And it can be confirmed that King Cobra was kidnapped by them. Hearing this news, Furox's face also became ugly. He thought about some bad situations, but he didn't expect the worst. Furox sighed and continued, so where did they take King Cobra? Zeros said, they took King Cobra to the direction outside Arubana. Now it may be difficult to catch up. We have done our best. Furox was shaking a little, but he still steadfastly continued, that's right. They definitely wouldn't dare to hide the kidnapped King Cobra in this city. After all, they still have to be careful of the king's army's search. Well, and I have to ask, what about the others? Zero's face was very ugly. But at this time, several agents ran over. They rushed to Furox. Sir, we found other bodies. In addition to the one on the ground earlier, 3 bodies were found. One was also killed by a sniper rifle from behind. The other 2 were further away, but flesh and blood. But one more person is missing. Agents report. Furox's face was not good looking at first, and now it is extremely ugly. Zeros looked at Furox and the others, and pointed to the building where Mr. Point 7 and the others were sniping. At that top, John is going there to kill the snipers, Zeros said. Furox became even more nervous and looked at the building. A sniper, Furox said nervously. Zeros hurriedly said, don't be afraid, since we haven't been attacked. It means that the enemy sniper must have been killed. But John hasn't come back for so long, something must have happened. Speaking of which, Zero's face was very ugly. After not coming back for such a long time, either he succeeded in killing the opponent and was injured himself, or he died together. Furox gave the order, saying, you 2 go and see. Yes, the 2 agents hurried to check. After a while, the 2 agents returned. Report to Furox. Sir, John was killed. Of course we also found the bodies of 2 other enemy snipers. They both perished, reports the agent. Furox looked at Zeros with an ugly face. 6 CP3 top players, only Zeros is left. But Zeros is the first master of CP3. The combat power of Zeros alone is equivalent to that of the other 5. Zeros' survival is also a fortune among misfortunes. Zeros was in great pain, and his allies were killed in battle. The opponent's strength is far beyond his imagination. In the final analysis, his strength is not enough. If he has the strength of anyone in the legendary CP9, the most powerful organization in the CP system, he can turn things around. Furox thought for a long time, then looked at Zeros and said, since it's a failure, now we have to find a way to remedy it. Zeros looked at Furox and said, yes sir. Please order. Sir, please give an order. Other agents also said. Now Furox's decision can have a big impact on the situation. Furox stroked his graceful slender beard again. Furox turned his body in the direction of the king's palace. The fire burning in the king's palace can be seen from here. Since it can be concluded that they broke out of the city, then we will inform the king's army of the matter. Furox ordered. Zeros and the other agents all looked at Furox. Furox made such a decision as because the situation is already the worst, and now it needs to rely on the strength of the king's army. Besides, the king's army was originally the Jinchuriki column with King Cobra as the branch. When the king was kidnapped, they would naturally go all out to rescue them. There has been an uproar in the city of Arubana because of the attack on the palace of the king. The king's army everywhere rushed to the king's palace to help. However, at this time, violent crimes have occurred in many areas of Arubana. Many houses were attacked and set on fire, and some people set fire to it. At the top of a building, a tall woman looked at the city full of fire and chaos. The woman has long black hair and blue eyes with a bottomless charm. Ms. observes everything in this Arubana city all Sunday. The fires were actually set ablaze by the hundreds of agents surviving in the Baroque works room. At times like these, creating more chaos is a better way to fish in troubled waters. But for Ms. All Sunday, her purpose was not to work for the Baroque works room. Baroque works room is just a temporary shelter. Her real purpose is to find the hidden historical truth. Judging from the intelligence, it can be concluded that the Alabasta King Cobra knew the location of a historical text from Akatsuki. Now that the plan has been realized, after the location of the historical text is extracted from Cobra's mouth, the truth of that historical text can be officially revealed. Thinking of this, Ms. bowed her head slightly. All Sunday. Crocodile, she knows very well about the darkness of human nature. At that time Crocodile would definitely kill the donkey. So Ms. is definitely going to give Crocodile some cover in advance. All Sunday. In front of the king's palace, the fire raged into the sky. The king's army has gathered here in large numbers. Quickly put out the fire. Garca emergency command. And Vivi and Nami are all here. Everyone is very anxious, but they can only continue to wait. The situation is very bad now, but it is necessary to wait for the hole in the palace to be dug before it can act. The king's army was concentrated here, scrambling to inquire about the situation. Now Cobra's incident is like a thunderbolt, which makes the king's army shocked and angry. Now everyone's hopes are gathered on Vivi. Vivi is now the Jinchuriki column of the king's army. Don't be discouraged, we must save the king. Vivi said encouragingly. Yes, Your Majesty. Vivi, we will listen to your dispatch. Vivi's mobilization, the king's army regained its fighting spirit. Chapter 289 Cryptic Message. Vivi's eyes filled with tears when she looked at the fighting spirit and loyalty of the king's army. The princess said firmly, "Thank you all. Long live Alabasta, long live His Majesty Cobra, long live His Majesty Vivi." The king's army shouted in high spirits. Nami looked at the enthusiasm of the king's army, and said with some emotion, "It's too exciting." Sanji on the side had a feeling of love on his face, looked at Vivi and said, as expected of Princess Vivi, "She is charming." Nami smiled helplessly when she saw Sanji's expression. At this time, there was a whistling sound in the sky for a while. Sanji and the others raised their heads and saw a giant falcon hovering above the sky. Vivi raised his head and saw the giant falcon that Belle had transformed into, whistling constantly. Belle landed in front of Vivi, who quickly changed back to his human form. Belle half kneeled in front of Vivi and said, "Your Majesty, we are in a crisis now. No matter what order Your Majesty issues, I will be ruthless and willing to do anything." Vivi said quickly, "Don't do that, Belle." Belle stood up straight again. Vivi was even a playmate with Belle as a child. Belle is also serious on the surface and warm on the inside. Now this is before thousands of troops, and Belle's loyalty to Vivi at this time is conducive to consolidating morale and prestige. After Gaka finished commanding the fire, he also walked over to look at this partner who had worked together for many years. Gaka and Belle have worked together for many years and actually have a deep friendship. "Bale, now we are in extraordinary times. Everyone has to fight as hard as they can," Garca said. Belle said firmly, "No one can stop us." The two looked at each other, and what resonated between them was their loyalty to Alabasta and the royal family. It's a pity that one person is missing. Whether he is dead or alive remains to be seen. Vivi felt extremely warm in her heart. There are loyal ministers like Gaka and Belle inside, and Sanji, Nami, and friends like Rog and Zoro who have not yet arrived. No difficulty can stop them. Just when the morale was high, an officer suddenly ran over. "His Majesty Vivi, Lord Gaka, Lord Belle. Great news. Someone wants to see you and says they know the whereabouts of His Majesty Cobra." The officer rushed over to report urgently. Vivi was shocked when he heard it, and Gaka and Belle were also very surprised. "Invite him now," Vivi said. "Yes," said the officer. The officer hurriedly went down and invited the other party to come over. Vivi's face became serious, and she could immediately know the whereabouts of her father. Gaka and Belle are also seriously waiting. Sanji and Nami also wanted to see who they were. Not long after, a group of people in black suits were brought over. In total there were more than a dozen people in black suits. They were all well-paced and apparently specially trained. There are two people walking in the front. One of them was a tall, thin, blonde middle-aged man with a slender, graceful beard on his face. The other was a burly, brawny man, but he obviously had some injuries, but he received simple medical treatment. Vivi watched the group approach. Her eyes saw the logo on the other side's black suit. Cross-shaped balls connected together. It is the symbol of the world government. Your Majesty, they are here, the officer introduced. Vivi looked at each other and asked, "Everyone, did you say you know the whereabouts of my father?" A tall, thin middle-aged man strokes his long and graceful beard with his hands. "Your Majesty, Princess Vivi, please allow us to introduce ourselves first. We are CP3, an intelligence organization under the world government. I am Chief Fu Rox." Fu Rox said. After listening to the world government, Sanji and Nami both looked at each other. For Sanji, the other party's background is not small. However, as a pirate, it is actually the opposite of the world government. Vivi continued, "Are you an intelligence agency of the world government? We didn't know Akatsuki that you were operating here before." Fu Rox said, "There is a serious internal war in Alabasta, and the world government has sent Marine to coordinate with officials. We have been sent to investigate secretly. We have been collecting information here for a long time. About Crocodile and Baroque Works Room. Conspiracy. We also investigated." Vivi and Belle and Gaka listened intently. CP3 is also a surprise to them. Nami thought to herself that the world government was not all trash. Vivi looked at Fu Rox and asked, "Then do you know the whereabouts of my father?" Fu Rox nodded and said, "Yes. Our agents tracked suspicious people in the Baroque Works Room, and finally learned that they had successfully kidnapped His Majesty King Cobra and took him out of the city. The strength is strong. We have suffered heavy losses, and we cannot stop them." Quote. Vivi also knew this fact, but now he suddenly trembled when he heard it. Belle hurriedly asked, "So have you confirmed which direction they are going outside the city?" Fu Rox turned his head to look at Zeros and gestured to him. The wounded Zeros said, "No, after he defeated us, he continued to flee the city. Of course, they would definitely flee from the south of the city. Because the previous war destroyed the city wall, they could escape smoothly. But apart from this, after a city, I don't know where to go." Belle's face has also become serious now, and the other party will definitely escape from the destroyed southern city wall. But where to go after that is a big question. Now Cobra's clue is still like finding a needle in a haystack. At this time, suddenly a bow and arrow came. Bow and arrow hit the ground in front of Vivi. Gaka and Belle quickly stood in front of Vivi depending on the situation. "Be careful, hurry up to protect Her Majesty the Princess," Gaka shouted. The king's army was also on alert. Sanji is also ready to fight at any time, while Nami hides behind Sanji in fright. Vivi's eyes swept to the bow and arrow. "Wait a minute." Vivi pulled the bow and arrow from the ground. All they saw was a piece of cloth tied to the bow and arrow. Vivi undid the cloth and carefully read the words written on it. Seeing the words above, Vivi's body trembled. But there seemed to be a glimmer of hope in those eyes. On the cloth, it was written, "If you want to save the king, you might as well go to the southeast area of Arubana to check. It says that the father is in the southeast area of Arubana. Let's go there and check," Vivi said excitedly. Belle and Gaka were both very surprised. Suddenly someone told them this kind of information. Who is the other party and what is the motive? Chapter 290 Arrival of Colonel Hina. "Who, can you believe this kind of information?" Garka said suspiciously. Now it's unbelievable that someone suddenly sent this kind of information to the other party's motive. Now we have no other clues. I will go to the southeast of Arubana to investigate first. I will contact you at any time by phone bug, Bell said. Now there is no other way. Any clues must be seized. Bell said that he retransformed his body. The head was quickly elongated and the mouth became sharp, like the beak of a giant falcon. The arms became like wings, covered with feathers. Those feet also turned into sharp bird claws. He changed from a human to a giant falcon in human beast form again. Fu Rox and Zeros looked at Bell. Devil fruit, Zeros said. It's still in bird form. It looks like a falcon, said Fu Rox. Bell flapped his huge wings. I'm off. Bell flew up suddenly. It's all up to you, Garka said. Bell flew into the sky, flying higher and higher. It quickly disappeared in the night sky. Vivi looked at Bell and said, Bell, yes, you can send someone to help. Gaka hurriedly stopped and said, don't do this, Bell himself can soar in the sky. If you send people, not only will it not help, it may also drag down or reveal our intentions. Vivi turned his gaze back to the bow and cloth in his hands. Who told them that this information fell to the ground? On top of a building hundreds of meters away. Miss stood here all Sunday looking into the distance. She crossed her arms across her chest, but several arms grew out of her back. One of the arms is holding a bow. It's time to tell you. Whether you can turn the situation around depends on your own efforts. Ms. retracted the arms that grew out of her back all Sunday. Then get out of here. On the ruins of the southern city wall of Arubana, the two figures ran away from here very urgently. Mr. Point 4 and Ms. left the city desperately without stopping for a second. Okay, work harder. Mr. Point 4, don't work so hard just eating pizza. Ms. said Merry Christmas. Although Mr. Point 4 feet's desperate running speed is not bad, Ms. Merry Christmas is still a poisonous tongue. Mr. Point 4 ran out of breath, holding the wooden barrel containing Cobra tightly in his hands. The two rushed out of the city and reached the stairs hundreds of meters down the huge cliff. This staircase had been bombed with potholes because of the war, and there were many dried bloodstains. The two of them desperately walked down from here. Finally, we reached the desert below. The two ran for a while in the desert before turning back to Arubana. Goodbye, we'll never be back, said Ms. Merry Christmas. Whoosh, Mr. Point 4 panted. At this time, there was a sudden whistling in the sky. Ms. Merry Christmas. When I looked up, it was a huge bird in flight. This caused a moment of panic from Ms. Merry Christmas. She knew very well that in Alabasta there was a Kingdom Guard minister who could turn into a giant falcon to attack and scout. What to do? What to do? There is. Ms. Merry Christmas suddenly found herself in the desert. In the past, Arubana was a city built on a cliff, so it was difficult to dig a hole in the ground. It's different in this soft desert. Stop, Mr. 4, we don't have to run around in the desert like this. Ms. Merry Christmas said. She rapidly transformed her body from human form to full beast form. That is, a giant mole. Dig 1,000 miles a day. Ms. Merry Christmas, the claws began to dig into the desert below. The sand in the desert is so soft. Under the digging of Ms. Merry Christmas with all her might, the hole was dug quickly. Mr. Point 4 looked at the hole in a silly way. Stupid pig, why are you so dumbfounded? Come in quickly. Ms. Merry Christmas shouted. Mr. Point 4 quickly hugged the barrel and jumped into the hole. Under the cover of the cave under the headline desert, the two carried the kidnapped King Cobra safely to their destination. It was Bell who was flying in the night sky, and Bell suddenly felt as if he saw something moving in the desert below. But when he deliberately observed, there was no trace. Is it an illusion? Bell continued to scout other areas. Although Bell can see 10,000 meters in the form of a falcon, objects 10,000 meters away can be seen. Things within a kilometer can be seen clearly. But it was during the day, and at night his vision was greatly reduced. Fukuro form in the bird fruit, it is possible to really see things clearly at night. Bell continued to observe as he flew southeast of Arubana. Time passed minute by minute, and the time finally arrived in the morning while everyone was waiting anxiously. The sun was shining brightly in the morning, and everyone gathered again in front of the king's palace. The soldiers of the king's army, Gaka, Sanji and Nami, and Vivi in the front. Even CP3 feet S Fu Rocks and Zeros are nearby preparing to participate in the operation. Everyone, today we will go to the southeastern region of Arubana for an operation. This operation concerns the future of Alabasta. You must do your best, Vivi said with a serious face. Under Vivi's words, everyone was in high spirits. Okay, save His Majesty Cobra. Everyone is ready to go. At this moment, a group of people suddenly came over. Everyone, please wait. A capable female voice sounded. Vivi and Sanji looked at each other. I saw a tall female officer wearing a Marine Colonel uniform walking over. She has long pink hair and a cigarette in her mouth. Marine soldiers with unique appearance behind him at all times. There were also dozens of Marine soldiers walking dignifiedly. Gaka looked at each other and said, "What, it's Colonel Hina." After Nami looked at each other, she whispered, "Marine." Sanji on the side looked at Hina, but his eyes were shining. The heart was pounding. The capable Colonel Hina in front of her looks like a strong professional beauty. This beautiful woman is actually Colonel Marine, Sanji said with concern. When Nami saw Sanji, she lost her temper and hurriedly punched him. Be careful, it's Marine, Nami warned. Fuku Rocks of CP3 looked at Colonel Hina, who had always been there. They and Marine belonged to the world government, they were under the sun and the darkness. Not even a fellow traveler. Colonel Hina, isn't she Marine's mediator? How did she get here? Of course she's been in Aruba all the time, Fuku Rocks said suspiciously. Colonel Hina strode up to Vivi. Vivi also knew from the information provided by Gaka that Colonel Hina, who was in charge of the Marine headquarters in the Alabasta area, came here to mediate. But why did she suddenly appear here? And what to do? Chapter 291 meets Smoker again. Hina looked at Vivi respectfully and said, Your Majesty Princess Vivi, I am deeply saddened by what happened to His Majesty King Cobra. So is Marine's mediator, I need to help you fight against the enemy. Hina bluntly stated her purpose. That is to help Vivi and the others to save His Majesty King Cobra. As for why Hina knew that Cobra was kidnapped, there was no airtight wall. The news from last night was still out. There are still many people in the Royal Army who have told the news. Fullbody and Django behind Hina are the ones who found the news. Nami's face changed quickly after seeing Django, and she whispered, how could it be him? Sanji also slightly shifted his gaze from his favorite Hina to the two behind him. When he saw Fullbody, his expression changed immediately. Why is he here? Sanji said in surprise. And now Fullbody and Django are wearing Marine soldier uniforms. Although not as neatly dressed as other soldiers. But also obviously Marine. And they followed behind Hina. What a shame. There are these people behind such a beautiful colonel. Sanji said very displeased. Of course, Sanji wasn't afraid that the other party would recognize him and Nami. After all, Sanji's leg kung fu is there. Only if the other party is not afraid of death will they dare to seek revenge. Marine led by Hina, he will not seek revenge. And the other party may have been thinking about it for a long time. Vivi looked at Hina, who already knew something. Thank you for your help, Colonel Hina, Vivi said politely. No need to thank you. This is what should be done, Hina said politely. In addition to some more help in the current situation, it is still necessary to give each other face. Represents Marine, so this is considered to be a face for Marine and the world government. Now the team to save Cobra has gathered multiple forces and is ready to go. At this moment, another loud voice sounded. Guys, I think you need the help of the smoke hunters. After this voice sounded, Hina was stunned. Sanji and Nami were both stunned. Vivi and Gaka are looking to newcomers. I saw a burly and astonishingly strong man striding forward. Although he was in his prime, he had short white hair. He held 2 thick cigars in his mouth. The smoke lingered around him. The white marine uniform of the upper body is open, and the developed muscles of the chest look like steel. Hina looked at the visitor. It's actually him, Hina whispered. The other party surprised Hina. Smoker, the marine smoker, strode forward. The momentum is that it looks very mighty. Behind him were Tashigi and dozens of elite marine soldiers. Sanji and Nami both looked ugly. What is he? Sanji said, breathing out a ring of smoke. It's horrible, Nami said, crying. They are all unimaginable, the other party is actually here. How can this be? Smoker walked up to Vivi and said respectfully, Your Majesty Princess Vivi, you need strong allies to support the battle now. I'm Smoker, the smoker hunter from the Marine headquarters. After hearing about the tragedy that happened last night, my soldiers and I decided to help you together. Against evil enemies. Smoker spoke his intentions. Exaggeratedly similar to Hina. Vivi looked at Smoker and it was hard to refuse, and the opponent looked very strong. If it was a fight, it would be a powerful boost. Thank you so much, Colonel Smoker, Vivi said gratefully. Smoker said politely, You're welcome. That's Marine's job. Smoker swept his eyes sideways. But he saw an old acquaintance of him. Hina, Smoker said in surprise. What's so strange? I'm a colonel stationed in this area. Hina said calmly. Smoker also calmed down and said, That's right. Hina and Smoker are old acquaintances. Hina continued, Smoker, I'm more surprised to see you here than you are. Aren't you stationed at the entrance of the Great Route? What are you coming here for? Is there any task given above? Smoker felt a little embarrassed, but he was just going his own way. There was no order above, but I let go of a group of pirates at the entrance of the Great Route. That's why I chased it all the way here, Smoker said truthfully. Hina sighed and said, Oh, you're so old. You just follow your own temper. Sanji and Nami were listening clearly. Nami said with tears in her eyes, Did you hear that? He said he was chasing a group of pirates who were released. Sanji said helplessly, Isn't that referring to us? It was hard for the two of them to believe that the other party had chased them here in order to chase them. Vivi looked at Smoker and Hina, feeling a little strange about them. Since everyone helped together. Thank you so much. Vivi said politely. Vivi said this, both Smoker and Hina looked at Vivi. No problem. The two Marines said in unison. Furox and Zeros of CP3 looked at the two people. Who are these people? Furox felt incomprehensible. It is true that there are often mavericks among the Marines. Each Marine General School has its own justice proposition. The three forces of the world government in Alabasta, CP3, Hina, and Smoker are all coming together by accident. The fight to save Cobra seems destined. It is a unity of forces linked to justice against evil. Smoker said something more to Hina and Vivi before walking away. But when he walked away, his eyes suddenly swept around. Then his body stopped and he started walking towards Sanji and Nami. Nami cried when she saw Smoker approaching. Sanji, he's here, Nami said sobbing. Sanji lit a new cigarette and said, Don't be afraid, it's me. I have a way. Smoker walked up to Sanji and Nami. He looked at the two with his eyes full of momentum. Then the mighty voice rang out. Can't be wrong, it's you guys, Smoker said. Sanji looked up at him and said, Yes, you recognize the right person. Nami was about to collapse. Tashigi was also behind, and after observing, he recognized the two. That's them, Colonel. That's right, Tashigi said. Smoker looked at Sanji and said, You guys are here. But I want to ask the guy who can manipulate plants, and the guy in the straw hat. They're not here, but they're getting here soon, Sanji said. Smoker looked at Sanji and couldn't see that Sanji was lying. Chapter 292 Cobra's Resistance. I'm going to arrest you. Why are you so easy? Smoker asked. Because I don't think it's time for you to arrest us, Sanji said. Smoker said nothing for a moment. Well, I'm here to help the princess in her country. That's why you'll be arrested later. Not to mention you're not here yet. So do we. We're going to help the princess too. Take this country back from that villain, Sanji said. Smoker looked at Sanji and said, when you're all set. And after I help save the king, you're just waiting to be arrested. But I haven't met the pirates who should be arrested before this. Sanji smiled and said, okay. Let's save the king and the kingdom first. Smoker took another look at him and Nami, then left. Actually saved, Nami said. Of course, he's very forthright. He wouldn't arrest us at this juncture, Sanji said. Now that Smoker and Sanji have made an alliance under the castle, there is nothing else to do until the king and the kingdom are saved. Vivi stood in front of the crowd, riding on a healthy horse. Everyone, we want to go to the southeast of Arubana and save our father and this country. Vivi said. Okay, save His Majesty the King and Alabasta. A team of countless forces is ready to attack. But there is a very important team on the way. Dozens of kilometers west of Arubana. A group of horses galloping in the desert. Rog, Zoro and Luffy and Usopp all gallop on these horses. Rog on horseback took out the map, and calculated the speed of the horse with the compass. Okay, everyone, we'll be in Aruba in 2 hours, Rog said. After hearing the news, Luffy was very excited. Really, we can finally rendezvous with our partners. Luffy said very happily. Sanji has contacted everyone before. Chopper, who was sitting behind Usopp, was a little worried, but he still mustered up his courage and said, when you get there, you must defeat Crocodile. Usopp in front comforted. Don't be afraid, there is Captain Usopp. Everyone can sit back and relax. It's all up to you. Chopper patted Usopp on the back. The King of Ninja and Zoro are still the pioneers and the fastest on horseback. Izumi, the goddess of water, is the queen. This team is very strong, and once they get to Arubana, they may be able to find a way to compete with Crocodile. A few kilometers southeast of Arubana, above an abandoned town. Belle, who transformed into a giant falcon, has been hovering in the sky. Now that the sun has finally risen, Belle's vision can be maximized. From the height of 10,000 meters, you can see people and animals on the ground. At the height of 1 kilometer, you can even see the specific appearance of the other party. Belle, who was circling, kept flying at about 1 kilometer at this time. The abandoned town below has hundreds of houses, old but still invisible from above if someone is hiding inside. At a height of about 1 kilometer, you can see clearly and observe the entire abandoned town. Belle carefully observes here. Don't let anything get out. His eyes were constantly on the lookout for any movement below. Inside the house below, Mr. Point 4 and Ms. Merry Christmas together to guard the bound Cobra. Cobra sat on the ground with his hands tied behind his back. The king was already awake, and looked at the person in the chair ahead with hatred in his eyes. The person in this chair is tasting the crocodile of Yuhi wine. Crocodile really does not forget to enjoy, even here is a case of drinks and food. I also set up a table in front of me with sand, placed Yuhi wine, goblet and sausage, and tasted it slowly here. And Mr. 4 and Ms. Merry Christmas can also share some food and drinks because of their hard work. Crocodile put a glass of Yuhi to his lips and aimed it at Cobra. Oh, Your Majesty, don't look at me like that. I don't think my face is so hateful, Crocodile said lowly and leisurely. Cobra said to him disgustedly, You ruined my country. Crocodile said disdainfully, Your Majesty, don't be like this. You have problems governing the country, so you have so much trouble. I think a king who can really stand up to the wind and rain is qualified to rule here. Isn't it? Cobra was shaking with rage, but then said nothing. Crocodile saw Cobra attempt to resist with silence. He added, Well, you really don't want to ask me why I'm so obsessed with Alabasta. Cobra couldn't help it. Although he hated Crocodile, he wanted to question him now. "What the hell do you want?" Cobra asked. Crocodile put down the goblet full of yuhi wine and looked gloomily at the king with a huge scar on his face. "Okay, I'll tell you. I'm not interested in any kind of power. Money is the same. I want absolute power. Without power as a guarantee, anything is nothing. And the specific form of power is force, or military strength. I want to ask you, Your Majesty Cobra, as the king of the dignified kingdom of Alabasta, have you heard about ancient weapons?" Crocodile said slowly. Cobra's face changed when he heard this. Crocodile continued, "That ancient weapon is Hades. And you as king of Alabasta must know that Hades is actually hiding in an area of Alabasta. I am going to get that weapon." Cobra's lips were trembling, and he said, "What did you say? I don't know." "What, Pluto?" Crocodile wasn't angry either. He said, "I know you wouldn't say it so easily. But I can think of a better way." Crocodile said calmly, "Come in. There is also a room in this house," and a tall woman came out from there. "Exactly, Ms. All Sunday." Ms. looked at Cobra with deep eyes. All Sunday. The man she was looking for was someone who could give important information about the location of the historical text. "With that special hallucinogen," Crocodile said. Ms. All Sunday said, "Okay." She took out a needle. And quickly took out a glass medicine bottle filled with purple medicine. "Remove the cork from the glass shaker and extract the medicine with a needle." Cobra looked at the approaching Ms. with tension. All Sunday. "What are you doing?" Cobra growled sternly. "Your Majesty, don't be like this. I'm just asking you to tell the truth," Ms. All Sunday said. Chapter 293 Life and Death Pursuit, Soaring Wings. Although Cobra was bound, the physical struggle made it inconvenient to inject psychedelic drugs. Ms. will cross her hands. All Sunday. The ability to blossom fruit is activated. Several hands grew from Cobra's back to stabilize him. Ms. took this time. All Sunday, to insert a needle full of purple LSD into a vein in Cobra's neck. The tip of the needle pierced a vein in Cobra's neck. A purple psychedelic potion was injected. After injecting all the psychedelics in the syringe, Ms. stood up. All Sunday. "Okay," Ms. said. All Sunday. At the same time, the hands stretched out from Cobra's back finally disappeared. Was very nervous, he looked at Ms. Chenjo Hiyori Crocodile angrily, and said, "What did you do to me?" Ms. All Sunday said, "It's a psychedelic drug, you'll be delirious after a while. But it'll give us the message we want." Crocodile said bluntly, "Wait a while, I can really know the location of Hades from your mouth." Cobra realized he couldn't help himself. He started desperately trying to stay awake. However, no matter how firm the will is, it cannot resist the chemical effects of the hallucinogens. His consciousness gradually began to blur. In this case, the firmness of the man's own will can at most delay time. Crocodile looked forward to seeing Cobra's appearance. But his ears heard a whistling sound for a while. The sound came from the sky outside. Crocodile said, "Well, is this the bird that has been circling around here and turned into the minister of the guardian of the kingdom?" Ms. Merry Christmas hurriedly said, "Yes, it's that falcon. He has good eyesight. We wouldn't dare to go out and walk around without him. Of course in the hole I dug. Then no problem. Before Ms. Merry Christmas, I finally got here by digging a hole all the time." However, Bell seemed to understand that there was a problem here, so he kept monitoring it. Crocodile stood up. "Anyway, it's okay to be idle, kill him." Crocodile has to deal with Bell himself. Crocodile's body quickly turned into a ball of sand, and then drifted out of the main entrance of the house. And Ms. All Sunday looked at Cobra, who was bound and eroded by psychedelic demons. For her, what Crocodile worshipped Pluto meant nothing. She just wanted to know about Akatsuki's historical text. Cobra was constantly eroded, and with amazing perseverance he was trying to delay time. At this moment, Bell, who was hovering in the sky, saw movement below. A cloud of dust suddenly flew in the abandoned town. The dust seemed to be alive, moving with strange rhythms. There's something. Belle observed the movement of the dust below more carefully. This cloud of sand and dust continued to grow, and finally turned into a large cloud of sand and dust, and the huge sand and dust storm spun. It quickly became hundreds of meters high. And the dust storm seemed to be flying towards him. Seeing this situation, Belle, who was flying, also understood one thing. Could it be, this is crocodile? Belle's ability to crocodile is also known to Akatsuki, sand crocodile's reputation. Being able to transform into sand and mummify opponents is something no one else can do except crocodile. Crocodile turned into a dust storm that got higher and higher, eventually reaching a full kilometer high. It's totally up to Belle. The sky-high sandstorm flew towards Belle. The speed also increased suddenly, and if he was approached, no matter how strong Belle's flying ability was, he would not be able to escape. I won't die in this place. Belle hurriedly flew up to altitude. The dust storm below also continued to rise. Uzumaki formed in the middle of the dust storm, enough to suck anything in. Belle spread his wings and flew towards the sun, like a divine bird flying towards the scorching sun. The sandstorm behind him kept chasing. Crocodile, who turned into a sandstorm, did not expect Belle to be able to soar in the sky at such a high speed. Crocodile, who is contemptuous of everything in his bones, soon makes the speed even more exaggerated. The dust storm flew straight into the sky. Belle was flying constantly, from the height of 1 kilometer at the beginning, to 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 7 kilometers, 9 kilometers. This giant falcon, which spreads its wings, flies towards the rising sun. Belle was still flying very fast at this altitude, and the sandstorm behind him was chasing it with all his strength, and there was still more than 300 meters away at this time. Work harder, 10,000 meters in the sky. Belle tried his best to spread his wings and fly into the sky. Belle's body split the air that was getting thinner and thinner. Those eyes seemed to be bathed in the harsh sunlight. Like the sun is his home. The sandstorm behind him is still relentless. In the end, the 10,000 meter altitude was broken, and Belle soared above the 10,000 meter altitude. The sandstorm also flew above the altitude of 10,000 meters. However, the sandstorm that Crocodile has turned into is already quite exhausting. Such a high-speed chase made him unbearable. Having chased such a high position, Crocodile was very annoyed, but the distance from Belle was getting further and further. Even so, Crocodile is going to make a last-ditch effort. Ow! Belle heard a roar from the sandstorm chasing below. Sandstorm made a last-ditch effort to chase. The sandstorm spins faster, almost slightly exceeding Belle's speed. The speed of this last wave was extremely fast, and it quickly narrowed the distance with Belle. In the end, it was already less than 100 meters. The huge attraction of the sandstorm is to let the feathers on Belle's body be drawn in. Belle felt a powerful attraction below. In the blink of an eye, the sandstorm reached a distance of less than 50 meters. Then it was less than 30 meters away. Belle continued to fly, hitting the wings with all the strength of his body. The wings and body finally fly like bullets to the higher sky. Sky wings. Belle's speed has reached the limit, and he can reach a distance of 100 meters in almost the blink of an eye. This is Belle's most powerful flying skill. It can fly at critical moments and at high speeds. Crocodile Doll turned into bites the air, and Belle flew to the higher sky. The soaring wings lasted for nearly 10 seconds, allowing Belle to fly to a height of 1 kilometer. The ability of the sky wing is not something that can be used in ordinary times, and it can only be further developed during long-term flight. The limit needs to be reached further after a long period of acceleration. Crocodile is very fast after turning into a sandstorm, but still unable to catch up with the speed of Skywing. The sandstorm that cannot chase Belle can only let Belle go. Crocodile watched his prey fly away. Chapter 294 Army arrives. Belle heard the noise formed by the wind for a while below, and was full of anger. When Bell flew to an altitude of more than 12,000 kilometers, he finally stopped and looked down. Crocodile had turned into quickly subsided, falling back to the ground incessantly. Seeing all this, Bell was not so happy. Crocodile failed to chase, but he also has such strength. These are definitely just the iceberg tip. It is also certain that Cobra was indeed kidnapped to the area below. Otherwise Crocodile wouldn't be guarding here at all. Bell was slowly descending the altitude again, and finally used the phone bug to communicate. His Majesty Vivi, I found His Majesty the King. He is in the abandoned town southeast of Aruba. Also, Crocodile is here. Bell communicated to Vivi with a phone bug. Thank you for your hard work, Bell. But you have to keep an eye on it, said the phone bug. Don't worry, Your Majesty Vivi, Bell said. Bell continued to spread his wings and fly in the sky, constantly monitoring the movements of the abandoned town below. In Arubana's Vivi and Garca, they have reached the east gate of Arubana. The east gate was opened, and a group of elite soldiers of the king's army attacked. In addition to Vivi and Garca's king's army, there are CP3, Marine led by Colonel Hina, Marine led by Colonel Smoker, Sanji and Nami. An army of tens of thousands marched to the abandoned town where the bloody battle was about to begin. The cavalry on top of a large number of military horses and camels was in high spirits, carrying guns and sharp knives. There are also a large number of carriages carrying many infantry. Machine guns and artillery were pulled behind the carriage. This is a battle that could decide Alabasta's fate. Tens of thousands of troops behind the dust, it is bound to defeat Crocodile and save Cobra and Alabasta. Among the abandoned towns in southeastern Arubana, Crocodile, who failed to pursue Bell, finally returned to the ground. This arrogant Shichibukai has a very ugly expression on his face now. He looked up at the sky again, and Bell was still investigating when he dropped the height. Humph, Crocodile said in disgust. Bell a bird actually played him like this, and now Crocodile is in a bad mood. Mr. Point 4 and Ms. Merry Christmas are also from the previous house. After all, after holding it for so long, it's good to come out and breathe. They saw Crocodile also on the street. Boss, where's the big bird's body? Did you suck it dry too? Ms. Merry Christmas asked Crocodile in anticipation. Crocodile gave her a displeased glance. Ms. Merry Christmas and chills down my spine. But she immediately heard another whistling in the sky. Ms. Merry Christmas raised her head and saw that the giant falcon that Bell had transformed into was still hovering above the sky. Crocodile walked past her and Mr. 4 indifferently. Finally returned to the previous house. Ms. Merry Christmas is feeling awkward for a while now. Mr. Point 4 on the side is looking at Bell in the sky stupidly. Bell in the sky was still circling constantly at this time. But because there are Crocodile and other potential dangers below, Bell is just reconnaissance. It won't come down to fight on its own. Ms. Merry Christmas looking at Bell flying and circling in the sky. Mr. Point 4 who was looking at the sky stupidly. Mr. 4, shoot him down. Ms. Merry Christmas said. Mr. Point 4 turned his head to look at her and then looked up at Bell, who was circling in the sky. Then Mr. 4 said slowly, okay. Mr. Point 4 first took off the lasso on his back, and then took down the 4-ton heavy metal bat. Lasso opened his mouth for a while, howling, ow. Mr. Point 4 holds the metal bat tightly with both hands. Use small rapid-firing shells. Mr. 4 said to Lasso quickly and neatly. Lasso listened to the order and quickly began to brew cannonballs in his body. Once the official battle is over, Mr. 4 is full of energy and speaks very neatly. Lasso held his breath and quickly opened his mouth at Mr. 4 and fired a palm-sized cannonball. This cannonball is the size of an ordinary baseball. Mr. Point 4 swung his bat violently. Bang! This small cannonball really goes straight to the sky like a baseball. Metal bat and the strength of Mr. 4 are comparable to a giant beast. Knock this small palm-sized cannonball into the air. Because the shells are small in size, they can fly quickly into the sky. Bel was at a height of more than 1,000 meters in the sky at this time. He saw a small object flying over. He dodged quickly, as small shells exploded. The shell actually flew more than 1,000 meters into the air and exploded. Although the power of the explosion is not large, it can fly high in the sky. On the ground, Mr. Four continued to cooperate with Lasso, and sent small shells flying with baseball bats. The sky was soon filled with smoke from the explosion of small artillery shells. It was like fireworks exploded after being hit by anti-aircraft rapid-fire guns. Bel was trying hard to dodge, flying irregularly in the sky. Ms. Merry Christmas beside Mr. Four was watching the air defense battle. Although small shells with low power are used now, it is only in this way that the shells can be shot to a height of more than 1,000 meters. Mr. Four, don't look stupid. But are you smart in combat? Ms. Merry Christmas said. This way, Bel was dodging, and Mr. Four shot small palm-sized cannonballs into the sky like anti-aircraft rapid-fire cannonballs. In the southeast of Arubana, the tens of thousands of elite troops led by Vivi and the others have already arrived near the abandoned town. Vivi on his warhorse looked at the abandoned town with binoculars. Gaka, who was on the side, was also riding a warhorse, and he also carefully observed the abandoned town. Okay, Your Majesty Vivi. We are here now. Bel reports that Crocodile is here. But to be on the safe side, I suggest encircling this place first, Garka said. Vivi looked at the town. He also saw Bel flying in the sky. Bel was attacked by some unknown weapon at this time, like an anti-aircraft rapid-fire gun missile, constantly blasting black smoke in the sky, and Bel seemed to be avoiding. However, as Bel continued to soar higher, he gradually avoided those attacks. Bel, who was in the sky, was also relieved to see the army led by Vivi below coming. Everyone, it's up to you, Bel said. Observe the abandoned town from Vivi and Garka on the ground. Although it is an abandoned town, it is still quite large. It is urgent to act now. Gaga, everything is fought your way, Vivi said. Follow the order. Garka hurriedly conveyed the order. Vivi is nominally the commander-in-chief of the three armed forces. Gaka is a minister of guard with rich war experience. He can really finish the battle. Chapter 295 Army Encircled. The 50,000-strong army is divided into 5 corps. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th Corps encircle the abandoned town from the south, and northwest respectively. The 1st Corps provides mobile support at any time. The Artillery Corps is together with the 1st Corps. And don't open fire casually to avoid killing His Majesty the King. Garka ordered a large telephone bug. Orders were quickly conveyed to the troops at all levels. Although the number of 50,000 people in this attack is not an exaggeration. But it's also huge. What's more, these are the battle-hardened, well-equipped elites of the King's army. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th Corps surrounded the abandoned town from east, west, north and south. The well-trained elite cavalry of the King's army quickly outflanked, and then the horse-drawn carriage lowered the infantry. Infantrymen carrying shovels quickly excavated sand positions to form trenches and dunes. Then quickly set up the machine gun. But in order to avoid accidentally hurting Cobra in this abandoned town, all 4 regiments were armed with only a small number of light artillery pieces. Most of the heavy artillery units were with the 1st Corps. Use it at the critical moment depending on the situation. Soon, 10,000 troops in each of the south, and northwest of the abandoned town were surrounded. The trenches and dunes were dug, and machine guns and light artillery were erected. Tens of thousands of soldiers got into the trenches and hid behind the dunes. Large numbers of cavalry maneuvered in all directions. And Vivi and Gaka are the 10,000-strong army and heavy artillery units of the 1st Army who were ready to support and maneuver operations. Smoker, who were beside Vivi and the others, observed the movements of the King's army. I really have to admit, the desert land combat capability of the Alabasta King's army is really amazing. Hina said with emotion. Although Hina has been in command of warships for a long time, but also Grandmaster a lot of land battles. However, today the king's army quickly built a position here. The speed and the neatness of the team were amazing. Even if the Marines like Marine came here, I am afraid they are definitely not the opponents of the king's army. Any army has its own specialties. Alabasta's native desert army can absolutely defeat any enemy in the desert. Except for the army that is also born in the desert. Smoker said more profoundly. The king's army desert war is very powerful, and the king Alabasta's army is the best army in the world at desert land warfare. Of course, the rebel army, who also came from the desert, was able to contend against them before. Smoker turned his attention to CP3 feet Fu Rocks and Zeros. CP3, why are they here? I heard from the Royal Army that they are CP3. The secret intelligence organization of the world government. Smoker said. These agents in black suits seemed unusual and eccentric to Smoker. The CP3s and said, I didn't expect the world government to play two chess games at the same time. On the one hand, Marine was asked to coordinate, and on the other hand, they secretly dispatched agents. But they weren't as capable as they thought. Hina actually resents this CP3 in her bones. After all, she was here to mediate the civil war as a Marine mediator. But the world government actually dispatched this intelligence organization secretly. It totally speaks to the distrust the world government has in Marine and her work. Otherwise, how could this mysterious CP3 be dispatched? At this time, Fu Rocks and Zeros of CP3 were mainly observing. After all, the battle that took place last night caused Zeros to suffer a lot of injuries, and the other 5 elite agents were also killed. Among the remaining dozen or so people, there is basically no way for the opponent to be a strong enemy. Now the battle is basically impossible to shoot CP3. Of course, Fu Rocks didn't want to make a move. Now CP3 feet's combat power is only half remaining Zeros. Zeros, who is still injured, looked at the abandoned town. How powerful will the enemy be when he falls to the ground? I want to see how powerful Crocodile is when he falls to the ground. Zeros said expectantly. In the abandoned town, Mr. 4 kept hitting palm-sized cannonballs into the sky with a bat. Bell was constantly flying high, making these shells small but unable to hit him in the end. Mr. Point 4 on the ground said to Lasso, stop first. After a fierce blow, Mr. 4 almost shot more than 200 small shells into the sky. Even with his enormous strength, Mr. 4 is quite tired. Mr. Point 4 poked the bat on the ground and touched the sweat on his forehead. Now Bell in the sky has already flown above 2,000 meters. At this height, even Mr. 4 can't hit the shells. Ms. Merry Christmas on the side looked at the tired Mr. 4 and said, okay, you should have a rest too. In addition to that, she also felt a little weird around her, being a mole man. Ms. Merry Christmas has a unique ability to sense the surroundings. I'll take a look around. Ms. Merry Christmas said. Mr. Point 4 rests with Lasso. Ms. Merry Christmas is the mole who has changed from human form to beast form again. Using her 2 huge claws, she began to dig into the sandy soil below. Ms. Merry Christmas dug violently, and soon dug out the cave and entered it. Ms. Merry Christmas digging in the dirt is even faster than running on the ground. It also uses the smell and texture of the soil to determine which direction to dig. Ms. Merry Christmas soon is digging a hole in the north direction. After less than 5 minutes Ms. Merry Christmas was on the northern edge of the abandoned town. In the sand here, a cave was dug. Then a giant mole head sticks out. Wow, it's much more open here. Ms. said Merry Christmas. However, the scene where her eyes were about to pop out was right in front of her. I saw layers of trenches and a large number of sand dunes dug in the vast desert ahead. Thousands of king's armies prepare here. Countless rifles, machine guns were erected, and some light artillery pieces. Seeing this scene, Ms. Merry Christmas was frightened for a while. If she was found to be bombarded for a while, she might have died even if she burrowed into the ground. Ms. Merry Christmas, watching the vast northern position with great care. After making sure she was not found, Ms. Christmas cautiously returned to the burrow. in the burrow Ms. Merry Christmas and continue digging. But this time she was the first to dig a hole in the east of the abandoned town. A few minutes later, Ms. Merry Christmas emerged from the east of the abandoned town again. Here she still saw the huge position of the king's army consisting of trenches and sand dunes. Thousands of soldiers are deployed here. In the trenches, soldiers of the royal army set up various weapons, machine guns and light artillery. This huge position is like an iron barrel, and it cannot be rushed out at all. Seeing the huge position here, Ms. Merry Christmas is even colder. Chapter 296 Desert Death Legion. How can this be? Ms. Merry Christmas shivered. Then Ms. Merry Christmas went to the south and west one after another. It turned out that the abandoned town was surrounded by tens of thousands of troops from all sides. Dense trenches and dunes along with machine guns and light artillery were deployed behind these trenches and dunes. And you can vaguely see that many cavalry are ready to fight at all times. This abandoned town has been enclosed into an iron barrel. To the west of the abandoned town, Ms. Merry Christmas observes the king's army here. The king's army has set up such a huge position that it looks like it can be frightened to death. So many troops can't get out. Ms. Merry Christmas. But Ms. Merry Christmas herself is a mole man and can get out by digging a hole. Even if it is such a huge position, she can pass through it by digging a hole in the ground. Crocodile about the situation of being surrounded by the king's army. Ms. Merry Christmas is starting to burrow again and quickly start digging going towards the house where Cobra was previously imprisoned. After a bit of digging, Ms. Merry Christmas finally arrived in front of the house where Cobra was being held. After coming out of the cave, Ms. Merry Christmas swallowed and started walking into the house. After entering the room where Cobra was being held, Crocodile was sitting on a chair made of sand, smoking a cigar in dissatisfaction. Cobra was there in sweaty pain resisting the effects of the psychedelic potion. Ms. stood here all Sunday. She glanced at the incoming Ms. Merry Christmas. Crocodile gave her a somber look. Ms. Merry Christmas was murmuring in her heart for a while. Boss, I have something to report. Ms. Merry Christmas. Go ahead, Crocodile said in a low voice. Ms. Merry Christmas said, I just watched from all sides. There are tens of thousands of king's troops surrounded here. They have built huge positions of trenches and dunes in the east, west, north and south. And there may be active attacks. Ms. Merry Christmas reported the situation. Crocodile was still gloomy. But there was a murderous look in his eyes. Looks like I can find some dead people to practice my skills. Crocodile stood up and said. His failure to hunt down Belle just now was filled with resentment. Now coming with the king's army, Crocodile is just to practice his hands. Cobra, who was battling psychedelics, also heard the message. Wait, Crocodile, don't underestimate my army, said Cobra with sternness. Crocodile turned his face to the side and said contemptuously, Your army. This must be led by your princess. To save you so much. But soon they will be disastrously defeated. Crocodile with imposing eyes and said solemnly, Vivi and the others and her friends came with faith. Their faith is unbeatable. Crocodile turned his head back completely. Really? Then let me see. Crocodile turned into a sandstorm and flew out as soon as he finished speaking. Cobra had just been emotional for a while, and now the psychedelic effect of the psychedelic potion is stronger. Cobra sat down again and continued to struggle with the psychedelic drug. Vivi, you must win. Cobra had this idea in mind. Above the abandoned town, Belle has been observing everything here from a height of more than 2,000 meters. The king's army of 50,000 elite soldiers surrounded this abandoned town and deployed a huge position around it, which looked even more spectacular in Belle's position. His incomparably precise eyes constantly observed the situation of the abandoned town below. Suddenly, a cloud of sand began to float over the abandoned town again. Looks like Crocodile is in action again, Belle said. Crocodile turned into first flew to the far north. Here he changed his form back to human form and looked towards the vast and huge position to the north. Countless trenches and small sand dunes were dug up on this position, and thousands of king's officers and soldiers hid behind the trenches and small sand dunes, armed with weapons and ready to fight. Crocodile was seen by some soldiers in the trenches watching with binoculars. Found Crocodile. Here he is. It's really him. Hurry up and report to His Majesty Vivi and Lord Gaka. Seeing Crocodile coming out, the king's officers and soldiers were very nervous, and they also understood how powerful the other party was. The soldiers aimed their machine guns and light artillery in Crocodile's direction. However, they did not fire first, and wanted to observe the movement first. And Crocodile is not so easy to kill. Crocodile stood on the edge of the abandoned town, looking at the huge king's army. After looking at it for a while, he said in a low voice, "The rabble mob is Crocodile's evaluation of the elite soldiers of the king's army." Of course to him. For these elite soldiers of the king's army, Crocodile was too lazy to do it himself. He raised his right arm, gathered the strength in his body, and slammed it down to the ground below. Desert Army of the Dead. Crocodile's right arm was pressed firmly to the ground. A huge energy surged from his arm and penetrated into the desert below. Then the desert in front of him began to surge violently like an earthquake. Of course, this range did not extend to the king's army position. The king's army in the position looked nervously at Crocodile. They were all wondering what Crocodile was doing to shake the desert like an earthquake. Finally the desert stopped the earthquake. Crocodile also stood up again. In this desert that had just suffered an earthquake, something unbelievable suddenly happened. Groups of small dunes bulge out of the desert. Then these small dunes became more and more slender, and finally gradually turned into a human-like shape. It became more and more realistic, and finally formed a group of strong spear warriors with spears. Ooh! About 500 strong spear warriors formed of sand waved their spears and roared in the sky. These sand-formed spear warriors then aimed their spears at the positions of the king's army. These are Crocodile's desert army of death, formed of sand, the army that fears no death. Crocodile said in a voice that seemed to resonate with the desert, "Go, my legion." Ow! The Desert Death Legion began to charge forward like a phalanx of spears. These sand-formed spear warriors are as fast as horses. The 4-meter-long spears in their hands were extremely sharp and looked like the finest steel spears. Chapter 297 Life and Death Decision. Many soldiers of the royal army were frightened by the momentum of the other party. But soon the counterattack began. "Don't be afraid, they're just sand monsters. Shoot them to pieces." The general of the 5th Army to the north quickly gave orders to fight. Prepare. The machine guns and rifles behind the first 3 rows of trenches and dunes were aimed at the rushing desert army of death. The spear warriors formed by the sand that rushed to the front were all 2 meters high and extremely strong. Although it is made of sand, its body is very similar to that of flesh and blood. The spears in those hands were 4 meters long. The texture of these spears is comparable to steel. Fire! With an order, the sound of machine guns rang out. Dense rounds of bullets were fired from machine guns and rifles, hitting the charging spear warriors. The bullets hit the bodies of the spear warriors, but they didn't respond as if they had hit the sand. Ow! These spear warriors charged without fear of death. The king's army was shocked. "They're not afraid of our bullets." Some soldiers even wanted to retreat. But the general of the 1st Corps hurriedly ordered, "Use light artillery." Dozens of light artillery pieces were deployed in the first few rows of trenches, and these light artillery pieces were aimed at the charging Desert Death Army. Fire! After a while, the booming of the artillery sounded, and swarms of shells were fired at the Desert Death Army. The shells hit these sand-formed spear samurai. The violent explosion tore the bodies of some of the spear warriors and blew them to pieces. Some were temporarily paralyzed on the ground after being injured. Some were even blown up and turned back into sand. The injured spear warrior is gradually recovering, and the sand is regathered into a complete spear warrior. These sand-formed spear warriors can continue to repair and regenerate as long as they are not killed in one fell swoop. Of course, under the suppression of light artillery, about 40 sand spear warriors were eliminated. But time was long enough for the mostly sand-formed spear warriors to charge into the king's army. In front of the first row of trenches, the soldiers of the king's army saw the enemy with spears rushing forward. These sand-formed spear warriors leaped into the trenches with incredible bouncing power. Those sharp spears stabbed down. The horrific scream resounded through the desert. As the spears were pulled out one by one, countless blood-stained corpses fell into the trenches. Ow! The strong spear warriors formed from the sand continued to slaughter any remaining life in the trenches with their spears. Then they jumped out again and rushed to the next trench. Light artillery and shoulder-mounted artillery fired in the next row of trenches. Boom, 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 boom. The small caliber shells hit the sand-formed spear warriors. The explosion ripped apart the bodies of many spear warriors, collapsed and forced to recover for some time. Some were hit several times in a row and were directly blown up, and could never be recovered. Light guns have higher lethality, but are larger in size and require at least 3 people to push and maneuver and reload. The shoulder-mounted artillery can be used with only 1 soldier. The cannonballs attacked intensively at the beginning, and killed about 30 spear warriors. And paralyzed about 40 more spear warriors. These paralyzed spear warriors had to be rehabilitated. But more spear warriors rushed over. The opponent had already entered the king's army position, and the distance between each trench was only more than 30 meters. These sand-formed spear warriors are very robust. It runs faster than a horse. Ow! Kill! The sand-formed spear warriors wielded their spears and pierced through the bodies of countless king's troops. Blood spilled on the desert. The artillery units of the king's army could not be reloaded quickly in such a short period of time. Only a small number of shoulder-mounted guns barely reloaded. Most of the remaining king's army soldiers just fired angrily with their rifles and machine guns. The cannonballs occasionally killed or paralyzed individual spear warriors. But the bullets are as ineffective as hitting the sand. The second trench was quickly breached again. The king's army in the third trench aimed light artillery and shoulder-mounted artillery at the rushing spear warriors. Boom, 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 boom. Small caliber shells hit the sand-formed spear warriors. 30 more were killed. But many of the remaining sand-formed spear warriors suddenly raised their spears and threw them out. These 4-meter-long spears stabbed a large number of king's soldiers in the third row of trenches from above with great force. Ah! Deafening screams resounded through the desert and the sky. The king's army soldiers in the third row of trenches fell in droves. The surviving soldiers have not yet slowed down. The spear warriors formed by the sand of the gods have rushed into the third trench. Ow! A soldier with a spear formed of sand lifted a soldier of the king's army, grabbed his body with both hands, and tore his body abruptly. When blood splattered all over the surrounding desert, the screams had not completely disappeared. The soldiers in the third trench all died like this. The lucky few were just trampled to death. The soldiers in the fourth trench trembled after seeing and hearing it. Although the opponent only had hundreds of spear warriors formed of sand, their terrifying strength and speed, their powerful regeneration ability, and the most terrifying charge that did not know death. It's like the Death Army from the Abyss Hell. We can't beat them, run away. A soldier quickly dropped his rifle and fled to the rear. At this time, an officer pulled out a pistol and shot him in the back. With a bang, the soldier fell to the ground and died. It was the commanding officer of the fourth trench who had shot him. Remember, we are the king's army of Alabasta, and we are the most elite warriors. Now the enemy is so fast, even if we run away, we can't escape. Now we can only kill the enemy with a desperate battle. So soldiers with guns fight them with bayonets and knives. Soldiers with artillery and bombs keep fighting with them. Act now. The commanding officer gave the order with some encouragement. Yes, sir. The soldiers of the king's army were boosted by morale, and they were ready to fight again. The soldiers who wanted to escape before also stopped. In fact, even if you run away, you can't escape successfully. The spear warriors formed of these sands ran like horses, and even if they ran away, they couldn't run far. There is only one fight now. Whether in life or death, they are warriors of the king's army. Chapter 298 Brutal Murder. Encouraged by the commanding officer, the soldiers in the fourth trench now quickly changed to bladed weapons that could be used in close quarters combat. Rifles were bayoneted, and soldiers with bombs with grenades were ready to throw these explosives at any time. Officers with sabers took the lead, ready to rush out of the trenches to meet them. The sharp sabers in their hands were pulled from their scabbards at their waists. The blades of those sabers were sharp enough to slash through armored foes. After the third trench was breached, the Desert Death Army rushed over again. These sand-formed spear warriors galloped like horses with their spears. Fire! The king's light artillery and shoulder-mounted artillery in the fourth trench opened fire. Swarms of cannonballs shot out, roaring through the air, with the same voice of revenge for the previous dead soldiers. Boom, 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 boom. The shells hit the sand-formed spear warriors and exploded violently. Bomb ready to drop. Some powerful soldiers threw grenades and bombs out of the trenches. The grenades and bombs exploded violently. The violent explosion blocked the spear warriors who were charging at the front. Charge! Soldiers in the fourth trench, led by officers, charged with swords in hand. Before, most of the explosive weapons had been thrown out, and now there was only a short battle. The dazzling sabers and bayonet blades reflected a strong light from the sunlight. Before the dust of the explosion had completely dissipated, the spear warriors formed by the sand rushed over with their spears. These terrifying spears pierced. Each one is deadly enough. Kill! Charged violently, the teams from both sides collided. The spears held by the spear warriors were 4 meters long, and a spear pierced the frontmost soldier. However, the soldiers of the king's army behind took advantage of this opportunity to rush over and slashed at the bodies of the spear warriors with their machetes. Some spear warriors had their legs cut off, others their bodies. However, some spear warriors whose heads were cut off were turned into sand and could never be recovered. Their head is the weak point. Many of the king's army soldiers found the heads of the spear warriors to be their vitals. Other parts are cut off and can still be restored. The head was chopped off and completely turned back to sand. Of course, in addition to this method of attacking the head, you can also blast the body of the spear warriors formed by these sands. Ah! A king's army soldier strapped a bomb to his body and finally rushed to the side of a spear samurai. He pulled the lead away and hugged the spear warrior. Boom! With a piercing explosion, the soldiers of the king's army flew into flesh and blood, and the spear warriors formed of sand also turned into flying sand. The two perished together. In this battle, the king's army desperately attacked, and greatly blocked the charge of the Desert Death Army in various ways. But how could these powerful spear warriors be defeated by the king's army? There are fewer and fewer soldiers in the king's army, and more corpses are on the ground. Blood was flying, and those blood that represented loyalty flowed across the land of the Alabasta Desert. The fourth trench was also breached after more delays than the previous 3 trenches. Ow! The spear warriors formed of sand rushed to the fifth trench after stepping over the mountain of blood and blood of the king's army. At the first corps, Vivi and Garka were quickly informed of the attack on the northern positions. Please hold on for a while. We'll be there soon. Garka hurriedly ended the phone bug's communication. And fast forward on horseback. Vivi and Sanji, Nami and others are also riding fast on the horses. Guarding the north was the 5th Legion, and Vivi's 1st Legion was only a short distance from there in the northwest. It is now fully maneuvering support. Vivi rode on the horse, but was very anxious. According to the report just now, Crocodile suddenly appeared on the northern edge of the abandoned town. And with the ability to create a powerful army of sand turned into. Moreover, according to the follow-up report, the 5th Army has been continuously broken and is about to be unable to hold on. How powerful is the legion created by Crocodile? Smoker and Hina, who were also working together, and Zeros from CP3 were all riding on horses, trying to see what enemies they encountered. The first corps, led by Vivi, quickly reached the huge position to the north. But when they got here, everyone was stunned. This is... Vivi looked at the position in shock. I saw that the northern position defended by the 5th Army had been broken through 7 or 8 consecutive trenches by a group of rushing enemy troops armed with spears. And the corpses piled up like mountains, and the desert was strewn with blood. There were broken corpses and dried blood everywhere. Many deserts are turned into Yuhi color. New dust covers it, obscuring it. The 5th Legion of the 10,000 army is now more than half of the casualties. 5 or 6,000 casualties, most of them killed in battle. Because few can survive the spears and physical attacks of those terrifying spear warriors. The rest reluctantly fought to the death under the leadership of the Legion General. It's unbelievable. Smoker was shocked to see the sight. What a terrible enemy. Hina also took a breath and said. CP3 are also looking at this tragic battlefield. Fu Rox was trembling with fright. He had never seen such a brutal battlefield. Zeros, a strong man, saw this scene, and his heart trembled for a while. Although as an agent he often kills and kills, this is the first time he has seen such a tragic and magnificent battlefield. It's like hell, Zeros said with emotion. Seeing this scene, Nami was so frightened that she went behind Sanji. Sanji looked at this scene and couldn't help but put out the cigarette in his mouth. What enemies are these? Such brutality, Sanji said sternly. Crocodile created such a brutal and bloodthirsty army. An army that doesn't know what death is. A legion that represents the ruthlessness of the crocodile. Vivi saw the sight, and the mountain of dead people. Her tears flowed down. So many people lost their lives in this brutal battle. These are soldiers loyal to Alabasta. They fought valiantly here to restore peace to Alabasta. But the tragic war is ruthless. Soldiers with courage came to the battlefield but turned into dead war dead. They haven't even been able to see Alabasta returning to peace. And able to see the moment of the fight with Crocodile. Everything in their lives is entrusted to the people after them. On that belief. Chapter 299 Smoker Fights. Your Majesty Vivi, Gaka said fiercely. Vivi looked at Gaka with a tear-filled face. Yaka. Vivi looked at the powerful minister of the kingdom. Gaka jumped off his horse and said, Okay, let me fight this battle. Those soldiers will definitely not be the opponents of these enemies. Vivi looked at Gaka and said, Gaga. Then her face became serious again. Okay, I see what you mean, Vivi said. Vivi then said to the herald, Order the 5th Legion to retreat immediately. The 1st Legion is at the rear. Don't go into battle lightly. Commands are communicated via phone bugs. Gaka stepped forward alone, clenching the great sword at his waist in his hand. The body suddenly changed towards the jackal. His head became sharper, and the muscles of his body became stronger. Garka takes on the human beast appearance of a jackal. He walked quickly to the position where the 5th Army began to retreat. Ahead, hundreds of spear warriors formed of running sand rushed forward with spears in their hands. Chong. The great sword on Gaka's waist was drawn. For Alabasta, quote. Gaka roared into the sky with a wild voice. The big sword in his hand was also aimed straight at the sky. Ow! A sand-formed spear samurai charged forward. Ah! The great sword in Gaka's hand slashed with astonishing force. The opponent's spear was cut off, and the remaining force of the great sword cut off the head of the spear warrior. The body of this spear warrior instantly turned into a pile of sand. Never got up again. Go to hell. Gaka swung his great sword and roared angrily. Fight fiercely with the spear warriors formed by the rushing sand. At the rear of the 1st Legion, the rout of the 5th Legion retreated in embarrassment. Many people survived the double shock of the other party's brutal killing and torture, both mentally and physically, and now they are finally able to escape. Vivi looked at the dejected soldiers after the brutal fight, and they all left with stiff expressions like puppets. Immediately, Vivi's heart felt like being twisted by a knife. We must win. Vivi had only this idea in mind. Sacrifice so many people just to win. For a bright future for Alabasta. I'm going to play too. A mighty voice sounded. Vivi and the others looked at each other. It was Smoker. Smoker jumped off a batch of horses. He moved his fist. Put the weapon in 10 hands behind you. Smoker is also in the fray. This muscular, unimaginable Smoker hunter is capable of sweeping everything. Smoker came out aggressively. Another female voice sounded. How can this kind of thing be without Colonel Hina? Hina dismounted from the horse she was riding and started walking towards the fierce battle ahead. The 2 Marine headquarters colonels fought together. And Smoker arrived at the front of the battlefield at about the same time. More convenient is the constant fighting plus card. Smoker looked forward and said, these enemies are like never before. Hina looked at the spear warriors formed by the sand and said, Hina is just trying to practice her hands. Smoker steadied his body and used his abilities. White smoke launcher. Smoker's lower body turned into smoke, and at the same time slammed into the desert below. The huge reaction force produced ejected his body. Smoker dragged a long smoke into the sky like a rocket. Trails of white smoke burst through the sky. Looks very handsome and magnificent. At this time, Vivi and other soldiers of the king's army could see clearly. Smoker actually took off. This kind of ability is also extremely rare among those with devil fruit abilities. Smoker's body fell parabolically again. The body draws a spectacular trajectory in the sky. Looked at Smoker and said, what a quick-tempered person. She also rushed forward quickly. Smoker descended from the sky into the swarms of sand-speared warriors. He fell onto a spear warrior. The huge landing force completely destroyed the sand-formed spear warrior into a ball of sand like a heavy cannon. Boom! Smoker hit the ground. It produced a powerful impact. In addition to killing one spear warrior formed of sand on the spot, it also washed down 3 other spear warriors. Smoker stood still and looked around. Sure enough, these were spear warriors turned from sand, but they looked like real life. The appearance is very similar. The spear in his hand has the lethal power of iron and steel. It looks both monster and human. Although these things can fight and attack, it is still difficult for people to feel that they belong to the category of life. Ow! Quickly, 4 spear warriors formed of sand rushed over. 4 sharp spears crossed and pierced Smoker's body in 4 directions. But Smoker's pierced body was like smoke. These spears also pierced through almost textureless smoke. Substantial weapons against the fumes of nothingness are of no use at all. Smoker looked around and said, it's a waste of time. Smoker's body quickly began to smoke. White fist. Smoker's feet and fists flew out, dragging a long trajectory towards the 4 spear warriors. Boom, 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 boom. Surprisingly attacked. The front 2 of the 4 sand spear warriors were smashed by Smoker's fists, and the back 2 were smashed by Smoker's feet. The power of these 4 attacks is comparable to that of artillery shells, and the 4 spear warriors were directly beaten and unable to recover. Smoker's body again like smoke. Smoker regained his human form, exhaled a few smoke rings and said, how can sand be more flexible than smoke? More sand-formed spear warriors attacked. Smoker took the 10 hands off his back this time and clasped them tightly around his right arm. Smoker's body fumes and moves quickly to attack the sand-formed spear warrior's body. PFF'd. Smoker's 10 hands hit a spear warrior in the head. How powerful is Smoker? One blow shatters his head. As a result, the spear warrior completely turned into sand. Smoker went on to attack some more spear warriors, eventually finding that the heads of the spear warriors were the key. But if you only hurt other parts, you can recover after a while. It's a lot easier this way. It would be too much work to smash the whole body, Smoker said. Smoker uses his body to transform into smoke in a very light flying motion, and wields 10 hands to smash the heads of the spear samurai formed by these sands. In terms of body elementalization, Smoker's body is lighter and more flexible than Crocodile's sandification. Chapter 300 Tough Colonel Hina. After Smoker came out, both the king's army and Vivi were eye-opening. Even the people at CP3 were shocked. Fu Rock stroked his slender beard as he watched the fight. This is the strength of the smoke hunter in Marine headquarters. This kind of flexible fighting ability has never been seen before, Fu Rock said with admiration. Smoker in the middle of the battle very seriously. As a special agent who is good at fighting, he pays great attention to observe the fighting abilities of various powerhouses. Smoker feels very flexible, great maneuverability. Move freely among the enemies like smoke, and attack at any time. Not to mention the spear warriors formed by these sands, even some powerful ones can't resist. I must become stronger, Zeros said earnestly. Zeros worships powerful people and hates bureaucrats. Only strength is the true meaning of everything in this world. Nami and Sanji saw Smoker go into battle. Seeing the strength of this smoke ghost hunter, Nami couldn't help but worry. He's very strong, but this can also deal with Crocodile first. It would be best if he could die with Crocodile. Do you think so, Sanji? Nami looked at Sanji on the side, and saw that Sanji's eyes were full of love. Colonel Hina, Sanji said with concern. His eyes were already straight, and he didn't care about Smoker at all. All of them noticed Hina, who was fighting on the battlefield. On the battlefield, Colonel Hina was already at war with the Desert Death Army. These sand-formed spear samurai constantly attack Hina with their strong bodies and spears. But Colonel Hina is a master of martial arts. He is very dexterous in fighting, and just by using his legs, he is able to knock down the spear warriors formed of sand one by one. Hi! Hina kicked the head of a spear samurai from the side, kicking the spear samurai's head to pieces. The spear warrior turned back into sand and never got up again. Although Hina was in the middle of a fierce battle, her expression was very calm. She saw more than a dozen spear warriors rushing around, all of them stabbing at her with spears. A more confident smile appeared on Hina's face. I am Heiji Rina. Hina opened her arms, and 2 black iron bars stretched out. The 2 black iron bars were each more than 10 meters long, and quickly surrounded the 14 spear warriors formed of sand. The feather threshold. The 2 black iron bars quickly closed. Then start tightening. More than a dozen spear warriors formed of sand were crowded together. But they couldn't break free of these iron bars. Although they are all human-shaped spear warriors formed by Crocodile from sand, their bodies cannot move in sand. After a while of fierce roaring, the group of spear warriors formed of sand was finally crushed by the iron bars. After Hina killed these enemies, she spit out a smoke ring again. With those capable eyes, he looked at the other spear warriors made of sand that were attacking more. Another group of spear warriors formed of sand rushed over. 3 of them also present a straight line. That's it. Then, Hina aimed her right arm at the 3 spear warriors in a straight line. Black gun. A black iron gun as thick as a coconut tree shot out from her right arm. The black iron spear pierced a series of 3 spear warriors formed of sand. All 3 of their upper bodies and heads were smashed by iron guns. 3 in 1 shot. The bodies of the 3 spear warriors were completely turned into sand and could never be recovered. The huge black iron spear that Hina shoots from her body is also one of her trump cards. In fact, it's not just like this. Hina even uses the huge iron gun she created as a weapon on the marine warship. Colonel Hina is also known as the Black Threshold, and the Black Threshold Hina is a well-known and excellent colonel in the marine headquarters. There are even many high-level marines who are optimistic about her, and she will definitely be a great general in the future. The future is limitless. Hina created a normal spear-like black spear in her right arm and started using it as a weapon. In addition to fists and feet, my hand-to-hand combat is also possible. Hina wields a black spear to fight these spear samurai formed from the sand. In addition to the struggles of Smoker and Hina, Gaga, who charged at the front, was even more brave. Unlike the two marine colonels, Gaka has a national hatred against Crocodile. Gaka wielded his great sword and slashed bravely. Killed more than 40 sand spear warriors in a row. These sand-formed spear warriors are strong and swift, but they are only relative to ordinary king soldiers. But Gaka is extremely powerful, and the strength and swiftness are more than 100 times more powerful than these spear warriors. Ah! Another sword passed, and another spear warrior made of sand was cut off, and his body quickly disintegrated into ordinary sand. However, there are still dozens of spear warriors formed of sand rushing over. Looks like I need all my strength. Gaka put away the great sword at his waist and put it back into the scabbard. His body then began to grow bigger and stronger. The muscles that were originally strong have become like ancient giants. Those limbs are extremely thick, completely getting rid of the characteristics of human beings, and become like the legs of an elephant. In the end, Gaka landed on all fours and turned into a giant jackal. After transforming into beast form, Gaka's body is actually comparable to that of an elephant. The black giant jackal looked at the spear warriors formed by the sand that rushed over, and opened his mouth to let out a roar that shook the world. Ow! Gaka ran violently, the desert earth shook. He rushed in front of a spear warrior formed of sand and bit the spear warrior in one bite. The spear warrior was crushed by the jaw-dropping force of Gaka's bloody mouth. The body collapsed and turned back to sand. Then Gaka turned around again and pressed his feet on the surrounding spear warriors. Gaka's foot stomped on a spear warrior. They are also unable to recover because their bodies are completely destroyed. Completely changed back to ordinary sand. There were also several sand-formed spear warriors stabbing from the side and rear of Gaka with spears. After a while of puffing, Gaka's body was pierced in many places. Blood was also sprayed out. What kind of pain is this? Gaka tumbled suddenly, and with his huge body, these spear warriors formed of sand were directly crushed and destroyed with their bodies. Gaka turned his body back to stand again, and the spear-pierced wounds on his body quickly regenerated with his amazing resilience. The Legion of Crocodile, I will utterly destroy you. Gaka continued to run and fight with his huge jackal body. Under the Battle of Smoker, Hina and Gaka, the offensive of the Desert Death Army was firmly blocked.